Chapter 108. Red Flame Golden Succubus. In the mortal core realm, there were level 1 mystic level beasts everywhere. Sometimes, there were level 2 mystic level beasts. However, level 3 mystic level beasts were not that easy to find. The demonic beasts were also divided into different regions. The place where Long Chen was currently at had fewer demonic beasts. Therefore, Long Chen had no choice but to change his location and head in the direction that Ling Shi had pointed. During this time, Long Chen did not see a single team. The Green Clan is holding the Sky Martial Realm trial. At least in the Mortal Core realm, there are no other clansmen. There are only 8 teams in such a big Mortal Core realm. It's normal that I didn't see a single one. This also means that the heart-devouring demonic beast has yet to be found. Otherwise, the Heaven Realm's trial would have ended ahead of time, and the other clansmen would have rushed into the Heaven Realm. At that time, there would have been more clansmen that could be found. The entire Sky Martial Realm was as big as the Lingwu city. And the place where Long Chen was staying was only a small part of the Lingwu city. After walking for about half a day, Long Chen came to a barren sandy land. After arriving here, the shrubs and trees were relatively sparse. Only a few cacti grew in this place where there was a lack of water. A small Sky Martial Realm not only has a forest, but also a desert. Long Chen praised from the bottom of his heart. After walking on the desert for a while, Long Chen felt that the surroundings were getting hotter and hotter. He asked, "Shao Shi, there shouldn't be any beasts here, right? Even if there are, they won't be level 3 mystic level beasts. Let's walk a bit more." Under Lingxi's request, Long Chen had no choice but to continue walking. After a while, the desert in front of them suddenly caved in. Lingxi hurriedly stopped Long Chen. "What's wrong?" There was a bit of excitement in Ling Shi's voice as she said in a soft voice, "Look, there's a demonic beast at the very bottom of that sandy area. It should be cultivating while bathing in the sunlight." Long Chen continued forward. After walking for a long time, he finally laid down on the sand and looked at the bottom of the sand not far away. Soon after, his eyes lit up with joy. "Isn't that a level 3 mystic level Scarlet Flame Golden Swanni?" The demonic beast at the bottom of the sand was a tall lion-type demonic beast. This Scarlet Flame Golden Swanni was more than 10 meters long. At this moment, it was crawling. If it stood up, it would probably be taller than an ordinary house. Its entire body was covered in golden fur, especially around its neck, where there was a thick mane, giving it an awe-inspiring appearance. The most frightening thing was that on its fur, there was actually a faint red flame circulating, and its 2 eyeballs were like 2 lantern-sized fireballs, extremely frightening. It really is a Scarlet Flame Golden Swanni. Among the level 3 mystic level beasts, this Scarlet Flame Golden Swanni is one of the strongest. Long Chen estimated. This beast is close to Feng Wutian's level. "Fine, I'll use you to test my Thunder Flame combat body." After making up his mind, Long Chen's fighting spirit exploded. When he was fighting against a level 2 mystic level beast, he didn't need to transform. But now that he was facing a strong enemy like the Scarlet Flame Golden Swanni, he had no choice but to use his strongest form. Perfect dragon scales and bone spikes appeared on his body. Since he had become a Thunder Flame warrior, he was different from before. The faintly discernible blood-red lightning and flames were flying across Long Chen's body at high speed, producing a terrifying force. And the blood-red Thunder Flame crystal pattern on his palm was the gap between the force and the Thunder Flame force in his body. My current strength is much stronger than before. With this alone, I think I can fight against an early Mortal Core warrior. Plus, I have the Thunder Flame force and the Dragon's Soul true energy. Long Chen had enough confidence to fight this Scarlet Flame Golden Swanni. When Long Chen finished transforming and appeared not far away from the Scarlet Flame Golden Swanni, the Scarlet Flame Golden Swanni finally noticed him. Originally, it was resting with its eyes closed, but suddenly, a little guy walked into its territory unscrupulously. The Scarlet Flame Golden Swanni was instantly enraged. In this area, it was always the king. But now, an unknown little guy dared to offend it. It immediately stood up and stared at Long Chen from above. Flames of anger rose from its body. Although Long Chen was small, there was something strange about him that made the scarlet flame golden swanny feel fear. Lions were kings to begin with, but Long Chen was even more of a king. Roar! Letting out a furious roar, the scarlet flame golden swanny landed on all fours and suddenly exploded. Instantly, a huge killing intent locked onto Long Chen, who was running towards it. One man and one beast, with a huge difference in their bodies, collided in midair. The huge flame energy of the scarlet flame golden swanny headed towards Long Chen. Since I've formed the thunder flame combat body, do you think I'm afraid of your flames? Long Chen sneered. Under the sky full of flames, he actually dashed into the flames. After that, he unleashed a storm of attacks towards the scarlet flame golden swanny. With the support of the thunder flame combat body and the dragon's soul true energy, Long Chen suddenly attacked. Taishian Dragon Seal. Suddenly, the surging image of a divine dragon blasted towards the scarlet flame golden swanny. The scarlet flame golden swanny was extremely shocked and it saw Long Chen dashing directly into its flames. However, this wasn't enough to scare it. Instead, the Taishian dragon seal that Long Chen used next made its heart skip a beat. This time, the Taishian dragon seal actually contained violent blood-colored thunderbolts. The blood-colored image of the divine dragon was burning with blood-red flames. Even the red flame golden swanny didn't dare to be careless in the face of such a terrifying attack. Roar! With a loud roar, the scarlet flame golden swanny suddenly opened its huge mouth. Suddenly, a huge scarlet fireball with a diameter of more than a meter shot towards Long Chen's Taishian dragon seal. Boom! The Taishian dragon seal and the huge fireball collided. Instantly, a huge shockwave spread in all directions, causing sand and rocks to fly and dust to fill the sky. This beast was able to break my Taishian dragon seal with just a scarlet fireball. It's not simple indeed. In terms of quantity, Long Chen's true energy was many times weaker than the demonic energy of the scarlet flame golden swanny. However, it was superior in terms of its nature, which was why their battle strength was on par. Long Chen suddenly realized that this scarlet flame golden swanny was the strongest opponent he had ever encountered. Demonic beasts have long honed their fighting skills through generations of battles. Even a casual attack of theirs has the power of a battle technique. The huge scarlet fireball that the scarlet flame golden swanny used just now was one of its divine abilities. Although the Taishian dragon seal, which contained the power of thunder flames, had been broken, Long Chen was not discouraged. He once again dashed towards the scarlet flame golden swanny like a bloody whirlwind. The scarlet flame golden swanny was shocked to see how fast this little thing was. In terms of agility, it was several times stronger than the scarlet flame golden swanny. Suddenly, it let out a series of angry roars, and a frenzied scarlet fireball burst out. At least 10 fireballs were flying towards Long Chen. Long Chen was taken aback. He hurriedly used the 9 heavens roaming dragon steps. His nimble body suddenly turned into a phantom, brushing past the scarlet fireballs. The scorching flames caused a certain degree of damage to him, but it didn't affect him at all. Long Chen could not dodge the last scarlet fireball, so he had no choice but to use the Taishian dragon seal again. Rumble. The scarlet fireball exploded. Long Chen shook off the thick smoke and pierced towards the scarlet flame golden swanny like a blood arrow. The bodies of demonic beasts were usually very strong. They were even much stronger than martial artists who had tempered their bodies. At this moment, Long Chen was actually able to get close to it. The scarlet flame golden mastiff was even more enraged. Its claws, which were even sharper than steel, slammed towards Long Chen. Long Chen was not to be outdone. He had just rushed past the scarlet fireball when he was faced with the opponent's attack. The mountain-like claws made Long Chen feel suffocated. I have the thunder flame battle body, so why would I be afraid of you? A fist and a claw collided. Both man and beast were knocked back. What shocked the Scarlet Flame Golden Swanee was that this little thing, Long Chen, was able to completely block its claws with just the strength of his body. This made the Scarlet Flame Golden Swanee even more furious. Roar! The huge figure pounced towards Long Chen. "You're so clumsy, and you still want to fight me in close combat?" Long Chen sneered. He used the 9 Heavens Dragon roaming steps and quickly leapt out from under his opponent's body. The flames on the Scarlet Flame Golden Swanee's body were really making him feel uncomfortable. Devil Sun Burning Fist, fire attribute, and my true energy also contains the power of fire. I wonder how much power I can unleash if I use this Devil Sun Burning Fist. Thinking up to this point, Long Chen dodged his opponent's angry attacks while preparing to use the Devil's Sun Burning Fist. Fighting with him has caused such a huge commotion. Looks like it's time to kill him. During the battle with the Scarlet Flame Golden Swanee, Long Chen gradually understood the power of the Thunder Flame battle body. Of course, there was also the Thunder Flame energy within his true energy. This Scarlet Flame Golden Swanee was a 3rd-level mystic rank demonic beast, and its demonic energy was extremely strong. For Long Chen to be on par with it in terms of true energy was not an easy feat for someone who had just entered the mortal core realm. Within the Scarlet Flame Golden Swanee's body, the scarlet fireballs seemed to be endless. At this moment, the entire sandy ground was filled with holes from the explosions. Sand and dust flew everywhere, almost blurring one's vision. And Long Chen was right beside the Scarlet Flame Golden Swanee, entangling it. That's it, Scarlet Flame Golden Swanee. This time, Long Chen jumped out from under the Scarlet Flame Golden Swanee's stomach. The Scarlet Flame Golden Swanee locked onto his figure and immediately spat out another 7 or 8 scarlet fireballs. And at this moment, Long Chen's entire body was burning with blood-red flames. On his fist, a blood-red fireball was quickly forming. When the Scarlet Flame Golden Swanee used the scarlet fireball, Long Chen shouted and punched out. Devil Sun Burning Fist, Scarlet Flame Burning Sky. A blood-red flaming fist mark was pushed out, and a human face could be vaguely seen within the sky-burning Devil Sun Fist. This huge flaming fist directly shattered the Scarlet Flame Golden Swanee's scarlet fireball, and then, it completely hit the Scarlet Flame Golden Swanee's forehead. Boom! Chapter 109. The scorching Devil Sun Fist hit the red flame Golden Swanee beast head-on. The surging force instantly shattered its head. The red flame Golden Swanee beast let out an earth-shattering howl. Then, its huge body crashed onto the ground. Only then did the commotion come to an end. After killing the red flame Golden Swanee beast, Long Chen was extremely excited. He quickly took out a fist-sized crimson beast core from the red flame Golden Swanee beast's head. Then, he took out a soul-concentrating pearl to collect the beast's soul. With these 2 things, I, Long Chen, am really rich. The red flame Golden Swanee beast was a 3rd-level mystic rank demon beast. Its beast core and beast soul could be exchanged for a lot of contribution points. As for the Morning Light Business League, Long Chen didn't dare to go. He had already formed the Thunderflame combat body. If he was discovered, he would be in big trouble. Therefore, he could only go to the Biyao Pavilion in the Lingwu city to exchange for things. Of course, he needed contribution points. While he was refining the beast's soul, Long Chen was thinking of using the blood refinement technique on the Scarlet Golden Swanee beast after he was done refining the beast's soul. However, a group of people appeared on the horizon and rushed towards Long Chen. Long Chen knew that the battle between him and the red flame Golden Swanee beast had caused a huge commotion. That was why these people came after hearing the news. All of them were geniuses, so their speed was naturally fast. When Long Chen had just finished refining the beast's soul, there were already 3 young men in their 20s surrounding Long Chen in an aggressive manner. As for the rest of the people, they also arrived one after another. When they saw Long Chen's face, they were all startled. Because they didn't know which hall Long Chen was from. The three young men who arrived first were all warriors at the late mortal core realm. To be able to reach such a high level at such a young age, they were all geniuses. At this moment, Long Chen placed the soul concentration pearl back into his cosmos sac and looked at the others with a faint smile. He said indifferently, "Everyone is surrounding me and looking at me like this. Is it because I am handsome that you are head over heels for me?" The three young men were startled. One of them said coldly, "Which hall are you from? Why haven't I seen you before?" "I'd like to ask, who are you, and why haven't I seen you before?" When he was in the Sky Military Hall, Long Chen had actually seen them before, but he didn't know which hall they were from. "We're from Qingfeng Hall." "Kid, let me ask you, did you kill this Scarlet Flame Golden Swanee?" Long Chen was now in his dragon soul form. He had the aura of a king, and of course, he also had a ferocious nature. However, in their opinion, Long Chen's aura wasn't very strong, so it shouldn't be enough to kill the Scarlet Flame Golden Swanee. "Are you kidding me?" Long Chen teased them and said, "Such a huge beast, how could I kill it? But first come, first served. This beast core and beast soul belong to me. Do you want to snatch it?" The three young warriors from the Qingfeng Hall looked at each other and saw the desire in each other's eyes. Although they were a bit scared of Long Chen's fearless appearance, it couldn't extinguish the greed in their hearts. "Let's do it." After saying that, the three of them started attacking Long Chen. So they really want to snatch it? As soon as they appeared, Long Chen knew that they were envious of the flame golden Swanee beast's corpse. In their minds, Long Chen was just a disciple who was lucky enough to get a treasure. They could easily kill him with just a few moves, and it wouldn't take too much time. All three of them were late mortal core warriors. Although each of them might not be a match for the flame golden Swanee beast, their combined combat strength was much stronger than the flame golden Swanee beast. However, Long Chen didn't want to fight them head-on. Right at this moment, in front of everyone's shocked eyes, Long Chen broke open the flame golden Swanee beast's chest and entered it. The clumsy flame golden Swanee beast suddenly started moving at high speed, heading towards the outside. Trying to run? The three young warriors' expressions changed. They immediately chased after Long Chen. The flame golden Swanee beast's corpse wasn't moving as fast as theirs, but as they chased after Long Chen, they saw the flame golden Swanee beast's corpse slowly withering. In the blink of an eye, the flame golden Swanee beast had turned into a dried corpse. This shocked the three young warriors. What's going on? Why is this happening? They quickly chased after Long Chen and stretched out their hands, trying to grab the dried corpse of the flame golden Swanee beast. But right at this moment, the dried corpse suddenly exploded. The dried flesh and blood of the corpse flew everywhere, and most of it landed on the three young men who were chasing after them. The dried corpse looked harmless at first, but right now, it contained a huge amount of energy. The three young warriors were shocked to the point that they stopped in their tracks. Right at this moment, a blood-red light shot up into the sky. Long Chen, who had disappeared just now, had reappeared in front of them. But this time, his eyes were even redder, and his gaze was even sharper. He was much stronger than before. "Kid, you're finally willing to show yourself? Hand over the flame golden Swanee beast's beast core and beast soul, and I'll spare your life." Long Chen didn't care about what the young man said. He just smiled faintly. At this moment, the surging blood qi in his body had finally been suppressed. One could see that the mortal core in his dantian had shrunk a little, but it had become more solid. If the previous mortal core was 9, then the current mortal core was 8. Long Chen knew that as long as he persisted, this mortal core would get smaller and smaller, and when he reached the heavenly core realm, it would only be the size of a soybean. The cultivation of the mortal core realm is to use more and more true energy to break through to the mortal core in my dantian, or the earth core or heavenly core. This way, the mortal core will continue to be tempered and solidified. If there is enough true energy to break through, Long Chen will be able to break through to the next stage. Before this, he was already stuck at the early stage of the mortal core realm. When he absorbed a few mystic rank second rank demon beasts, although the effect wasn't that great, many a little makes a mickle. He wasn't too far away from the initial mortal core realm. When he absorbed the blood essence of the red flame golden lion beast, a huge amount of blood red true chi was produced. It immediately rushed towards his dantian and solidified his mortal core. He had successfully reached the initial mortal core realm. From now on, Long Chen's true chi had increased by a few times. So this is the power of an initial mortal core warrior. Before this, when he had just broken through to the mortal core realm, he was able to defeat a mystic rank third rank flame golden swanny beast. Now, his strength had increased once again. The current Long Chen didn't need to worry about these people in front of him anymore. I wonder what kind of surprise I will bring to Feng Wutian when we meet again. Thinking up to here, Long Chen was really looking forward to it. He had successfully broken through to the initial mortal core realm, and he had even become a thunder flame warrior. His goal of coming to the sky martial realm had been accomplished. Next, he would have to risk it all and see if he could help Yang Lingqing obtain the Tai Ching sword and the Tai Ching sword skill. For these three young men who were at the late mortal core realm, although Long Chen seemed to have suddenly become stronger, he was still at the early mortal core realm. Any one of them could easily kill Long Chen. However, during this sky martial realm trial, the elders of the family had warned them not to kill anyone in order to not cause too much conflict. Therefore, one of the young men said coldly, "Brat, I'll give you one last chance. If you still don't know what's good for you, don't blame us when you die. I'll count to 3. After 3, if you still don't hand over the beast core and the soul concentrating pearl, we won't show any mercy to you because we're all from the Lingwu family." Feeling the surging energy in his body, as if it didn't belong to him anymore, Long Chen had an urge to test it out. 3 stupid donkeys, look at me, your father. I'll beat the crap out of you. Long Chen said slowly. Immediately, the 3 guys were so angry that their necks straightened. Just when they were about to attack, a firework exploded in the sky not far away from them. The sound of the firework was heard, and the 3 young warriors were stunned. They looked at each other and said nervously, "The heart-devouring devil beast has appeared. What should we do?" They should have rushed there as fast as they could, but as for Long Chen, everything had its priorities. Long Chen had offended them, but as long as they were all from the Lingwu family, they would definitely have a chance to take revenge. Therefore, they immediately decided to lead the other disciples to the place where the firework was released. "Everyone, follow me." Fiercely staring at Long Chen, the 3 guys from Qingfeng Hall once again ran in front of the group. As for the rest of the people from Qingfeng Hall, most of them were at the early mortal core realm. They all used their fastest speed and followed behind them. Only a young man who had just broken through to the mortal core realm, he was only about 13 years old. Unfortunately, he was left behind by everyone. He used all his strength to follow behind the group. But now that the heart-devouring devil beast had appeared, no one had the time to care about him. Very soon, he was left behind. The heart-devouring devil beast has appeared? Then no matter what, I have to join in the fun. Thinking up to this point, Long Chen smiled faintly. Soon, he was together with the last young man from Qingfeng Hall. When the young man saw Long Chen, he was shocked. He used his connections to intimidate others and said, "Don't even think about fighting me. My senior brother Li, senior brother Zhang and senior brother Wang, they will kill you." "Are you talking about the 3 guys who wanted to rob me?" Long Chen said with a smile without any pressure. "Nonsense. The reason why they want to rob you is because you're not strong enough, that's why you're not qualified to have it," the young man said confidently. "Really? Then do you believe that I can make your 3 senior brothers stay here so that they can't see the heart-devouring devil beast?" The young man was startled when he heard this. Then he sneered and said, "Young man, are you daydreaming? My 3 senior brothers are the 3 late mortal core warriors of our Qingfeng Hall. With your poor skills, how dare you boast like this?" "Whether I'm boasting or not, you'll know when you see it." Long Chen had a strange smile on his face. After that, under the young man's shocked gaze, his speed suddenly increased by more than 100 times. He flew past all the early Mortal Core warriors, and like a tornado, he dashed towards the front of the group. P.S. Congratulations to Long Chen for breaking through to the early Mortal Core realm. Also, I wish myself 10,000 flowers and 1 million clicks. Also, go check out the newcomer ranking. What did you guys find? I'm now in second place. To celebrate this, I'll add a new chapter today. After reading it, send me flowers and help me stabilize my position. P.S. WAP readers, if you like this book, please recommend it and leave a review. It doesn't take much effort, but it will give me a lot of motivation. Thank you. Chapter 110. How could he be so fast? At the back of the group, the young man was completely stunned. He hurriedly rubbed his eyes a few times, and sure enough, he saw that Long Chen had already rushed to the front of the group. Those early Earth Core experts who were overtaken had the same expression as the young man. At this moment, Senior Brother Li, Senior Brother Wang, and Senior Brother Zhang had already discovered Long Chen. Like the others, their faces were filled with astonishment. Because of the importance of the heart-corroding demon beast, they had already used their fastest speed. But how did Long Chen catch up with them? Brat, you're just courting death. When Senior Brother Zhang, who was at the back of the group, saw Long Chen, he coldly shouted at Long Chen. He originally thought that he could scare off Long Chen, but what he didn't expect was that Long Chen still had that evil smile on his face as he threw himself at him. Senior Brother Zhang's expression changed when he saw that speed. Turbulent true qi filled Long Chen's body and suddenly turned into a blood-red flame, burning fiercely on his body. That flame had already taken shape in Long Chen's fist. With the rapid changes of the dragon's 9 heavens roaming steps, Long Chen was like a phantom as he rushed in front of Senior Brother Zhang. The violent qi in Long Chen's hand made Senior Brother Zhang's face filled with horror. At this moment, he couldn't care less. He clenched his teeth and didn't care how strong Long Chen's attack was. He instantly used his most powerful attack. Raging Sea Tide. Burning Sky Devil Yang Fist, red flames burning the sky. Rumble. The two people who were rushing forward suddenly collided with each other. Immediately, a shockwave spread out. What made everyone behind them stunned was that Senior Brother Zhang, who was running in front but was caught by Long Chen, was sent flying by Long Chen's punch. His clothes were burning fiercely, and he spurted out a stream of blood that soared into the sky. Senior Brother Zhang. Old Zhang. In the eyes of the people who were still trying their best to catch up, this scene was extremely spectacular, especially the last youth. At this moment, his legs were unconsciously moving, and his entire body was in a daze. He said he was going to teach the 3 senior brothers a lesson. Is this true? Impossible. Senior Brother and the others have never been defeated before. Even though his heart was filled with disbelief, the truth was right in front of him. Looking at the blood-red figure in front of him, the young man was in complete despair. Senior Brother Zhang had been beaten up, and it was unknown whether he was dead or alive. The people chasing after him all went to catch Senior Brother Zhang, who had been sent flying backwards. Long Chen had succeeded in one move, so he used the same move again. He used the burning sky demon Yang Fist's red flames burning the heavens, and rushed towards the second Senior Brother Wang. Senior Brother Wang, be careful. Just as he finished shouting, the enraged Senior Brother Wang unleashed his most powerful move, colliding with Long Chen. It was as if time had returned to a moment ago. Another figure was sent flying backwards, coughing up blood. Everyone looked over and saw that this tragic figure was clearly Senior Brother Wang. Impossible. At this time, Senior Brother Li, who was running at the front, had a face full of disbelief. As for the others, they were all numb. Senior Brother Li was their leader this time, and also the strongest one. Therefore, while everyone was rushing, they had placed their last hopes and gazes on Senior Brother Li. At this time, Senior Brother Li was still running in the direction of the heart-corroding demon beast. He looked back in shock at the miserable state of Senior Brother Zhang and Senior Brother Wang, then saw that Long Chen was already running towards him. That evil smile on his face made Senior Brother Li's hair stand on end. Heavens, what kind of monster is this? What kind of bad luck did I have to provoke him today? Senior Brother Li had completely lost his will to fight. When he saw Long Chen chasing after him, he clenched his butthole and immediately ran away with his fastest speed. Seeing that even the strongest Senior Brother Li had run away, everyone stopped and looked at each other. They saw the shock and sorrow in each other's eyes. As for the last young man, when he saw Senior Brother Wang and Senior Brother Zhang's injuries, his eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Who the hell is he? His last hope, Senior Brother Li ran for his life. As he ran, he screamed in despair, "Who the hell are you? Which hall are you from? There is no enmity between us. You have already hurt my two junior brothers. Are you still not satisfied? Who said there is no enmity? Just now, you wanted to rob my things. I just said a few words. I beg you to spare me, okay? Qin Feng Hall will withdraw from the fight for the Tai Ching sword. I will withdraw, okay?" When he said this, he felt that Long Chen's fatal aura was getting closer and closer to him. Senior Brother Li was about to break down. What does it have to do with me whether you withdraw or not? At this time, Senior Brother Li was only 2 or 3 meters away from him. Seeing Senior Brother Li's perky buttocks swaying rhythmically in front of his eyes, which was extremely moving, Long Chen's eyes turned rapidly. He immediately sped up and swept past Senior Brother Li, then quickly disappeared into the horizon. This time, Senior Brother Li was completely stunned. While he was in a daze, Long Chen had already disappeared. Why didn't he hurt me? Senior Brother Li was at a loss. He turned around woodenly, his mind blank. No matter how he thought, he couldn't think of a reason why Long Chen would let him go. Could it be that he is afraid of Qin Feng Hall? Thinking of this, Senior Brother Li finally found an explanation in front of him. Soon, he walked to the front of the other disciples, only to see them looking at him in a daze. He was stunned and said, "What do you mean by this expression of yours? Senior Brother Li, you have no clothes on." Senior Brother Li looked down and suddenly let out an earth-shattering scream. It turned out that when Long Chen swept past him, he had already skillfully ripped off his clothes. The heart-eroding demon beast is a profound level 4 demonic beast. Although it is not good at attacking, it has a move called heart-eroding demon that can affect people's mind. It is extraordinary. Long Chen recalled the memory of the heart-eroding demon beast in his mind. Long Chen, you actually treated Senior Brother Li like that. You don't like men, do you? In Lingxi's sword, Lingxi was entangled and asked in a low voice. Long Chen suddenly broke out in cold sweat. He curled his lips and said indifferently, "Little girl, when I strip you naked and push you on the bed, you will know whether I like men or women, you rogue." While laughing and scolding, Long Chen had already felt that there were many people's auras in the forest in front of him. This area was completely different from the yellow sand. The soil here was black and fertile, so there were many tall trees, forming a forest. The trees were knotted together, the rocks were messy, and the terrain was complicated. When Long Chen entered the forest, there were many people who entered the forest at the same time as him. Long Chen could hide his tracks, so not many people saw him. Soon, Long Chen felt that there was a thick and strange aura hibernating in the depths of the forest. This forest is full of Yin Qi, so is the humidity. The heart-eroding demon beast is a Yin-type demonic beast, so it must be hiding here. It is the opposite of the scarlet flame golden swanni. Following the aura, Long Chen quickly entered. Soon, the area in front of him opened up. Long Chen hid behind a tall tree and observed the situation inside. At this time, there were many people coming in from the outside, surrounding the pure black demonic beast in the middle. Is this the heart-eroding demon beast? This demonic beast was slightly smaller than the scarlet flame golden swanni. It was a four-legged beast, and its entire body was pitch black. On its fur, there were strange blood-red lines that formed rune-like symbols. What stood out even more was its pair of blood-red eyes. They were like fog, and if one looked too deeply into them, they would quickly sink into them and be unable to extricate themselves. This demonic beast looked like a wolf, but not a wolf. It looked like a dog, but not a dog. Its muzzle was long and sharp, and its four claws were sharp. Its tail was like a braid, and it was covered with thorns. It looked like it was also a powerful offensive weapon. This heart-eroding demon beast is indeed much stronger than the scarlet flame golden swanmi. At this time, the heart-eroding demon beast was gradually getting angry, but there were a few people it was wary of, so it did not attack immediately. This heart-eroding demon beast's intelligence was much higher than the scarlet flame golden swanmi. Among the crowd, there were several experts blocking the front. At this time, the experts of the other 7 halls had all arrived. The only one who was not here was the Green Edge Hall. Right now, everyone was wondering why the Green Edge Hall was not here, but the others were too lazy to care. Aside from the Green Edge Hall, the only ones who could be useful were those at the late mortal core realm. Among the 100 or so people, there were only a dozen late mortal core warriors. As for Feng Wutian, there was only Chu Yunyao who was at the peak of the mortal core realm. Although the others were at the late mortal core realm, and their strength was close, there was still a gap between them. Right now, Feng Wutian and Chu Yunyao were guarding the front and back of the heart-eroding demon beast, deterring it. Long Chen looked at the high-spirited Feng Wutian, and a cold smile emerged on his face. "You're acting almighty now, but when I attack later, you'll be in for a tragedy." Feng Wutian found Lu Ling in the crowd. A few days had passed, and Lu Ling was now acting like nothing had happened. She was nervously staring at Feng Wutian in the crowd. "I don't know if my bloody hand seal has disappeared or not," Long Chen thought happily, then he looked at Chu Yunyao. "Although this little girl is young, she has a mature temperament, and is full of charm. If it wasn't for Lingxi's supervision, I would have definitely attacked her." Just as Long Chen was fantasizing, Lingxi suddenly said, "What are you planning?" Long Chen was shocked, and he quickly said, "I'm thinking, why is my Lingxi so beautiful, and they are so ugly?" Right at this time, the heart-eroding demon beast finally couldn't help but attack. I'll update another chapter at noon. Where are the flowers? Chapter 111. In the past, whenever something happened, I, your father, would rush to the front. Today, I, your father, will let you kill your way to the front. Once you've almost succeeded, I, your father, will come and interfere. I'll make you all die from anger. With this thought in mind, Long Chen decided to hide on the side. He was ready to watch them put on a good show. Among the people on the scene, no one would have thought that there was still a powerful warrior hiding on the side. Right at this moment, all the initial Mortal Core warriors had retreated to the side under the orders of their leaders. The remaining dozen were all late Mortal Core warriors. A dozen late Mortal Core warriors were more than enough to deal with the heart-corroding demon beast. For them, killing the heart-corroding demon beast was only one part of the plan. Once they killed the heart-corroding demon beast, they would fight for the Tai Ching sword, which was the most important part of the plan. When that time came, all the Mortal Core warriors in the Green Clan would start killing each other. At this moment, the battle suddenly began. Before Feng Wutian and Chu Yunyao could do anything, a young late Mortal Core warrior threw a punch at the heart-corroding demon beast. This was obviously a low profound rank combat skill, and in the hands of this powerful warrior, it was perfectly executed. The massive strength of the attack caused the heart-corroding demon beast to let out a deep roar. Suddenly, the heart-corroding demon beast turned into a black shadow. With a speed that was 10 times faster than the late Mortal Core warrior, it dashed towards the Mortal Core warrior. This heart-corroding devil beast's speed also made Long Chen very shocked. As expected of a 4th-grade profound rank demon beast. With this speed, I'm afraid that guy is done for. Just as Long Chen's thought reached this point, everyone saw that the guy who attacked just now had been knocked away by the heart-corroding demon beast. His face was pale, it was obvious that he had suffered a huge impact. This was just a normal collision from the heart-corroding demon beast. Seeing such a scene, everyone frowned. At this time, Chu Yunyao's cold voice suddenly sounded, "Everyone, let's attack together. Let's see who this beast is going to deal with." Long Chen realized that this young girl was really good at inciting people. Right after she finished speaking, the rest of the Mortal Core warriors looked at each other, then they all let out roars and unleashed powerful attacks towards the heart-corroding demon beast. Even Long Chen himself would have been injured if he were to encounter such a situation, but the heart-corroding demon beast did not panic at all. It coldly looked at this group of people. Suddenly, its body emitted a strange aura, and it suddenly let out a long howl. Then, it spat out thick black smoke from its mouth. This black smoke was like a long snake, sweeping towards the attacking crowd. Chu Yunyao quickly changed her expression and exclaimed, "Quickly dodge, this is the heart-eroding demon." Anyone who came here would definitely have a better understanding of the heart-corroding demon beast. Of course, they had also heard of the heart-corroding demon beast's name, and understood its famous move. At this time, everyone backed off. Chu Yunyao's words, coupled with her own strength, had already caused the heart-eroding demon beast to notice her at this time. Its scarlet eyes stared at Chu Yunyao. In the next moment, its body was like an arrow that had just left its bow, and it pounced towards Chu Yunyao. Under such a huge pressure, Chu Yunyao was not in a hurry. It was obvious that her mental strength was not something Lu Ling could compare to. At this time, the heart-corroding demon beast had already used its claws. As it waved its sharp claws, it emitted a majestic demonic energy. Rays of pitch-black light were attached to its claws. Obviously, this was an attack comparable to a combat skill, and it was not a weak combat skill. This is the legendary heart-corroding demon beast's demon soul iron claw. Chu Yunyao's expression did not change. At this time, Long Chen saw a pure white, as tough as white jade, appear in her hand. She suddenly raised it, and immediately, rays of sword light rushed towards the heart-corroding demon beast. Pure heart sword shadow. The streaks of sword light were like waves that suddenly blocked the heart-corroding demon beast's path. Long Chen frowned when he saw this attack. He thought to himself, "This sword is obviously a mystic rank elementary spiritual sword. I wonder if I can block this little girl's sword move." Long Chen thought that he was the only one who was watching the battle from afar. What he didn't know was that not far to his left, in the forest, there were 8 people who were chatting and laughing as they watched the battle. Miss Yunyao's pure heart sword shadow has already reached a level of perfection. She is basically invincible in the mortal core realm. Lu Lan's full chest was slightly moving up and down as she spoke. After that, her beautiful eyes were still looking at the battlefield. That's right, they were the leaders of the 8 halls. In this Sky Martial Realm trial, they didn't appear until the heart-corroding demon beast appeared. Only then did they watch the situation from afar. At the same time, it was to prevent some unexpected situations from happening. No, what Deacon Lu said is wrong. Feng Wutian of the Azure Sun Hall possesses the Vermilion Bird bloodline of the Vermilion Bird family. He is not a simple person, and he is a bit older than Miss Yunyao, so he has more battle experience. I think the champion this time will be the Azure Sun Hall. Seeing the person who spoke looking at her body with a burning face, Lu Lan smiled lightly. She didn't pay attention to this person who was drooling over her body. Instead, she looked at another person and said, "I wonder why the people from the Azure Edge Hall haven't arrived yet?" That person was looking around. When he heard Lu Lan ask him, he forced himself to be calm and said, "I don't know where those bastards ran off to. I guess they are a bit far away. I think it won't be long before we arrive." "Is that so?" "I thought it was the Azure Edge Hall's idea to wait until the end of their battle and then stage a good show of a fisherman taking advantage of the situation." Lu Lan's provocative words immediately caused the other party to be stunned. However, if Chu Yunyao was the king of the mortal core realm, then Lu Lan was the king of the earth core realm. He was not Lu Lan's match, so he could only swallow his anger. As for everyone, they once again cast their gazes towards the arena. At this time, the situation changed again. Chu Yunyao's pure heart sword shadow collided with the heart-corroding demon beast's demon soul iron claw. A powerful force erupted, blocking the heart-corroding demon beast's advance. Chu Yunyao had already retreated and shouted at the crowd, "Everyone, let's attack together." Amongst the Green Clan, the Azure Emperor Hall was the strongest. Furthermore, amongst the people present, Chu Yunyao was the main force, so everyone listened to Chu Yunyao's words. Some of them also wanted Chu Yunyao to be injured a little more. When they fought for the Tai Ching sword later, they would be able to take advantage of her. However, if Chu Yunyao's injuries were too severe, they would all have to die here today. Therefore, at this time, everyone chose to attack, including Feng Wutian. Long Chen knew that this Feng Wutian was still an arrogant person. Previously, Chu Yunyao had stolen the limelight, causing him, as another great expert, to be somewhat displeased. At this time, he erupted with his strength. Immediately, an illusory pair of fiery red flame wings appeared behind him. Feng Wutian gently fanned the wings, and suddenly, with an unparalleled speed, he passed by the crowd and punched the heart-corroding demon beast's head. Boom! A woo! The heart-corroding demon beast let out a painful cry and retreated a few steps. On its forehead, there was already a trace of blood flowing out. Its originally black hair was also charred black by Feng Wutian's attack. This was the first time the heart-corroding demon beast was injured, and this immediately aroused its anger. Originally, its attention was still on Chu Yunyao, but when Feng Wutian attacked it, its blood-red eyes were already fixed on Feng Wutian. Feng Wutian cursed inwardly. However, Lu Ling, who was not far behind him, saw Feng Wutian's power and was the first to injure the heart-corroding demon beast. She immediately jumped for joy and said, "Brother Wutian, you're so awesome." However, at this time, the heart-corroding demon beast no longer cared about the others. For the person who injured it first, it wanted nothing more than to cut him into 1,000 pieces. Feng Wutian also realized this situation and couldn't help but feel a little regretful. However, at this time, the arrow was already knocked on the bowstring and had to be released. Thus, he gritted his teeth and rushed toward the heart-corroding demon beast. At this moment, the flaming wings on his back actually became a lot more solid. With the help of the flapping wings, Feng Wutian actually flew at a low altitude. His aura also suddenly skyrocketed in the process of flying. The true qi turned into surging flames and whistled around him. Soon, it turned into a firebird and appeared in his palm. Vermilion bird technique. Spirit gathering feathers. Under Feng Wutian's control, the firebird flew toward the heart-corroding demon beast and then suddenly exploded, turning into flaming feathers that filled the sky. It was like rain, smashing toward the heart-corroding demon beast. Seeing such a wide range of attacks, the heart-corroding demon beast immediately let out a sharp cry. In that instant, its speed increased again, and it actually overtook most of the spirit-gathering feathers. Moreover, in the process of running, it suddenly spat out a mouthful of black smoke that swept toward Feng Wutian. As long as one was touched by the surging black smoke, it would definitely not be good. At this time, seeing that the heart-corroding demon beast was actually targeting him, Feng Wutian couldn't help but feel very depressed. However, now that he was forced to do something beyond his ability, he had no choice but to brace himself and resist this attack. "Everyone, please lend me a hand." When the heart-corroding demon beast was specifically targeting Feng Wutian, this was a great opportunity for the others. The heart-corroding demon beast only cared about Feng Wutian and didn't pay attention to the attacks of the others. And the others could take advantage of this opportunity to kill the heart-corroding demon beast. Thus, everyone looked at each other and saw the fanaticism in each other's eyes. Thus, Chu Yunyao led everyone and crazily charged toward the heart-corroding demon beast. What no one saw was that Chu Yunyao's eyes revealed a trace of coldness. "I don't believe that you can block a middle-class sword technique." When the heart-corroding demon beast used the heart-corroding demon poison smoke to deal with Feng Wuqian, everyone used their trump cards and charged towards the heart-corroding demon beast. Amongst them, Chu Yunyao's killing move was the most terrifying. Chapter 112. Feng Wuqian's attack had angered the heart-devouring demon beast, causing it to ignore all the other attacks and focus solely on attacking Feng Wuqian. Of course, this was also because the heart-devouring demon beast had underestimated the others. To it, there were only two threats here. One was Chu Yunyao, and the other was Feng Wuqian, who he was currently attacking. As long as he could get rid of these two fellows, then the others would just be slaughtered by him. Seeing the thick black smoke of the heart-devouring demon beast rushing towards him like a torrent, Feng Wuqian didn't dare to be careless. At this moment, the flaming wings on his back became even more intense, and a crimson flame gradually appeared in his eyes. Bastard, can't I kill you? At this moment, Feng Wuqian was rapidly forming hand seals. These hand seals were actually much more complicated than Long Chen's dragon seal. Suddenly, a whistling fiery light surrounded Feng Wuqian's body. Faintly, the cry of a divine bird could be heard from within. Vermilion bird technique, fire spirit seal. After forming the seal, he suddenly pounced towards the black smoke of the heart-devouring demon beast. What dealt with the black smoke was a surging flame. The flame suddenly transformed into a flaming divine bird, and then it collided with the black smoke. Suddenly, an even thicker black smoke was ignited and shot up into the sky. Not far away, one of the experts from the hall sighed with emotion. Feng Wuqian's fire spirit seal is really not bad. He can even barely block the attack of the heart-devouring demon beast. Look, the heart-devouring demon beast is about to die. Lu Lan also looked at Feng Wuqian happily. Her beautiful eyes were filled with a sparkling light, filled with pride. Oh right, where's that kid Long Chen? Glancing around the crowd, Lu Lan didn't find Long Chen. Her originally proud face instantly turned cold. Sure enough, I'm disappointed. I guess he was killed by Feng Wuqian as soon as he entered the heaven martial realm. This time, I wasted my time again. No one could hear the words in Lu Lan's heart. Right at this moment, the heart-eroding devil beast's attack had been barely blocked by Feng Wuqian. At the same time, all the late Mortal Core warriors unleashed their powerful attacks onto the heart-eroding devil beast's body. Wounds appeared on the heart-devouring demon beast's body, but these wounds did not affect the heart-devouring demon beast at all. At most, it would only make it more furious. Indeed, other than Feng Wuqian and Chu Yunyao, no one present could deal with this heart-devouring demon beast. At this moment, this heart-devouring demon beast had just attacked Feng Wuqian, and was attacked by so many people. It still hadn't turned around, but the rage in its heart had already reached its peak. Although Feng Wuqian had blocked the heart-devouring beast's attack, it knew that if it attacked again, Feng Wuqian would die without a doubt. As long as he killed Feng Wuqian, he would be able to specifically deal with Chu Yunyao. Thus, the heart-devouring demon beast hardened its heart, endured the pain on its body, and continued to crazily charge towards Feng Wuqian. It poured out all of its anger onto Feng Wuqian, and at this moment, the powerful killing intent behind it had already locked onto it. The heart-devouring demon beast finally knew that it had underestimated Chu Yunyao. Even Long Chen couldn't help but widen his eyes when he saw this attack. This level is definitely a middle-grade profound rank battle skill. Not everyone could cultivate a battle skill that was at a higher level, and the higher the level of the battle skill, the more difficult it would be to cross levels. There weren't many freaks like Long Chen who had no obstacles. On the other side, Lu Lan's brows were also deeply furrowed. This Chu Yunyao has actually already learned the first move of the Tai Ching Sword Dao. It seems like this time, it is a trial arranged for Chu Yunyao. The Tai Ching sword is clearly prepared for her. However, Wu Tian will make all of you drop your jaws. At this time, Chu Yunyao had already caught up to the heart-devouring demon beast. At this time, Chu Yunyao's entire body was covered in a misty white light, making it seem as if her entire body was the white jade blade in her hand, sparkling and translucent, beautiful beyond compare. But if this was the case, and denied her terror, then it would be a huge mistake. At this moment, a whirlwind was crazily coiling around her blade. Within the whirlwind, there were actually countless tiny blades hidden. These blades were all illusory, but in terms of sharpness, they were not the slightest bit inferior to a real blade. In fact, they were countless times sharper than a real blade. Hundreds and thousands of blades rapidly wrapped around the white jade blade. At this time, Chu Yunyao had already caught up to the heart-devouring demon beast. With a sudden shout, she brandished her sword. Immediately, countless blades turned into blade light and sword shadows, pouncing towards the heart-devouring demon beast. And at this time, the heart-devouring demon beast was about to kill Feng Wutian. Chu Yunyao's timing was just right. Even Long Chen, who was watching from the outside, couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. This girl is really not simple, Tisk, this is nothing. If I were to release those sword moves back then, you would definitely be scared out of your wits. Seeing Long Chen praise Chu Yunyao, Lingxi pouted and became unhappy. Long Chen was currently staring at the stage, and did not care about her. When Chu Yunyao released that move, for a moment, there was actually a feeling that the weather had changed. The sword light and blade light instantly pounced on the body of the heart-devouring demon beast. Tai Ching sword. Clear jade sword. The heart-eroding devil beast let out an earth-shattering howl as it was struck by the countless swords and sabers. Its entire mind was focused on killing Feng Wutian. At this moment, it spat out another mouthful of black smoke that was much thicker than before as it pounced towards Feng Wutian. And at this time, Chu Yunyao, who was behind him, seized the opportunity and suddenly exploded, giving it a fatal blow. Instantly, densely packed wounds appeared on the body of the heart-devouring demon beast. The deepest wound had already broken through its head, directly piercing into the head of the heart-devouring demon beast. This huge injury immediately caused the heart-devouring demon beast to let out a mournful cry. Its entire huge body fell to the ground with a loud bang. Although such a huge injury wasn't going to take its life right away, the heart-devouring demon beast had already completely lost its fighting strength. It could only wait to be slaughtered. As long as Chu Yunyao gave it another strike, even if it was just a casual strike, it would still die. At this time, Chu Yunyao had indeed prepared a sword move, but the direction was towards Feng Wutian. Seeing this scene, everyone immediately let out cries of alarm. Previously, in order to deal with Feng Wutian, although the heart-devouring demon beast was killed by Chu Yunyao, the final, heart-devouring demon attack was still aimed at Feng Wutian. At this time, Feng Wutian was busy dealing with the heart-devouring demon, but he didn't expect that Chu Yunyao would actually be so ruthless as to attack him at this critical moment. Feng Wutian, who was dealing with the heart-devouring demon, suddenly had a drastic change in expression. That pure heart sword shadow suddenly pounced onto his body, and Feng Wutian struggled to resist. At this moment, that ball of black mist, the black mist called the heart-devouring demon, completely collided with Feng Wutian's body. Big brother Wutian. Seeing that Feng Wutian had been so majestic just a moment ago, but now that he was hit by the black smoke, Lu Ling was so scared that her face turned pale. Then, she looked at Chu Yunyao with hatred in her eyes, and with tears in her eyes, she was about to attack Chu Yunyao. Vicious woman, you deserve to die. Very quickly, the other people from the Qingyang Hall stopped Lu Ling. Without Feng Wutian, none of them were a match for Chu Yunyao. Chu Yunyao indifferently stood beside the heart-devouring demon beast that was rolling around in pain, sweeping her gaze over the crowd. That cold expression, the strong visual impact of the beauty in the beast, caused everyone to keep quiet out of fear. The other martial artists at the advanced stage of the dance stage knew that they should go and snatch the Tai Ching sword at this time, but seeing Feng Wutian's miserable state, no one moved. Regarding this result, Long Chen was also very surprised. At this moment, he carefully sized up this young girl and said somewhat helplessly, "A good little girl, but her methods and heart are a bit ruthless." She really isn't the type that I like. On Lu Lan's side, everyone looked at each other in dismay, not saying a word. Lu Lan's eyes were fixed on this young girl. In the end, she could only sigh helplessly. The fellows nurtured by the Azure Emperor Hall are all top-notch existences in terms of temperament and strength. This Tai Ching sword can be considered our wishful thinking. Then, she looked at Feng Wutian, who was still surrounded by the black fog, and frowned. After being hit by the heart-devouring demon, although he won't be injured, he will temporarily lose his mind. I hope he won't cause any trouble. Just as this thought appeared in her mind, on the other side, just as Chu Yunyao was about to take out the Tai Ching sword, the black smoke on Feng Wutian's body suddenly dissipated, and his body was still surrounded by a faint black smoke. Long Chen also discovered that there was also a faint black smoke in Feng Wutian's eyes, and a dense killing intent was being emitted from his body. He's actually bewitched? Long Chen had originally wanted to show himself now, but when he saw Feng Wutian like this, he still wanted to see what would happen next. After becoming bewitched, this Feng Wutian's aura seems to have become quite a bit stronger. Most of the people present could see this point. Chu Yunyao was no exception. She originally wanted to directly take out the Tai Ching sword, but she discovered that Feng Wutian's cold eyes were staring at her. If I were to fight to the death with him, it would definitely benefit someone else in the end. However, if I were to retreat first, he would make a move on someone else, and it would have nothing to do with me. Now that he has become bewitched, he won't go and take the Tai Ching sword, so I don't have to worry at all. Thinking of this, Chu Yunyao tactfully pretended to be harmless, and gradually retreated to the side of the heart-devouring demon beast. Only then did Feng Wutian's eyes not look at her, but at the heart-devouring demon beast on the ground. When Feng Wutian saw the heart-devouring devil beast in such a pitiful state, the black mist in his eyes grew thicker and thicker. It was almost as if he were the one who had been injured. He let out a howl, and it was as if he had transformed into the heart-devouring devil beast, eyes brimming with killing intent as he glared at everyone. Chapter 113. This heart-devouring beast's divine ability actually has a bit of an effect on the soul. The current Feng Wutian, subconsciously, will be a heart-devouring beast himself, and now, it sees another heart-devouring beast injured and dying, so it is very angry. Seeing Feng Wutian looking around with a ferocious expression, Lingxi stuck out her tongue and said. No wonder that girl quickly left the heart-devouring beast when she saw Feng Wutian looking at her. Although this girl called Chu Yunyao looks like a calamity, it is clear that she is a bit scheming. Long Chen didn't really like this kind of girl. What he liked was someone like Yang Lingqing, who was more tenacious and pure, or someone like Lingxi, who was more simple and cute. At this moment, seeing Feng Wutian walking around the heart-devouring beast and letting out roars, the others all kept quiet out of fear. Even Chu Yunyao had retreated to the back, and the others didn't dare to make a move. Why don't everyone attack together and subdue Feng Wutian first? At this time, someone suggested. That's not appropriate. If we do this, we might kill him. Feng Wutian is now the treasure of the Qingyang Hall. If any of us accidentally kill him, it would be hard to explain ourselves. This was the dilemma in the hearts of these advanced mortal core stage experts. At this moment, Chu Yunyao, who should have stepped forward, didn't move. Her beautiful eyes stared coldly at Feng Wutian, and she thought to herself, this Feng Wutian, whoever wants to deal with him can go ahead and deal with him. If you guys don't deal with him, once his bedevilment time is over and he faints, that Tai Ching sword will also be mine. With this idea in mind, Chu Yunyao led the people from the Azure Emperor Hall and retreated. She watched from afar, but didn't leave this place. At this time, Feng Wutian finally turned his eyes, which were filled with killing intent, towards the others. Retreat. Seeing that even Chu Yunyao had retreated, the leaders of the other halls hurriedly led their own teams to retreat, in case they were affected by Feng Wutian. The only ones who didn't leave were the people from the Qingyang Hall. They didn't have Feng Wutian as their leader, and Lu Ling refused to leave no matter what. She kept crying and throwing a tantrum, looking at Feng Wuqian. This caused the others to be extremely anxious, like ants on a hot pan. Miss Ling, let's retreat quickly. Once Brother Wu Tian's bedevilment period is over, he will naturally recover. However, no matter what she said, Lu Ling refused to leave. She looked at Feng Wuqian with teary eyes. On one hand, her heart ached for him, but on the other hand, she couldn't understand why this man, who used to be like a god in her heart, would end up in such a sorry state. How did this happen? Yes, it's that bitch's fault. Thinking of Chu Yunyao, Lu Ling's eyes erupted with ice-cold killing intent. At this moment, everyone except the people from the Qingyang Hall had retreated. Therefore, in Feng Wuqian's eyes, these people were very conspicuous. This caused his black eyes to instantly stare at this group of people. Roar! In the blink of an eye, he burst out with a super fast speed, like an arrow leaving the bow, and charged toward the rest of the Qingyang Hall. Looking at the killing intent in Feng Wuqian's eyes, everyone was shocked. Only one late mortal core warrior dashed out towards Feng Wuqian. They're dragging Lu Ling away. No matter what, Lu Ling was an elder of the Qingyang Hall, Lu Yuan's daughter. Therefore, protecting her was something they had to do. When the late mortal core warrior said this, he immediately charged toward Feng Wuqian. Feng Wuqian, wake up! With a loud bang, he threw a punch toward Feng Wuqian. Immediately, a huge airwave swept toward Feng Wuqian. Seeing that this man still dared to attack him, Feng Wuqian immediately let out a loud roar. The red, illusory flame wings appeared on his back once again. With just a flap, Feng Wuqian's speed increased by a few times. At this moment, a flaming divine bird appeared in Feng Wuqian's hand. Suddenly, a huge amount of energy exploded out. This was obviously the skill from the vermilion bird skill that Feng Wuqian had used when he was fighting the heart-devouring demon beast. It was called the spirit-gathering feathers, and it was extremely frightening. Right at this moment, the flaming feathers were like countless arrows flying toward the late mortal core warrior who was trying to stop Feng Wuqian. The difference in strength between the two was obvious. Right now, everyone in the Qingyang Hall had shocked and sad expressions on their faces. This was because they saw that the late mortal core warrior who was trying to stop Feng Wuqian had been completely destroyed by Feng Wuqian's skill. Before he could even say a word, his burnt body fell onto the ground. Senior disciple Lu. Everyone cried out in sorrow. However, they were running out of time, because after Feng Wuqian killed that man, he didn't stop and continued charging toward Lu Ling and the others. Run! At this moment, they didn't care about Lu Ling anymore. They pulled her a few times, but Lu Ling still didn't move. They had no choice but to abandon her and run for their lives. Fleeing in the face of death was only human nature. However, in this case, only Lu Ling could face Feng Wuqian. Big brother Wuqian, right now, Lu Ling's face was pale. She stared blankly at Feng Wuqian who was staring at her with a bloodthirsty and cold expression. Too bad, Feng Wuqian couldn't recognize her at all. Everyone else had run away, and only Lu Ling was left here. Therefore, he immediately locked his killing intent onto Lu Ling. After sensing Feng Wuqian's cold killing intent, Lu Ling was truly afraid. At this moment, she realized that there was only her and Feng Wuqian in this spacious place. The Feng Wuqian who gave her a sense of security was now like a demon who wanted to take her life. The cold killing intent that was locked onto her caused her body to tremble. At this moment, Feng Wuqian let out a furious roar and charged toward her. Lu Ling screamed in pain. In a hurry, she could only raise her trembling arm and cover her face. Looking at this scene, Lu Lan shook her head. She lightly moved her feet and was about to rescue Lu Ling and announce that the Qingyang Hall would withdraw from the competition for the Tai Ching sword. But right at this moment, a blood-red shadow appeared in front of Lu Ling with a speed that even a late mortal core warrior couldn't possess. In an instant, it knocked Feng Wuqian away. Lu Lan finally stopped moving. She looked at the blood-red shadow with a puzzled expression. When she saw the face of the man, Lu Lan was so shocked that her mouth was slightly wide open. Her face was filled with shock. Long Chen, how could it be him? Lu Lan was well aware of how powerful that speed was. Yet, Long Chen was able to unleash such speed. She was extremely astonished. He hasn't been killed yet, has he been hiding until now? That's right, hiding all the time until the end, it's his style. But, if you want to defeat Feng Wutian and win my little sister's heart, your little strength is far from enough. Long Chen had actually gone to save Lu Ling, but Lu Lan had misunderstood it as him liking Lu Ling, and he was only helping her to please her. This kind of action of a hero saving a damsel in distress was easy to achieve, but Long Chen was just dreaming. Deacon Lu, this beast warrior, which hall is he from? He is a disciple of the Qingyang Hall. Although they had seen Long Chen before, they had never seen Long Chen's dragon soul transformation. The reason why they asked this question was to confirm it. The Qingyang Hall again? This guy, didn't he see that a late mortal core warrior was killed by Feng Wutian just now? Other than Lu Lan's side, the others also saw Long Chen's appearance. Those who didn't know him were naturally puzzled. Chu Yunyao was also bewildered. Looking at the beast warrior who suddenly appeared, her face was filled with doubt. After asking a few people, one of them vaguely remembered and said, I remember that the Qingyang Hall seems to have a beast warrior who just entered the clan. His name is Long Chen, and he seems to have a conflict with Feng Wutian. As soon as he entered the heaven realm, he was chased away by Feng Wutian. Long Chen? Chu Yunyao had never heard of this name before, but she didn't care much about this accident. He only looked at Long Chen with interest, looking forward to what he would do next. And the person who found Long Chen's appearance the most unbelievable was Lu Ling, who was standing behind him. Her eyes trembled as she looked at Long Chen, her eyes filled with disbelief. Previously, when Long Chen escaped from the Qingyang Hall's group, he had caused such a huge commotion and taught Lu Ling a lesson. In Lu Ling's heart, she wanted nothing more than to hack Long Chen into 1,000 pieces. But now, he had appeared in such a manner and saved her from the brink of death. In Lu Ling's mind, if such a scene could happen, it would be Long Chen trying to kill her, and Feng Wutian appearing to ruthlessly beat up Long Chen. That would be the right way, but she didn't expect that the two roles would be switched over. This kind of confusion made her unable to react at all. At this time, Long Chen suddenly turned his head, and revealed an evil smile, saying, Hey, girl, did that slap last time make you feel good? Are you interested in letting me give you another one? Don't worry, I won't charge too much. Looking at this despicable young man looking at her with a playful expression, Lu Ling realized that at this moment, she couldn't get angry at all. She stared blankly at Long Chen, not knowing what to do. And at this moment, from the corner of her eyes, she saw Feng Wutian charging towards Long Chen with a face full of rage. She was startled and hurriedly shouted, Be careful. Don't worry. After saying this, Long Chen turned around. In his eyes, Feng Wutian's figure was getting closer and closer to him. Feng Wutian, I didn't expect to fight you under such circumstances. I have already reached the initial mortal core stage. If that crazy woman, Lu Lan, were to see me defeat you in front of everyone's eyes, how wonderful would her expression be? Chapter 114. What Long Chen didn't know was that Lu Lan was looking at him right now. His aura has become much stronger. I think he has reached the early mortal core realm. From the 8th level of the Dragon Vein realm to the early mortal core realm, it had only been less than a month. Therefore, no matter how Long Chen's battle turned out, Lu Lan would still pay more attention to him. If we train him well and stimulate his potential, it's not impossible for him to surpass Feng Wutian. Lu Lan looked at Long Chen and slightly nodded her head. At this moment, Long Chen had completely collided with Feng Wutian. What shocked everyone was that Long Chen had completely blocked Feng Wutian's attack with just his physical strength. At the same time, he had knocked Feng Wutian backwards. This way, the distance between them would be further away from Lu Ling, and he wouldn't accidentally hurt her. Lu Ling could feel this. Suddenly, she realized that her eyes were a little wet. When she thought about Long Chen, she suddenly felt that he wasn't that hateful. The reason why she hated him so much was only because of Feng Wuqian. Peak of the mortal core realm. From the test just now, Long Chen had a rough idea of Feng Wuqian's strength. In terms of quantity of true qi, Feng Wuqian was almost at the earth core stage, so his quantity was more than 10 times that of Long Chen's. On the other hand, Long Chen's dragon soul true qi had 10 times the properties, and with the addition of the thunder flame's power, he was not inferior to Feng Wuqian in terms of true qi. At this moment, a layer of faint red flame was flowing on Long Chen's dragon body, and there was a faint trace of lightning flowing within it. I have a middle-level profound rank battle skill, and also this thunder flame battle body. These are all my advantages, but that Chu Yunyao also knows a middle-level profound rank sword skill. I wonder what this Feng Wuqian has. While he was thinking about this, Long Chen had already unleashed his profound dragon seal, clashing with Feng Wuqian even more powerful. At this time, Feng Wuqian also realized how powerful Long Chen was. The move he used was actually the one he had used before, the fire spirit seal. The two great seals collided in the air. The supreme profound dragon seal was an advanced yellow class combat skill, while the fire spirit seal was an elementary mystic class combat skill. They were one level lower in terms of level, but in this aspect, Long Chen was stronger. This collision caused an explosion in the field, and both of them were knocked back. How is this possible? Seeing that Long Chen had actually used a high-level yellow-ranked battle skill to block Feng Wuqian's attack, even she, Chu Yunyao, did not dare to casually receive this move of Feng Wuqian's, so when she saw the scene, Chu Yunyao's face was filled with shock. Only now did she finally look at Long Chen seriously. This fellow, has he been hiding at the side all this while, waiting for an opportunity to strike and reap the benefits? Thinking up to here, Chu Yunyao's gaze towards Long Chen was already flickering with hostility. Fortunately, I was quick-witted and made Feng Wuqian become like this. Otherwise, when I'm exhausted from the battle with Feng Wuqian and you come out, you might really be able to take advantage of me. At this time, everyone knew that Long Chen was the third strongest warrior in the heaven martial realm besides Feng Wuqian and Chu Yunyao. However, it was clear that Long Chen had yet to reach the peak of the mortal core realm, so they were still not optimistic about Long Chen. Among them, there was Lu Ling. Previously, Long Chen was still in front of Feng Wuqian, and had fled in a sorry state. Now, although he had barely managed to block one of Feng Wuqian's attacks, the huge gap in cultivation was not something that luck could make up for. Big brother Wuqian. At this time, Lu Ling still hoped that Feng Wuqian would wake up immediately and return to his usual wise and powerful appearance. As for Long Chen, although at this time, she realized that she didn't hate him that much, she definitely didn't like him to the point of liking him. However, Long Chen was able to block Feng Wuqian's fire spirit seal with just the supreme profound dragon seal, which caused Lu Lan to reveal a look of shock. She blinked her eyes to confirm that she wasn't mistaken, and only then did a slight ripple appear in her heart. His progress is actually so great, the others were also a bit speechless. There are two young juniors in the Qingyang Hall, each with greater potential than the other. That Feng Wuqian has a 4-star potential, and this Long Chen should also be rated as a 4-star potential. Long Chen definitely didn't know about their conversation. At this moment, he was pondering what was so special about Feng Wuqian. At this time, Feng Wuqian had already recovered from the shock of Long Chen's supreme profound dragon seal. At this moment, his gaze toward Long Chen was extremely cold. It was at this point that Long Chen suddenly noticed a faint red mark on Feng Wuqian's forehead. It was a tiny mark, but it was already a firebird. Is this the vermilion bird mark? Long Chen's hearing was very good, so he heard the discussions of the others. This mark must be the Feng Wuqian's bloodline that Lu Lan mentioned. Long Chen didn't really understand anything about bloodlines. However, at this moment, he could see that Feng Wuqian's aura had actually skyrocketed after the vermilion bird mark had appeared. This meant that he was most likely getting stronger. A raging flame suddenly burned on Feng Wuqian's body, turning his entire body into a flaming man, vermilion bird bathing in flames, this bloodline's power directly doubled Feng Wuqian's true energy, and the nature of that true energy seems to have reached more than 3 times. The current Feng Wuqian is already infinitely close to the Earth core realm. Chu Yunyao frowned. Chu Yunyao frowned. The vermilion bird bathing flame in Feng Wuqian's bloodline was actually what she feared the most about him. Otherwise, how could a mere Qingyang Hall's Feng Wuqian be a match for the strongest mortal core warrior raised by the Green Emperor Hall? Although Long Chen didn't know what the name of the power within Feng Wuqian's bloodline was or what its origins were, what he knew was that compared to before, Feng Wuqian's true energy had increased explosively, and he was also much stronger than Long Chen. Is the power of a bloodline actually so miraculous? Long Chen was suddenly puzzled, but suddenly, he thought of the blood-refining qi and the dragon's soul transformation. These 2 moves were both derived from the ancient divine dragon's inherited blood essence. Did that mean that these 2 moves were actually the power of a bloodline? One had to know that the blood-refining qi and the dragon's soul transformation were truly heaven-defying abilities. At this time, Long Chen couldn't care less. Feng Wuqian had even used the vermilion bird bathing in flames, and everyone was extremely nervous. If Long Chen couldn't stop Feng Wuqian, then it was very likely that Feng Wuqian's anger would affect them in the end. As for Chu Yunyao, although she was extremely shocked by Long Chen's appearance, she was still happy in her heart. If this brat called Long Chen can block Feng Wuqian for a while longer and consume more of his energy, then it will be much easier for me to make a move. I have to say, this Long Chen has appeared at the right time. Facing this Feng Wuqian, Long Chen did not dare to be negligent in the slightest. At this time, Feng Wuqian had already completed the vermilion bird bathing in flames, and his entire body was surrounded by flames. He suddenly let out a furious roar and crazily charged towards Long Chen. At this moment, Feng Wuqian's aura rose to its peak. The flaming air currents crazily twirled around him, growing larger and larger. A strong heat wave pressed towards everyone. Long Chen could already feel how much power was contained within these flames. At this time, all of the flames suddenly converged together, forming a huge flaming divine bird in front of Feng Wuqian. An ear-piercing bird cry rang out, and Long Chen immediately felt a ringing in his ears. Vermilion bird technique, fire god bird transformation. Suddenly, Feng Wuqian's entire body disappeared, leaving only a giant flaming bird in the world. It flapped its huge wings and whizzed towards Long Chen. Wherever it went, even the soil and rocks were charred black, not to mention the trees that were instantly burned to ashes. Does this Feng Wuqian actually have a mid-grade profound rank battle skill? In addition to this bloodline's divine ability, no wonder Lu Lan values him so much. Under Feng Wuqian's attack, Lu Ling was so scared that her face turned pale and she let out a scream. As for the others, they all believed that Long Chen was dead for sure this time. Even Chu Yunyao, seeing such an attack, she didn't have the confidence to block it, so she shook her head and thought to herself, it's about to end. However, looking at this extremely huge attack, Long Chen smiled. The heaven-burning devil yang fist scarlet flames burning the heavens probably won't be able to withstand even one move. Right now, Feng Wuqian's situation is probably not far from mine in every aspect. Furthermore, I haven't used that move since I learned it. Just as Feng Wuqian was about to use the fire god bird transformation, Long Chen's eyes suddenly burst out with a strong black light. In the eyes of the crowd, it was as if there were 2 strange black suns hidden within his eyes. A huge amount of red and black energy began to revolve around Long Chen. At this moment, Long Chen was like a dazzling sun, and this sun was black. A blazing energy was emitted from Long Chen's body towards the outside world. That masculine aura was incomparably sharp. The others all avoided their eyes, not daring to look directly at Long Chen. What is he going to do in front of the fire god bird transformation? No one understood, but at this time, Long Chen had already shown them. Under everyone's shocked gazes, a powerful aura that was not inferior to his opponent's suddenly erupted from Long Chen's body. It was as if a black sun had exploded from his body, and a blazing aura filled the air with a burnt smell. If Feng Wuqian's flames could be said to be yang and blazing, then Long Chen's black sun was 10 times more young than Feng Wutian's flames. Long Chen also rushed towards Feng Wutian. He leaped high into the air and clasped his fists together. Immediately, a black sphere of true energy formed in his hands, and then, like a meteor crashing into the ground, Long Chen rushed towards Feng Wutian. Burning Heaven Demon Yang Fist, Demon Yang. Earth Piercing. Chapter 115. What? A middle profound rank battle skill. Chu Yunyao covered her mouth as she watched this scene in shock. As for Lu Ling, she was even more stunned. She knew exactly how strong Feng Wutian was, but when did Long Chen become so strong? All in all, what happened today was like a dream to her. Under everyone's shocked gazes, Long Chen's Burning Heaven Devil Sun Fist, the even more powerful move, Devil Sun Penetrating Earth, and Feng Wutian's Fire Phoenix Divine Bird transformation clashed. This was the most powerful move of the two of them, and when they used it in their strongest state, the scene was filled with shock. There were a total of 2 moves in the Burning Heaven Devil Sun Fist. They were the Crimson Flames Burning Heaven and the Devil Sun Penetrating Earth. Compared to the Crimson Flames Burning Heaven, the Devil Sun Penetrating Earth was much stronger. It was even stronger than the middle profound rank battle skill, the Fire Phoenix Divine Bird transformation, that Feng Wutian had used after using the vermilion bird bathed in fire. This time, Long Chen didn't hold back, and went all out with his strongest move. He had just achieved the Thunder Flame battle body, the power of Thunder Flame in his Dragon Soul true energy, and even the Dragon's 9 heavens roaming dragon steps. At first, the might of the Devil Sun Penetrating Earth Penetrating Devil Sun 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 Penetrating Bird transformation. It was as if the sun in the sky had smashed into the ground. The Fire Phoenix Divine Bird transformation raised its head and was blasted into pieces by the Devil Sun Penetrating Earth. Loud explosions rang out one after another. The dazzling light in the arena made it difficult for the crowd to open their eyes. However, they saw the Devil Sun Penetrating Earth win against the Fire Phoenix Divine Bird transformation. At this moment, Long Chen's attack shattered Feng Wutian's attack, and the ferocious aftershock collided with Feng Wutian's body. This powerful and enormous attack instantly caused Feng Wutian to cough up a mouthful of blood, and he was sent flying backwards. Only then did he crash to the ground. When he crashed to the ground, his entire body was charred black, and he was unconscious. As for Long Chen, he steadily landed on the ground. At this time, all the disturbances were over. Everyone stared blankly at the young man in the middle of the field. There was complete silence. Chu Yunyao's current expression was also quite brilliant. She had originally only wanted to let Long Chen wear down Feng Wutian's fighting strength, but he had actually used an absolute advantage to directly defeat Feng Wutian, who had used his strongest attack. Who's making such a joke? Chu Yunyao stared blankly at Long Chen, her face full of astonishment. As for Lu Lan's expression, it would only be more interesting than Chu Yunyao's. In front of everyone, she had always been a goddess-like existence. Her every move and smile were filled with charm. But at this moment, her expression was sluggish. Her mouth was slightly open, and her eyes were completely filled with shock. In her heart, Long Chen's appearance was becoming clearer and clearer. From the first time she saw him, she found him interesting. Then, she despised him. Until now, Long Chen's performance hit her hard in the heart. Just what kind of person is he? Lu Lan took a deep breath, her full chest heaving up and down. Then, she shook her head and couldn't help but smile bitterly. This time, in front of Long Chen, she had lost a lot of face. Before coming to the Sky Martial Realm trial, she kept saying that there was a 90% chance that Long Chen would die in the Sky Martial Realm trial. She didn't expect that in the end, Long Chen would actually defeat Feng Wutian, whom she had nurtured for several years and was proud of. If this was said, no one would be willing to believe it. Brother Wutian, at this time, Lu Ling also recovered from her endless shock. Seeing that Feng Wutian was injured and that it was unknown whether he was dead or alive, her heart immediately broke. She took a step forward and ran towards Feng Wutian. The other people from the Azure Yang Hall also gradually recovered from their shock and chased after Lu Ling. At this time, Feng Wutian had already completely fainted. Lu Ling didn't know what to do as she hugged him. In the end, it was the other people who took out elixirs and gave it to Feng Wutian. However, at this time, Feng Wutian's clothes were tattered, his face was burnt black, his hair was also burnt by Long Chen and it was extremely ugly. He didn't have the appearance of a handsome man from before. It was the first time that Lu Ling saw Feng Wutian in such a sorry state. All of this was because of Long Chen. But when mentioning Long Chen, Lu Ling discovered that she couldn't hate him anymore. And today, Long Chen's name had completely spread throughout the Azure clan. Now, when the news spread, Long Chen would instantly become famous in the Azure clan. His name would even spread to the other clans. Deacon Lu, this Long Chen, if you do your best to sculpt him, I think he can still participate in the inner clan selection. At this time, someone suddenly said something in Lu Lan's ear. Lu Lan was a little moved, but she thought of something and shook her head with a bitter smile. The inner clan selection criteria are so harsh. Long Chen has no chance of passing. That's true, but Yunyao's brother, Yunshi, should be going to participate in the next inner clan selection. This time, it's the Eastern Blue Dragon clan's turn again, right? Lu Lan nodded. When she mentioned that name, Lu Lan felt a headache. Chu Yunshi was Chu Yunyao's brother. He was only 18 years old this year, but he had already entered the Earth Core realm for more than a year. And now, he had already reached a higher level, the small success of the Earth Core realm. A year ago, when he entered the Earth Core realm, he was known as the #1 genius of the Azure clan. It was best to have a good relationship with such a person. However, what gave Lu Lan a headache was that the brat actually fell in love with her, and had already declared that he would marry no one but her in this life. Father is already prepared to accept the marriage proposal of the Azure Emperor Hall. Could it be that I really have to marry that guy and live the life of a woman from now on? Lu Lan was very repulsed by this point. She had been dealing with the matters of the Azure Sun Hall since she was young, and had already formed her own swift and decisive character. She was very unwilling to give up everything she had now. However, she was not young anymore, so she had to accept her fate. At this time, the development of the situation in the field made Lu Lan recover from her headache. Long Chen defeated Feng Wutian, but he stopped in the end and did not kill him. Under the treatment of the other members of the Azure Sun Hall, his life was saved. However, it was impossible for him to wake up now. The matter of Feng Wutian had come to an end, and the more important thing next was the ownership of the Tai Ching sword. Just now, Long Chen was so terrifying. The other Dan stage great accomplishment warriors looked at each other in dismay. No one dared to make a move. Except for Chu Yunyao. This Tai Ching sword was something she had to obtain this time. She couldn't give it up because of a dark horse like Long Chen. This brat must have used a lot of energy to use that move. Compared to Feng Wutian, I'm stronger. This Tai Ching sword will still be mine in the end. Thinking of this, Chu Yunyao did not say a word. She looked coldly at Long Chen and walked towards Long Chen. The heart-corroding demon beast that was still struggling on the verge of death was between the two of them. Seeing that there was going to be a good show, everyone naturally couldn't take their eyes off it. Looking at Long Chen, Chu Yunyao opened her mouth and said, I admire you very much for being able to defeat Feng Wutian. However, please let me have this Tai Ching sword. I see that you don't use a sword. I believe that the Tai Ching sword is useless to you. Long Chen smiled and said, You speak so strangely. If I don't use a sword, can't I take this sword? If I take it out to exchange for money, it will be a lot of money. Chu Yunyao saw that Long Chen still had no intention of ceding the sword even though she had already said so much. She was slightly angry in her heart. However, she had seen how powerful Long Chen was, so she wouldn't make a move unless she had no other choice. At this moment, she looked at Long Chen gloomily. She was anxiously thinking of a way to deal with Long Chen without bloodshed. Soon, a figure appeared in her mind. She smiled sweetly and said, "I don't know if you've heard of Dongfang Tianyu? He has a good relationship with me. If you give this Tai Ching sword to me, he might be able to give you some pointers in the future." Dongfang Tianyu? I've never heard of it. Little girl, don't talk about it anymore. Didn't we fight for the Tai Ching sword with our strength? If you want it, then let's see who's the real deal. Don't be afraid, I'll show you mercy. Although he said that, in Long Chen's heart, there was already a trace of worry. The Lingwu family had 9 outer clans and 4 inner clans. The outer clans were red, orange, yellow, green, blue, purple, silver, and gold, and the 4 inner clans were the Eastern Blue Dragon, Nangong Zhuke, Shimen White Tiger, and Beitang Xuanwu. Among them, the Blue Dragon clan had the surname Dongfang. The Dongfang Tianyu that Chu Yunyao was talking about was obviously a member of the Blue Dragon clan. Seeing that Long Chen still didn't know what was good for him, Chu Yunyao didn't get angry. Instead, she smiled. "I don't want to make too many moves, so as to avoid harming our relationship, but you think I'm afraid of you. Fine, since you don't want to give up, I'll let you try. Just how big is the difference between the Azure Emperor Hall and your bottom-ranked Azure Yang Hall?" "Yo?" Long Chen put on a look of surprise, and even a little lecherous. He laughed loudly and said, "Little girl, your mouth moves so nimbly. You must be very good at talking. Why don't you find some time to let me try it?" When she said this, Chu Yunyao didn't understand what it meant at all. Her face was blank, and very quickly, it turned into a cold killing intent. However, those people who understood had their faces flushed red. Towards Long Chen's boldness, they really prostrated themselves on all fours in admiration. Even Lu Lan gritted her teeth at Long Chen's words. Her face flushed red as she thought to herself, "This brat, he even dares to take liberties with the woman that Dongfang Tianyu has set his eyes on. With this kind of personality, how can he live for a long time?" Just as Lu Lan thought of this, a whirlwind swept past. A young man wearing a white brocade robe with a blue dragon tattoo appeared beside Chu Yunyao. This man's face was surprisingly white and clean, and he had an imposing appearance. He was also a rare handsome man. At this moment, he smiled at Chu Yunxi and said, "Yao why do you look so pale? Did someone bully you? Tell your big brother Tianyu, I'll take care of it for you." Chapter 116. The appearance of this youth immediately caused Long Chen's pupils to constrict. Although this person was of the same age, regardless of whether it was status or strength, he had reached a level that Long Chen had to look up to. In terms of strength, there was only one explanation for someone who could make Long Chen feel fear, and that was the Earth Core stage. To be able to enter the Earth Core stage at this age, he was definitely a genius amongst geniuses. Moreover, he called himself Big Brother Tianyu. Without a doubt, he was the Dongfang Tianyu that Chu Yunyao had mentioned just now. Within the Lingwu family, one of the 4 great inner clans, a member of the Dongfang family. Thinking of this, Long Chen knew that facing someone of such status and identity, the only thing he could do now was endure with all his might. It was just like how he treated Huang Feiyang and Feng Wutian back then. As long as he endured and protected his own name, Long Chen would have a chance of survival. Chu Yunyao was obviously the person this Dongfang Tianyu had taken a fancy to. Long Chen felt a wave of lingering fear. If what he had said just now had been heard by this Dongfang Tianyu, then the current him would definitely not even have a corpse left. When he had just joined the Lingwu family, Gan Lin had once told him that in the Lingwu family, the 4 great inner clans were the true clansmen. They were the masters of the outer clans, existences that could not be provoked. Although Long Chen resisted in his heart, he had no choice but to admit that the Lingwu family system was simply too huge. In front of such a power, he was just an ant, so he had to be convinced. Therefore, at this time, he had already removed the dragon's soul transformation and returned to his previous delicate and pretty appearance. After transforming into the dragon's soul, although he was stronger, he was also filled with killing intent. If this Dongfang Tianyu hated him, then he would be finished. The time isn't right. I'll just pretend to be a grandson for a while. At this time, seeing Dongfang Tianyu appear, Chu Yunyao's eyes were filled with pleasant surprise. She excitedly said, "Big brother Tianyu, how did you know I was here? I heard from your father that you came to participate in the Heaven Martial Arts Realm trial, so I followed you here. You outsiders are really something. Why are you doing a trial for no reason? If you were to get hurt, that wouldn't be good." "Oh right, you weren't happy just now, what happened?" Dongfang Tianyu looked at Chu Yunyao with concern. When Chu Yunxi thought of Long Chen, a trace of hostility flashed in the depths of her eyes. However, it only lasted for a moment. She looked at Long Chen and said sweetly, "No, I'm just fighting over the clear chi sword in the heart-devouring beast's body. I can't blame others for competing with me." Dongfang Tianyu furrowed his brows, and his tone turned ice-cold. He turned his head and looked straight at Long Chen. At the same time, he said, "He actually dares to fight with you over something? Could it be that he doesn't know of my existence?" By then, he had already turned to look at Long Chen with a cold, murderous glint in his eyes. Long Chen hurriedly said, "Miss Yunyao wants to get a real test, that's why she wants us to use our full strength. We only dared to make a move because we listened to her. Otherwise, with you here, how would we dare to fight with Miss Yunyao? As long as there was life, there was no need to worry about firewood. Now that he was pretending to be a grandson and preserving his life, there might be a chance for revenge in the future." Therefore, Long Chen was very open-minded. Even though he had been abandoned. "Is that so?" Dongfang Tianyu nodded. Long Chen's words were very useful to him. Chu Yunyao had originally wanted to borrow Dongfang Tianyu's hand to tactfully get rid of Long Chen, but after hearing Long Chen's words, all of her killing moves were dissolved. If she were to pester endlessly and insist on proving that Long Chen was lying, it would be hard for Dongfang Tianyu to think that she wasn't pure enough and had a strong desire for revenge. Thus, she gritted her teeth and decided to let Long Chen go first. "Brat, as long as you are still in the Lingwu family, I have a way to take your life. No one who dares to contradict me will be able to live." At this time, Dongfang Tianyu had already killed the heart-devouring demon beast. From its body, he took out a Qinkuan bag, and then took out a light green longsword. He handed it over to Chu Yunyao and muttered, "This Tai Ching sword is a pretty good treasure. Take it back. When you reach the Earth Core stage, I'll ask my father for something else for you." "Thank you, big brother Tianyu." Chu Yunxi happily received the Tai Ching sword that she had yearned for even in her dreams and put it into her own Qinkuan bag. She secretly looked provocatively at Long Chen, this cowardly man, and seeing that Long Chen didn't move at all, with a flattering face, she felt so disgusted that she wanted to vomit. Then, she completely focused her attention on Dongfang Tianyu and said, "Big brother Tianyu, I have already obtained this Tai Ching sword, the trial is over, let's go out first." "That's exactly what I wanted. Not far from Yuanling City, there's a beautiful deep stream. The environment is elegant, and the flowers are everywhere. I was just about to take you to see it." The two of them only cared about talking and didn't even look at the others. Then, under Dongfang Tianyu's lead, they left this place and headed towards that beautiful deep stream. As for Long Chen, he finally heaved a sigh of relief. However, at this time, the way everyone looked at him was a little strange. Originally, they had admired Long Chen a lot, but when they saw that Long Chen had met an expert and immediately turned into a grandson, a look of abandonment appeared in their eyes. "He's just a lowly person. He doesn't even have the strength of character. We are ashamed to be in the same group." Now that the Sky Martial Realms trial had ended, Chu Yunyao effortlessly obtained the Tai Ching sword and became the final winner. Everyone had already accepted this result and left one by one. Even Lu Ling and the others, seeing that it was over and Feng Wuqian was still heavily injured and unconscious, quickly left this place. Only by bringing Feng Wuqian back to the Qingyan Hall would he be able to receive adequate treatment. Very quickly, only Long Chen was left here. Beside him was the corpse of the heart-devouring demon beast. At this moment, Long Chen's expression was extremely depressed. After spending so much effort, in the end, the Tai Ching sword was still taken away by that little girl. Chu Yunyao, it won't be that easy to kill me. Sooner or later, I will make you regret it. Also, Dongfang Tianyu, the person who truly gave Long Chen a lot of pressure was Dongfang Tianyu. This was the first time that the terror of the four great inner clans of the Lingwu family was clearly displayed in front of Long Chen. Under this enormous power machine, Long Chen finally realized how weak he was even though he had defeated Feng Wuqian. Fortunately, there's the corpse of the heart-devouring demon beast. Finally, I've gotten some rewards. Chu Yunyao didn't take away the corpse of the heart-devouring demon beast, and since Long Chen was still standing here, of course no one else dared to take it. Long Chen had just absorbed the red flame golden swanni, and he had broken through to the initial mortal core realm. That was why he wasn't in a hurry. He took out another storage bag and placed the heart-devouring devil beast's body into it. Just as he was about to leave the heaven martial realm, he discovered that there was an outstanding and charming woman in front of him. Wasn't that great Deacon Lu? Lu Ling hurriedly went out to look for her. She didn't expect her to appear here. To be able to arrive here so quickly, it meant that Lu Lan had been watching from here for a long time. Long Chen knew that Lu Lan had probably seen everything that he had done just now. Therefore, the gaze she used to look at Long Chen did not have any pretense of charm, nor did it have any contempt that came from her bones. Instead, it was very calm. What is it? Is your heart finally itching from your father's peerless charm? Long Chen walked up to Lu Lan's side, looked at her slender and delicate body, and said shamelessly. Before, he had pretended to be a gentleman, but he had been provoked by Lu Lan twice. Now, he finally had a chance to get back at her. However, Great Beauty Lu wasn't angry. She smiled faintly and started walking towards the exit of the Heaven Martial Realm. As she walked, she said, I already knew that you were a hooligan, so I purposely wanted you to reveal your true nature. I didn't expect that I wouldn't succeed, and now you've revealed your true colors. Originally, Lu Lan thought that Long Chen would definitely not be a match for Feng Wuqian. But now that Long Chen had defeated Feng Wuqian and proved himself in front of her, Long Chen knew that his performance had already set off a huge wave in this woman's heart. She just pretended to be calm and didn't show it. However, she no longer had the aura of Long Chen, and Long Chen already knew that at least he had conquered a part of this woman. When the two of them walked together, it was as if they were old friends chatting. To tell the truth, I've indeed underestimated you before, but you can't overestimate yourself either. Just now, when you saw Dongfang Tianyu, I'm sure you know better than me how you felt. Long Chen was very clear about the pressure Dongfang Tianyu was under. This time, Dongfang Tianyu had pretended to be a coward in front of him. Speaking of which, based on your performance just now, I should give you a new potential value. Lu Lan looked at Long Chen with a smile that didn't seem like a smile. How much? 4 stars. Long Chen nodded, that's not even 5 stars. In the Green Clan, how many people have 5 stars? Lu Lan smiled helplessly, just 1. However, you don't need to know who he is. Long Chen, since you've obtained a 4-star potential value, the Lingwu family could have done something for you. They could have helped you deal with the Scarlet Blood sect, but unfortunately, this action was rejected by the senior elders. Only now do I know the identity of the Scarlet Blood sect leader. Long Chen's brows deeply furrowed as he asked, what kind of identity does the Scarlet Blood sect leader have? Lu Lan smiled bitterly, shaking her head, before this, I didn't know either. Because his identity is rather secretive, ordinary people don't know. Oh, right, do you know the Beast Soul Hall in Yuan Emperor City? Could the Scarlet Blood sect leader be related to Yuan Emperor City? Long Chen had a bad premonition in his heart. Yuan Emperor City is a power that's similar to Lingwu City. Lu Lan said directly, the strongest expert of Yuan Emperor City's Beast Spirit Hall is called Yuan Emperor. This generation's Yuan Emperor has many children, and the Scarlet Blood Sacred Church's sect leader is one of the grandchildren of the current Yuan Emperor. Chapter 117. Hearing this news, Long Chen's body trembled. He looked at Lu Lan in disbelief and said, "It can't be, right? A random Scarlet Blood sect leader's grandfather is Yuan Emperor?" Lu Lan shook her head helplessly. Her peach blossom face was filled with regret. There are such coincidences in this world. That's right, the Scarlet Blood sect leader is indeed Yuan Emperor's grandson. Although Yuan Emperor has more than 100 grandsons and this grandson is not well received by him, our Lingwu City and Yuan Emperor City have always been at odds. If we touched the Scarlet Blood sect because of you, Beauty Lu looked at Long Chen. Long Chen, I believe you understand that Lingwu City and Yuan Emperor City are two great powers that are as incompatible as fire and water. It has not been easy for the two of them to achieve their current peaceful state. Therefore, even a small matter can become a fuse. Lu Lan's meaning was very clear. If the Lingwu family made a move against the Scarlet Blood sect, it might cause Yuan Emperor City to retaliate and pay a huge price. After all, the Lingwu family was the most important. Therefore, the current Long Chen did not have the qualifications to let the family take such a risk for him. This was the reality. However, Long Chen did not place much hope on the Lingwu family. He thought for a while and a smile appeared on his face. Seeing Long Chen's indifferent attitude, Lu Lan frowned and said, "Hey, could it be that you want to deal with the Scarlet Blood sect by yourself? I have great enmity with the Scarlet Blood sect. If I don't kill them, they will definitely kill me. Since that's the case, what reason do I have not to deal with them?" Long Chen raised his head and looked at Lu Lan's fair face with sparkling eyes. Looking at Long Chen's resolute gaze and the unyielding attitude in his eyes, Lu Lan, who was used to controlling others, felt a little uncomfortable. She took a deep breath and said coldly, "Long Chen, when the time comes, don't blame me for not reminding you. If Yuan Emperor doesn't pursue this matter, consider yourself lucky. If he does, we will definitely send you to him immediately. You don't need to tell me, I naturally know." Long Chen curled his lips and said indifferently. He had always been fearless. This was his style, but being fearless did not mean that he was brainless. Besides, the Red Blood Holy Church has 1,000 followers, 8 guardians, and 5 sect elders. All 5 sect elders are at the late mortal core realm, and the Red Blood Holy Church's chief is an Earth Core warrior. Although you're basically invincible in the mortal core realm right now, if you face an Earth Core warrior, you'll definitely die. When Lu Lan saw how fearless Long Chen was, she could only advise him. If it was in the past, she wouldn't have bothered to say such words. But now, Long Chen had already displayed his immense potential. In the Azure clan, there were less than 10 people who could obtain a 4-star evaluation. As for Lu Lan herself, her potential value was only 4 stars. The Earth Core realm is so powerful? Long Chen was a little surprised. In his opinion, since he was able to defeat Feng Wuqian, who was infinitely close to the Earth Core realm, he should be able to deal with an Earth Core warrior. Do you know why the Divine Core realm is divided into Mortal Core, Earth Core, and Heavenly Core? The difference between the first 3 stages of the Divine Core realm, the middle 3 stages, and the last 3 stages is huge. There is a huge divide between the Mortal Core realm and the Earth Core realm, and there is a huge divide between the Earth Core realm and the Heavenly Core realm. With your current strength, you are no match for an Earth Core warrior. Hearing Lu Lan's words, Long Chen didn't have much confidence in himself. But, this didn't mean he was afraid, it just made him feel more pressured. The matter with the Red Blood Holy Church has been delayed for a long time. Now that the Heavenly Martial Realm is over, I need to solve the problem with the Red Blood Holy Church as soon as possible. Only then will I have nothing to worry about. While thinking, Long Chen followed Lu Lan back to the Azure Sun Hall. Looking at this young man who remained silent, but didn't show any fear in his eyes, Lu Lan shook her head and thought to herself, this young man is indeed a rare talent. But, he is too arrogant, and he always seeks revenge for the smallest grievance. I'm afraid he will bring a lot of trouble to the family. When the charming Lu Lan and Long Chen walked together, they inevitably attracted the attention of the passers-by. Lu Lan had a great reputation among the outer families, and Long Chen's reputation had also slowly spread out today. Right now, when the crowd saw Long Chen walking together with the beautiful Lu Lan, they couldn't help but have some wild thoughts in their minds. Soon, Long Chen followed Lu Lan back to the Azure Sun Hall. The people in the Azure Sun Hall were exactly the same as when he left. However, among the younger generation, Long Chen was the only one. Lu Yuan and the others were looking at Long Chen with mixed emotions. When Long Chen left, none of them paid any attention to this young man. At most, they felt it was funny that Long Chen stood them up. However, what had happened in the heavenly martial realm had spread across the entire Green Clan. Even the tragedy of the 3 mortal core warriors of the Azure Sun Hall had been heard by Lu Yuan and the others. Come, Long Chen, right? Sit here. Although Long Chen had injured Feng Wutian, with the resources of the Azure Sun Hall, it was very easy for him to heal Feng Wutian. With Long Chen and Feng Wutian, in a few years, they would definitely become geniuses like Lu Lan, who could support the Azure Sun Hall. The status of the Azure Sun Hall would also rise greatly in the Green Clan. At this moment, Lu Yuan looked at Long Chen. No matter how he looked at him, he felt that he was very pleasing to the eye. Especially when Long Chen was younger than Feng Wutian by 3 years. He was much more flexible than Feng Wutian. Seeing this old man, Long Chen was already sneering in his heart. However, he was a smart person. Seeing that someone wanted to protect him, he hurriedly sat down obediently and looked at Lu Yuan with a face full of joy. That flattering expression of his made it seem like he was just short of calling him father. I, Long Chen, pay my respects to Lord Elder Yuan. Before, Lu Yuan even thought that Long Chen was a bit arrogant, but now that he saw him, he seemed to be extremely modest. With that, Lu Yuan narrowed his eyes and smiled, then said, "You're truly not bad. To tell the truth, I've underestimated you before. In this Heaven Realm trial, although none of you managed to obtain the Tai Ching sword in the end, you brought me quite a bit of face. After I came to the Lingwu family, Sister Lu has helped me a lot. Now that I've achieved something, it's only right." Long Chen was very thick-skinned. His face didn't even blush when he said that. When Lu Lan heard the word Sister Lu, his face twitched a bit. When he came back, Long Chen's face was still cold. He didn't think that his face would change when he saw Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan had only seen Long Chen once. Last time, Long Chen didn't say anything, so Lu Yuan automatically thought that he was an introverted and cowardly disciple. Now that he saw him, he realized that he had indeed underestimated Long Chen. Moreover, Long Chen respected his elders and was neither servile nor overbearing. No matter how he looked at it, he was a good child. Lu Yuan thought very highly of Long Chen, but Long Chen didn't feel proud. He knew that even though he knew Long Chen's potential, he still rejected the Scarlet Blood Church's matter. That meant that Lu Yuan wasn't a good person. Long Chen, I brought you here because I wanted to give you a reward. After chatting a bit more, Lu Yuan suddenly stroked his beard and smiled at Long Chen. Many thanks, Senior Elder. If there was a reward, it would be a waste not to accept it. Long Chen didn't even know what it was, so he was prepared to accept it. Originally, I wanted to give you a middle-grade profound class battle skill. But now I've changed my mind. When Lu Yuan said this, the 4 elders and 5 deacons were all shocked. The reward for Long Chen had already been prepared by Lu Yuan before Long Chen had arrived. Now that he had changed his mind, it could only be said that Long Chen's likable performance had made Lu Yuan fall in love with him. I wonder what Senior Elder is going to give this little one. Long Chen had an expression of anticipation. If it was a profound class battle skill, Long Chen didn't really need it since he had the Solar Devil Burning Fist. Lu Yuan sized up Long Chen and said, "Your Dragon Vein Source Beast Soul is a 5th rank yellow rank underground blood lizard, and after breaking through to the Divine Core Realm, I suppose you haven't found a profound class Source Beast Soul yet. Coincidentally, I have a Beast Soul with me, but it's too precious for you, so I can't just give it to you. If you want to get it, you need to fulfill some conditions." Long Chen was startled. Only now did he remember that he was a beast warrior in front of the others. In fact, he didn't need the beast soul at all. He just wanted to exchange it for contribution points. But what Lu Yuan said next startled him. This is the beast soul of a mystic level 6 demonic beast, Demonic Dragon Violet Rain. Demonic Dragon Violet Rain is a very powerful existence among the mystic level 6 demonic beasts. This beast soul can be sold for 100,000 divine jade in the Dawn Light of Commerce Alliance. The words, 100,000 divine jades, caused Long Chen to feel a little breathless. He was used to being poor. Even when he had the most divine jades in his pocket, he only had 100 divine jades. Just how many things could he buy with 100,000 divine jades? Even in the Lingwu family, without 10,000 contribution points, it's impossible to get this beast soul. But, you've done well this time, and this beast soul belongs to me. Therefore, I only need 500 contribution points to exchange for it. This can be considered a test for you. Lu Yuan looked at Long Chen seriously and said, "You haven't done anything for the Qingyang Hall. If I give it to you directly, people will inevitably gossip. Therefore, you have to work hard." At this point, Lu Yuan glanced at the other elders and deacons. His meaning was obvious. They were the ones who would gossip. When Lu Yuan mentioned the beast soul of the demonic dragon Violet Rain, the few of them looked a little unnatural. Lu Lan looked at Lu Yuan and sighed. Father has invested too much this time. He even took out the beast soul of a 6th rank profound class demon beast. Even I would have a hard time dealing with demonic dragon Violet Rain. But... She looked at Long Chen. Demonic dragon Violet Rain is very suitable for this kid. But, he's going to the sacred Red Blood Church to die. How can he get the 500 contribution points? Moreover, is it that easy to get 500 contribution points? In fact, in Long Chen's mind, there was only one thought. How can I get this beast soul and sell it for 100,000 divine jades? Chapter 118. After talking about Violet Rain, Lu Yuan smiled lightly. Looking at Long Chen's happy face, he thought that Long Chen was very interested in Violet Rain's beast soul, and he was very happy. For him, Long Chen was a big surprise. He was very happy that he had been so happy for a long time. At the same time, he was very satisfied with his daughter. Lu Yuan knew that the reason why Long Chen could reach his current realm was because of Lu Lan's pressure. Lan has already told him about the Red Blood Church, so I don't have to remind him anymore. But I have to tell him about that. Thinking about this, Lu Yuan said, Long Chen, do you know about the next inner family selection? Inner family selection? Long Chen had only heard from Gan Lin that the inner family would take in outstanding disciples from the outer family and train them. However, he also said that Long Chen had to at least be able to enter the Earth Core realm. Could it be that I have a part in this inner family selection? Yes. Now, all the outer families have sent their recommendations to the inner family, and I have the right to make the recommendation. I will report your information in a few days, and as long as you pass the examination, you will have the chance to participate in the inner family selection. Long Chen suddenly felt that he had performed too well in front of Lu Yuan. Seeing that this old man was treating him so well, Long Chen immediately thanked him. Long Chen will definitely repay elders' kindness. Hee, Lu Yuan stroked his long beard. Before this, he had looked down on Long Chen, and he had even scolded Long Chen. But now, his attitude had changed 360 degrees, and he was treating Long Chen so well. He felt a little embarrassed. But, Long Chen, don't be too happy yet. You are still at the mortal core realm, and you haven't reached the inner family's requirements. You have to work hard, and if you can get the beast soul of Violet Rain before the inner family selection, and your strength has improved, then you will have the chance. Is the inner clan selection really so difficult? Long Chen probed. Lu Yuan helplessly nodded and said, it is indeed very difficult. Basically, there will be 10 to 20 people who pass the examination, but there will only be 2 spots. This time, it will at most let you show your face in front of the various races. To truly enter the inner clan, there was only one word to describe it: difficult. 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 Although Long Chen knew that becoming an inner clan member would definitely allow him to obtain more resources, receive better training, and improve further, Long Chen was not in a hurry. However, looking at Lu Yuan's excited expression, it was likely that it would be very difficult. Right at this moment, Lu Yuan said with a sigh, in our green family, the only young warrior with a potential value of 5 stars is Chu Yunxi from the Green Imperial Hall. Chu Yunxi is 18 years old this year, and he's already at the initial Earth Core realm. He's already been nominated to enter the inner race selection battle. When he mentioned Chu Yunxi, Lu Yuan looked very excited. However, when he saw Lu Lan glaring at him angrily, his expression froze, and he grew silent. Chu Yunxi. 18 years old, initial Earth Core realm? Long Chen was inwardly speechless. Only now did he realize that Huang Feiyang and Feng Wutian were nothing compared to him. This Chu Yunxi was the true genius. Long Chen realized that he was still looking at the sky from the bottom of a well. When he defeated Feng Wutian, he thought he had truly entered the ranks of geniuses. But now, it seemed that he was still far from it. There's still a long way to go in the future. At this moment, Lu Yuan said, that's all for today. Long Chen, you've experienced the Sky Martial Realm's trial, you must be tired. Go back first. Long Chen nodded his head, then he bid farewell to the crowd and turned around to leave. The crowd looked at his back as he left, and they couldn't help but sigh. Lan, come with me. He walked all the way to the garden at the back. Then, he turned his head around and said to Lu Lan, who followed him, when you were in the Heaven Realm, Chu Fengqing, a senior member of the Azure Imperial Hall, came to find me again. In his words, he mentioned the matter of marriage proposal. Lu Lan was startled. Father, did you agree? How could I agree without your consent? But Lan, he already said that 20 days later, he will personally bring Chu Yunxi to propose. I didn't reject him on the spot, so, in order to prevent the relationship between the 2 clans from being destroyed, I have to agree to his proposal, right? Speaking of this, Lu Lan felt very lonely. Seeing his daughter like this, Lu Yuan's heart ached. He said, Lan, don't think too much about it. Chu Yunxi is a peerless genius, and it's very possible that he will enter the inner clan. His future is limitless. I'll be at ease if you follow him. Father. Lu Lan raised her head and said helplessly, you don't understand. He's too stubborn and arrogant. No matter how much of a genius he is, I can't stand him. After leaving the Green Imperial Hall, Long Chen walked to the Green Willow House alone. Along the way, people stopped when they saw him. Their eyes were filled with curiosity and respect. Long Chen's performance in the Heaven Martial Arts realm had already spread far and wide. Stop right there. Suddenly, a voice could be heard. A beautiful girl stood behind him. It turned out to be Lu Ling. Seeing that her eyes were still red, Long Chen found it funny. She must be crying because of Feng Wutian. Feng Wutian wanted to be Long Chen's enemy, but Long Chen had injured her instead. She couldn't blame anyone else for that. Oh, crying because of your lover? How touching, I'm about to burst into tears too. Lu Ling had seen this hateful guy by chance and hated him. She couldn't help but shout at him, but she didn't expect to be teased by him. If it wasn't for the fact that he had saved her life before, she would have definitely risked her life. Long Chen, you're a total bastard, you bastard. Lu Ling pointed at Long Chen and scolded him, not caring about her image at all. Long Chen didn't seem to care about her insults at all. He said, "What? What's the matter?" When it came to him, Lu Ling really had the urge to rush up and tear his face apart. "Brat, I stopped you because it's too early for you to be happy. Take advantage of Brother Wutian's state to defeat him. That's nothing. Brother Wutian has already woken up." "Oh? He's awake?" "Yes. You're scared now. Moreover, he's profited from his misfortune and is about to enter the Earth Core realm. Just wait for him to ruthlessly teach you a lesson." Earth Core realm again? Thinking about how he had taught Feng Wutian a lesson this time, now that he had woken up and his reputation had fallen, he would definitely come to find trouble with him. Long Chen was now extremely worried about the Scarlet Blood sect. Adding on the fact that Feng Wutian was awake, he frowned deeply. "Sure enough, you're afraid. What a coward. You only know how to take advantage of Brother Wutian's unconscious to attack him." Saying that, Lu Ling sneered and left. Long Chen shook his head and returned to his residence. "Little Shi, my strength has been rising very quickly recently. It seems like I've reached my limit. Can I still increase it?" Of course, Lingxi could finally come out from the sword and move her body. She was so happy that she kept flying around the house. After playing around for a while, she flew in front of Long Chen. Wrinkling her nose, she cutely said, "Your current strength is only at the bottom of the dragon sacrificial continent. You're now a dragon warrior. Although your starting point is slow, it's still much higher than others." "Higher by how much?" "Don't worry about it. In any case, this little bit of increase in strength won't be a problem." Lingxi's background was high and her knowledge was much broader than the people around Long Chen. Towards her words, Long Chen believed them completely. "Alright, I'll continue to work hard. First, I'll pull out the thorn in my heart that is the Scarlet Blood sect. Then, I'll plan my own path." Lingxi nodded her head heavily. Then, she stretched out her hand and looked at Long Chen with a sneaky gaze. "I want it." "What do you want?" Long Chen was startled. "Of course it's food." Seeing that Long Chen still didn't know, Lingxi immediately showed her fangs and claws and looked at Long Chen angrily. Oh. Long Chen said helplessly, "I'll refine those beast cores and beast souls after I get them. Then, I'll go to the treasure pavilion and find some herbs for you." "That's a good girl." Lingxi smiled satisfactorily. Her eyes squinted into crescent moons. It was really beautiful. Long Chen smiled bitterly. "Last time, you helped me get the Thunder Flame crystals, and you've already consumed a lot of your strength. I've already decided that after I leave the Sky Realm, I'll get you something again. Now is the time." "Thunder Flame crystals?" Mentioning this, Lingxi became excited and said, "Oh right, now that you've reached the Mortal Core realm, your true energy has increased by at least 10 times. You can now suppress even more Thunder Flame crystals. In other words, I can still absorb Thunder Flame crystals." Long Chen's voice was filled with surprise. "Of course, if you don't believe me, you can try." Of course, Long Chen believed Lingxi's words, but he wasn't in a hurry right now. He came to the basement where he cultivated and started collecting his rewards. There are 6 Mystic Rank 2 Beast Cores and Beast Souls, but these aren't worth much. The most valuable ones are the Beast Cores and Beast Souls of the Red Flame Golden Swanni and the Heart-Devouring Devil Beast. How much can they be exchanged for? Lingxi's eyes were filled with stars. The 2 items from the Red Flame Golden Swanni can be exchanged for about 20 contribution points, and the Beast Soul and Beast Core of the Heart-Devouring Devil Beast can be exchanged for more than 200 contribution points. How much is that? Lingxi was too lazy to calculate, so she asked directly. It's equivalent to more than 2,000 divine jade. At this moment, Long Chen remembered the 500 contribution points Lu Yuan mentioned. A Mystic Rank 6 Beast Soul was worth 100 times more than a Mystic Rank 4 Beast Soul, but he only wanted Long Chen to exchange it with 500 contribution points. Obviously, it was equivalent to giving it to Long Chen. So, in order to get the beast soul and exchange it for 100,000 divine jade, I need to kill a few mystic rank 4 beast souls, which are equivalent to Earth Core warriors. After calculating, Long Chen was shocked. He thought 500 contribution points was easy, but now he realized how difficult it was. That heart-devouring devil beast appeared in the mortal core realm. It must be the weakest mystic rank 4 beast, that's why we can kill it. Hearing Long Chen mention 100,000 divine jades, Ling Shi reminded him, hey, don't let your imagination run wild. Where do you plan to exchange that beast soul for 100,000 divine jades? Anyway, if you go to the treasure pavilion, that old man will definitely explode in anger. Only now did Long Chen realize that the beast soul was indeed troublesome. If the old man gave the beast soul to Long Chen, but Long Chen didn't refine it, he would definitely be suspicious. At that time, Long Chen wouldn't know how to explain it. Forget it, don't think too much. I'll condense the beast soul first, then I'll go to the treasure pavilion with you. Chapter 119. Long Chen, who had come to the Biyao pavilion, was no longer as unknown as before. Basically, the people of the Green Clan were all very concerned about the Heaven Realm trial this time, and at the same time, they also knew of Long Chen's great name. However, Long Chen was still unfamiliar with the crowd, so no one took the initiative to greet him. However, whispers of discussion were unavoidable. He was even able to defeat Feng Wutian, who used the vermilion bird bathing in flames. Furthermore, he is still young. This Long Chen has truly shocked everyone this time. Indeed, not bad. Although it is slightly inexperienced, with more training, I believe that in the future, he will be able to take on an important role in the Qingyang Hall. I heard that the elder of the Qingyang Hall, Lu Yuan, has already submitted his name to the inner clan selection battle. Although it is impossible for him to pass, to have the qualifications to enter, he would at least have the evaluation of a 4-star potential value. That's natural. In the end, Long Chen did not obtain the Tai Ching sword because of the East. Let's not talk about the matters of the inner clan. Long Chen passed by the 2 middle-aged men. When he mentioned the Tai Ching sword, the other person hurriedly stopped him. Long Chen understood what they meant. From their point of view, the Tai Ching sword should have been produced during the fight between Long Chen and Chu Yunyao. The appearance of the inner clan members had broken the rules of the various outer clans. However, the crowd only dared to complain a few times. After all, the main body of the Lingwu family was the inner clan. The power of the inner clan is actually this great? It seems that if I don't enter the inner clan, I will be suppressed for the rest of my life. Thinking of this, Long Chen's heart trembled. Soon, he arrived at the treasure pavilion, the place where beast souls and Yao cores were traded. There was only one wall, and only one passageway about the size of a plate. It was used to deliver items, but Long Chen had no way of getting a clear look at the people inside. Put your beast core and beast spirit here. Put your identity jade tablet in as well. A deep voice sounded from the other side of the wall. Long Chen didn't waste any time. He placed everything he could use on the table. At this moment, a fair arm reached out and took everything on the table. When he got the heart-devouring beast's beast soul and beast core, the man's hand paused for a moment and suddenly asked, "You're not going to refine this mystic rank for beast soul?" Long Chen instantly understood that even the people in the treasure pavilion had some understanding of him. In the eyes of the others, Long Chen was a true beast warrior. Since he had broken through to the divine core realm, he should be absorbing the beast souls, but he just didn't. Previously, others had thought that Long Chen didn't have a beast soul he was satisfied with, but now that they knew that Long Chen had the heart-eroding war beast, they all thought that Long Chen would refine it. There's no hurry. Oh, the man nodded, but didn't say anything else. However, from his sighing tone, Long Chen could roughly guess that the man must have thought that he wasn't satisfied with a mystic rank 4 beast soul, and was being too arrogant. I'll exchange my identity jade tablet for yours. You'll get 250 contribution points in total. It was more than what he had expected. Long Chen was in a good mood. After thanking the man, he went to where the soul carrier fruit was. Sure enough, there was a soul carrier fruit here. I want this soul carrier fruit. Long Chen said to the staff member in charge of this area, who was a charming beauty. When Long Chen came last time, this beautiful lady had only met him once, and she only had a slight impression of this man who needed the soul carrier fruit. This time, Long Chen's reputation had risen, so her attitude became much better. With a sweet smile on her face, she said, 9 contribution points in total. Last time, you said you needed the soul carrier fruit. I guess you'll be here soon. When Long Chen saw the beautiful lady smiling at him, he revealed his true colors as a rich young man. He said with a smile, I'm here to buy the soul carrier fruit, and I'm also here to see you, sister. You're asking for a beating. The beautiful lady giggled and covered her mouth with her hand. Long Chen stopped for a second, then he asked, Sister, do you know if there are any other soul-nurturing herbs in the treasure pavilion? The beautiful lady thought for a while and said, there aren't many soul carrier fruits, the headquarters will only supply the missing herbs, but they won't increase the quantity. But, I remember there is a soul grass on the 2nd floor of the treasure pavilion, it's a mid-mystic rank herb. Soul grass? Ling Shi was a little excited. She whispered into Long Chen's ear, Scoundrel, the medicinal properties of the soul grass are countless times better than the soul-breeding fruit. This is a spirit herb that is close to a high mystic rank spirit herb. A single soul grass is comparable to hundreds of soul-breeding fruits. If I had the soul grass, I would be able to face an Earth Core warrior head-on. Hearing that Lingxi really needed the soul grass, Long Chen asked, Sister, what's the price of the soul grass? Hearing this question, the beautiful lady shook her head and said, Let's not talk about the price first. Only Earth Core warriors can go up to the 2nd floor. Ah. Long Chen had a bitter expression on his face. The strict hierarchy of the Lingwu family made him very depressed. But, if you really need it, since you called me sister, I can get it for you. Thank you, sister. Long Chen was overjoyed. Don't be happy too early. The beautiful lady frowned and said helplessly, Soul grass is considered a precious item among the mid-mystic rank herbs. It's very useful for increasing one's power of understanding. Without 300 contribution points, it's impossible to get it. Hearing the number 300, Long Chen's face fell. Right now, I only have 240 contribution points. If I want to get 300, I'll have to enter the Sky Martial realm. But that old man Lu Yuan wants 500 contribution points from me, what should I do? Thinking about this, Long Chen frowned deeply. If you're not in a hurry, wait until you have enough contribution points, then come back and buy it. Long Chen nodded, thanked the beautiful lady and walked towards the direction of the Green Willow house. Whatever, who cares about that old man? It's not easy to get his mystic rank 6 beast soul. I might as well protect Lingxi first. The opponent I'm facing right now is too strong. If she tries to show off, I'm afraid that she'll lose her life if she's not careful. Returning to his residence, Long Chen first let Lingxi refine the spirit-breeding fruit, then he took out a thunder flame crystal. In this battle, the thunder flame crystal helped me a lot. I still have 38 thunder flame crystals left. What will happen if I fuse them all? Level 1 Thunder Flame Battle Body is already equivalent to a mid-mystic rank body refining technique. Then what about Level 2 Thunder Flame Battle Body? With his true chi exploding, Long Chen fused with this Thunder Flame Crystal. What he didn't expect was that fusing with the 11th Thunder Flame Crystal was much easier than the 10th one. Under the suppression of his surging true energy, Long Chen spent more than an hour to assimilate the 11th Thunder Flame Crystal. There was no danger, but there was no pain. Next, the 12th one, in the process of fusing with the Thunder Flame crystals, time passed bit by bit. Long Chen suddenly had a feeling that there was no day or night in the cave. He didn't know how much time had passed, but he had already fused with the 15th Thunder Flame Crystal. Only now did the difficulty gradually appear. He had no choice but to use the dragon's soul transformation and turn into a dragon's body. After fusing with these Thunder Flame Crystals, I'll enter the Sky Realm again and get the Soulgrass for Lingxi. Finally, I'll directly leave the Lingwu family and search for the whereabouts of the Scarlet Blood Church. Long Chen's goal was extremely clear. However, just as he was preparing to fuse with the 16th Thunder Flame Crystal, an urgent knocking sound suddenly rang out. Long Chen opened the door and saw an anxious Gan Lin. The feeling that Gan Lin gave Long Chen was that he was usually calm and indifferent. However, right now, his face was filled with anxiety. Long Chen's heart jumped and he hurriedly asked, "Senior Gan, what happened?" Gan Lin hurriedly said, "Long Chen, someone from your family has come to find you. Quickly go to the Martial Hall." Family? Long Chen's heart immediately jumped. His family was definitely the people from the Biyao village's Yang family. Since the Yang family had come to find the Lingwu family, something big must have happened. Long Chen had a bad premonition in his heart. He hurriedly rushed towards the Martial Hall. Not long after, he saw the man who had already started to grow old, Yang Yuntian. "Second uncle, what happened?" Yang Yuntian's heart was filled with grief. After seeing Long Chen, he hurriedly said, Ling Qing was captured by the Scarlet Blood Church." Chapter 120. What? Long Chen was dumbfounded. His breathing immediately sped up and became coarse. His eyes gradually became bloodshot. Don't get too agitated. Let me explain it to you." Although Yang Yuntian was also very anxious when he saw Long Chen's appearance, he knew that he needed to calm Long Chen down. Long Chen and Yang Lingxing's relationship was like that of real siblings. Now that something had happened to Yang Lingxing, how was Long Chen supposed to calm down? He was just short of killing his way to the front door. Suppressing the murderous intent in his heart, as well as the deep self-blame, Long Chen knew that what he needed the most right now was to remain calm. However, as soon as he thought of the scenes between himself and Yang Lingxing, as well as the group of bastards from the Scarlet Blood Sacred Sect, Long Chen clenched his fists until they made cracking sounds. Is it because of the blood sacrifice ceremony? A bloody light surged in Long Chen's eyes. Seeing that Long Chen's mood had calmed down, Yang Yuntian was relieved. Deep sorrow appeared on his face as he said, "It's all my fault as a useless father. I couldn't properly protect my daughter." Yang Yuntian had already lost a son. Now that he thought about how he might lose his daughter as well, his mind was already blank. "Second uncle, don't blame yourself. What exactly happened? Tell me in detail." Long Chen bit his lower lip as he said this. Did you participate in killing the other two great protectors of the Scarlet Blood Sacred Sect?" Yang Yuntian raised his head and asked. Long Chen was startled. Thinking of Protector Qin and Protector Shi, he was puzzled and asked, "How do you know about this?" Yang Yuntian shook his head helplessly and said, "This is what that thief said. The Scarlet Blood sect killed 2 protectors in Yanluo town. After investigating, they found out that the Lingwu family was the culprit. Among the 3, you were one of them, so he investigated your background and found out that you were from the Yang family of White Poplar Town. Then, in order to take revenge, one of the Scarlet Blood sect's protectors came to White Poplar Town. After arriving at White Poplar Town, he found out that Blood Yuanzi was also killed by you. So, he made a move against our Yang family." Long Chen didn't expect that the matter of killing Blood Yuanzi would be exposed because of him. Among the 8 protectors of the Crimson Blood Holy Church, 3 of them had died because of Long Chen. It was no wonder that the other party would attack them. When he heard that, Long Chen's self-blame grew even heavier. He wished he could immediately slaughter his way to the Scarlet Blood Sacred Sect, but he knew he couldn't do that. Why did he kidnap Ling Qing? Yang Yintian said bitterly, my dad had broken through to the Divine Core Realm with the help of the evoking Divine Fruit, and he was barely able to fight against that thief. That's why he couldn't take advantage of him. But, during the fight, Ling Qing was accidentally injured. He saw that Ling Qing's blood had a faint green color, so he said that Ling Qing had a profound Yin body that's rarely seen in 100 years. That's why he took her away. Your grandfather had just broken through to the Divine Core Realm, so he couldn't stop him. Profound Yin body? Hearing these words, Gan Lin, who was standing at the side, trembled. Long Chen hastily asked, now, that guy has returned to the Scarlet Blood Sect, right? Yang Yintian nodded his head. With a pale face, he said, I heard from that guy that Ling Qing has a profound Yin body, and it's very important to their blood sacrifice ceremony. My dad has been moving around the southern spirit region for the past few days, and he's found out that the blood sacrifice ceremony will be held in 1 day. For Long Chen, this news was like a bolt from the blue. 2 days. Blood sacrifice ceremony. Anger and hatred surged crazily in Long Chen's heart. An ice-cold light appeared in his eyes as he clenched his fists tightly. He gnashed his teeth and said, if anything happens to Ling Qing, I will bury all of you from the Scarlet Blood Holy Church with her. Seeing the violent aura on Long Chen's body, Yang Yintian cried out in alarm. He hurriedly said, Chen, I didn't come here to find you because I want you to be reckless and charge into the Scarlet Blood Sect to court death. You're now a member of the Lingwu family, so I came here to ask if you have the power to mobilize the Lingwu family. The leader of the Scarlet Blood Sect was the grandson of Emperor Yuan. Long Chen wasn't a member of the Lingwu family. Who would take such a risk to help him? At least Lu Lan wouldn't, and Lu Yuan wouldn't either. Second uncle, don't say any more. Ask Grandpa to come here and stay. I'll go to the Scarlet Blood Sect now. I promise you that I'll rescue Ling Qing in 1 day. Long Chen's voice was cold, but it was filled with determination. Profound Yin body. The Scarlet Blood Sect's blood sacrifice ceremony requires the blood of a young girl. If Ling Qing has a profound Yin body, her blood will definitely be drained clean. If such a thing happened, Long Chen would definitely go crazy. Even at that moment, he was unable to control his feelings of anger. Seeing Long Chen like this, Yang Yintian knew that he had always had a violent temper and was impulsive. He hurriedly said, Chen, I didn't come here for you to risk your life. You have a bright future ahead of you, and now that you've joined the Lingwu family, it's time for you to develop and soar. I don't want to harm you because of Ling Qing. The Scarlet Blood Sect is hell. Is that a place where a young man like you can go? In Yang Yintian's mind, Long Chen hadn't even reached the mortal core realm, and the Scarlet Blood Sect was a place where Earth Core warriors could be found. Long Chen, listen to me. Go and ask the Lingwu family for help, you might have a chance. Just as Yang Yintian was speaking, Lu Lan walked in with a cold expression. Gan Lin quickly bowed and said, Lady Deacon. Hearing the words Lady Deacon, Yang Yintian was shocked. He knew that this Lady Deacon was the owner of this huge green willow residence. In terms of cultivation, she was definitely an Earth Core warrior. He quickly suppressed his excitement and said respectfully to Lu Lan, Yang Yintian greets Lady Deacon. Lu Lan nodded at him, then she looked at Long Chen. Right at this moment, Long Chen was looking at Lu Lan with a fierce look. Seeing the disrespect in Long Chen's eyes, Yang Yintian was shocked. He quickly wanted to remind Long Chen, but out of his expectation, Long Chen said with a cold voice, Great Deacon Lu, didn't you say that you'll keep an eye on the Scarlet Blood Sect for me? Once there's any movement, you'll inform me? Even Yang Yintian, an outsider, could hear the strong dissatisfaction in Long Chen's words. He quickly pulled Long Chen and said to Lu Lan with an apologetic expression, Lady Deacon, my nephew is young and doesn't know any better. I hope Lady Deacon won't lower yourself to his level. Lu Lan's expression was calm. She didn't even look at Yang Yintian, she was looking at Long Chen. Lu Lan was also surprised that such a thing happened. At this moment, she indifferently said, only one of the protectors of the Scarlet Blood sect went to White Poplar Town. These past few days, I was busy with the matters of the Heaven Realm, so I didn't pay attention to it. That's normal. Moreover, Long Chen, didn't I tell you to give up on dealing with the Scarlet Blood sect? Could it be that you don't know that this will bring you a fatal disaster? If you don't handle this properly, your entire Yang family will die without a burial ground. Long Chen wasn't scared by her. He let out a cold laugh and said, all right, I don't want to talk about responsibility with you anymore. I just want to ask you one thing. Now that my little sister has been captured by them, I'm going to kill my way to the Scarlet Blood sect. Are you going to help me or not? Long Chen's words didn't have a single trace of respect. According to Yang Yintian's understanding, when Long Chen said something like this, he should be killed by Deacon Lu immediately. But he didn't expect that Deacon Lu seemed to think highly of Long Chen. Yang Yintian stared blankly at the two of them confronting each other. His heart was gradually filled with shock. Right at this moment, he suddenly wanted to know one thing. What was Long Chen's current strength? Could it be that in just a little over a month, he had broken through to the mortal core realm? When he remembered that Long Chen also had the epiphany fruit, Yang Yintian felt that this matter was highly possible. Right at this moment, Lu Lan hesitated for a moment, then she shook her head and said, "You're making the Azure Sun clan take such a huge risk for your personal affairs. Not only will I not agree to this, even my father won't agree to this. Besides, Long Chen, the Scarlet Blood sect is not a power you can fight against. I won't allow you to go." "What right do you have to not allow me to go?" When Long Chen heard what she said, his heart for the Lingwu family had already died by more than half. When he heard that Lu Lan still wanted to restrict him, he couldn't help but laugh coldly. "You?" Being challenged by Long Chen like this, no matter how firm her heart was, she couldn't help but become angry. Her curvaceous body was slightly trembling as she stared at Long Chen with her beautiful eyes filled with murderous intent. Yang Yintian cursed silently. Long Chen had angered Chief Deacon Lu. Perhaps before they could go to the Scarlet Blood sect and save Yang Lingqin, Long Chen would die here. He quickly signaled to Long Chen, then said to Chief Deacon Lu in a flattering manner, "Master Deacon, Chen doesn't know any better, he doesn't think before he speaks. Please don't argue with him, we'll deal with the Scarlet Blood sect ourselves. Can we leave now?" Yang Yintian's words made Long Chen very unhappy. He pulled Yang Yintian behind him and said, "You don't have to flatter her, what right does she have to enjoy this?" Looking at Chief Deacon Lu coldly and ignoring Yang Yintian's shocked expression, Long Chen said in a gloomy voice, "My sister is now in someone else's hands, and you want me to stay here? Then let me ask you, if I, Long Chen, am such a person, then what is the difference between me and an animal? And if you are such a person, then what is the difference between you and an animal? Long Chen, don't go too far." Lu Lan was so angry that her face turned red at the mention of the word animal. However, Long Chen's words were very reasonable, so she had no reason to refute them. "How am I going too far?" Long Chen smiled coldly. He gestured to Yang Yintian and said, "If I will be expelled by the Lingwu family for saving my sister, then I won't stay in the Lingwu family any longer. Second uncle, let's go." After saying that, he walked around Lu Lan under her furious gaze and headed for the door. "Long Chen, if you die, don't blame me for not warning you today. My life or death has nothing to do with you, great beauty Lu." Hearing this, Yang Yintian's mind was in chaos. To be able to talk to a deacon like this, Chen, what level has he reached? Chapter 121. Right now, Yang Yintian was still in shock from Long Chen's performance. Even after leaving Lingwu City, he still looked at the young man in front of him in a daze. "You know where the Sacred Red Blood Church is?" Long Chen turned around. After leaving Lingwu City, he was no longer as excited as before. However, most of his killing intent was hidden within his body. Your grandfather knows, he's in the southern spirit region. I know where he is. Then let's meet up with grandfather first. Long Chen didn't say anything else and hurried on his way. Yang Yuntian hurriedly followed behind him. At this moment, he had just recovered from the shock of what had just happened. His eyes flickered as he looked at Long Chen. Along the way, he asked in a low voice, Chen, can you tell me how strong you are now? If he didn't tell him, neither Yang Yuntian nor Yang Tsangqiong would let Long Chen attack the sacred red blood church. Right now, although I am still at the initial mortal core realm, I am confident that no one in the mortal core realm can be my match. Last time, during the Lingwu family's Sky Martial Realm trial, I defeated a warrior who had 1 foot in the Earth core realm. Yang Yuntian opened his eyes wide and said in disbelief, is what you're saying true? It's only been a month. Long Chen nodded his head and said, regarding the sacred red blood church, I'm still confident. Besides, I'm not an idiot, I won't rush in recklessly. Let's talk about this after we meet your grandfather. Even though Long Chen was strong, he was still far from reaching the Earth core realm. Yang Yuntian didn't dare to think too much. Although Long Chen was their only hope, he wasn't sure if Yang Tsangqiong would let Long Chen attack. After all, Long Chen was better off cultivating in peace. The distance between the Eastern Spirit region and the Southern Spirit region was quite a distance. Long Chen and Yang Yuntian spared no effort on their journey and spent quite a bit of time before they arrived at the Southern Spirit region. Your grandfather lives in a small inn here. This is the place to contact me. Compared to the Eastern Spirit region, the Southern Spirit region was much more backward. However, it wasn't something that Biyao town or even Yuanyang city could compare with. Soon, the two of them arrived at a relatively simple inn. The Scarlet Blood Sacred Church is located at the edge of Yuanling City and Southern Spirit region. There aren't many places here, so there aren't any big powers. In this place, the Scarlet Blood Sacred Church is considered to be the biggest power. Compared to the Lingwu family, the Sacred Scarlet Blood Church was just an unremarkable speck of dust. However, this speck of dust was like a huge rock to Long Chen. Moreover, the background of this huge rock wasn't ordinary. There's movement in the inn. After arriving, Long Chen was still asking about the Scarlet Blood Holy Church when Ling Shi, who had been silent all this time, suddenly said something. It seems like your grandfather is about to fight with a mortal core warrior. Long Chen was shocked. In one of the guest rooms of the inn, Yang Tsangqiong looked at the middle-aged man in a blood-red robe in shock. The middle-aged man looked at Yang Tsangqiong with a sneer and said, I'm curious as well. I've been asking about the identity of the man from the Scarlet Blood Church for the past few days, but I never expected it to be you. You've just broken through to the Divine Core realm, but you sure know how to travel from Biyao town to here. Yang Tsangqiong had lived his life for a long time, so of course he wouldn't be scared by this man. However, when he found out that he had been discovered, he felt a sense of despair. Right now, Yang Lingqing was still in their hands. As the strongest fighter in the clan, he had been discovered by the other party. Even if he could defeat the middle-aged man and escape, he couldn't stay in this place anymore. The blood sacrifice ceremony would be held in one day, and at that time, Yang Lingqing would be dead. He had just broken through to the mortal core realm. Facing the Scarlet Blood Holy Church, he basically had no chance of turning the situation around. Thinking up to this point, although he didn't show any signs of giving in, his heart was filled with despair. At the end of the day, I still have to thank you, old man. If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't have discovered this mysterious Een body. You should know that the blood of a mysterious Een body is equivalent to the blood of thousands of young girls. Even the 5 great sect elders are jealous of the reward that our sect leader has given me. Using the blood of young girls to form a blood pool, then cultivating with it. Aren't you afraid of being punished by the heavens for doing such a heartless thing? Heavens? What is the heavens? With strength, we are the heavens. The red-robed man said indifferently. It's like I'm stronger than you right now. I'm the heavens, and the one being punished by the heavens is you. Looking at the man who was laughing wildly, Yang Tsangqiong felt helpless. Ling Qing, do you really have to suffer like this? Thinking about how his beloved granddaughter was going to die like this, Yang Tsangqiong's heart twitched. He would rather be the one dying than the beautiful young girl, young Ling Qing. If we hold another blood sacrifice ceremony, our scarlet blood holy religion's strength will soar once again. At that time, we will be able to absorb even more disciples and grow like this. One day, we will grow to the same level as the Lingwu family and the Beast Spirit Palace. In your dreams. Hearing the red-robed man's words, Yang Tsangqiong smiled coldly. He was already thinking of a way to escape from this crisis. Oh. I'm going to take your life now, then you'll know if I'm dreaming or not. After saying that, a powerful aura exploded. Everyone in the inn was shocked. Just when they were about to step forward to see what was going on, the red-robed man's cold voice sounded out. The Scarlet Blood Holy Church is handling a matter. Those who are not involved, leave immediately. Immediately, people ran out of the inn one after another and left in a panic. In this small place at the edge of Yuanling City, these people seemed to be living under the shadow of the Scarlet Blood Holy Church. Yang Tsangqiong's heart was filled with sorrow, but he knew that he was the pillar of the Yang family. He couldn't just fall like this. Last time, when I fought with you, I didn't let you have a taste of a mystic combat skill. This time, I'll show you the power of a mystic combat skill, you country bumpkin. After the red-robed man said this, Yang Tsangqiong's face turned bitter. He was no match for this man because he had just broken through to the mortal core realm, and also because he didn't have a suitable combat skill. If you want me to die, you'll have to pay a heavy price. At this moment, Yang Tsangqiong's eyes had turned red, and his face was filled with killing intent. The red-robed man was startled, then he sneered, "You old bastard, how dare you threaten me? You've got guts, but today will be the day you die." After saying this, he unleashed his powerful energy towards Yang Tsangqiong. In his hand, true qi exploded and formed into an illusionary fist. This was the energy of a mystic combat skill, and it made Yang Tsangqiong feel despair. Could it be that today, I'm really going to die here? He thought about all the things that had happened to him in his life. He didn't expect that in his old age, the things that had happened were getting more and more tragic. I hope that when Yin Tian comes back, he'll find my body and help me bury my roots, by Yang Town. But, if you want me to die, don't even think about living. Seeing that his opponent was using a mystic combat skill, Yang Tsangqiong roared out and started using the Taishian Dragon Seal. Two powerful auras instantly rose to their limits. Then, both of them roared and charged at each other. The red-robed man's mouth was filled with a cold smile. Go to hell for me. Jade-breaking fist. Taishian Dragon Seal. The two forces were about to collide, and the jade-shattering fist, which was stronger than the Taishian Dragon Seal, was about to take Yang Tsangqiong's life. Suddenly, the window burst open, and a figure appeared in front of the red-robed man. The figure reached out and grabbed the man's jade-shattering fist. The red-robed man's violent attack was now immobilized. He was stunned as he looked at the person who had appeared out of nowhere. As for Yang Tsangqiong, when he saw the familiar figure standing in front of him, Yang Tsangqiong hurriedly retracted the Taishian Dragon Seal and was stunned. This young man had given him an endless shock. How could he not remember him? However, when he saw Long Chen suddenly appear and break the red-robed man's powerful mystic combat skill with just a stretch of his hand, Yang Tsangqiong was completely stunned. The look of disbelief in his eyes was no less than the red-robed man's. The red-robed man stared blankly at Long Chen and his eyes gradually filled with fear. He quickly knelt down and said, "This. Sir, may I know why you are blocking me? What is it?" Long Chen smiled and stretched out his hand to pat the red-robed man's face. The red-robed man dared not resist. "You want to kill my grandfather and you still dare to ask me why?" Hearing Long Chen's words, the red-robed man's eyes widened and he said in shock, "You are the Long Chen who entered the Lingwu family? How can you be so powerful?" Just as he was about to break free, Long Chen's hand that was still holding onto his arm suddenly twisted. The red-robed man screamed in pain as his arm was twisted into a terrifying angle by Long Chen. I advise you not to move or your other arm will be broken. Long Chen's cold words made him feel hopeless. He finally understood the situation and started crying. He wanted to beg for Long Chen's forgiveness. It's not impossible for me to forgive you. If you answer me seriously later, I won't kill you. After saying this, Long Chen turned around and looked at Yang Tsangqiong, who was still looking at him in shock. He said apologetically, I'm sorry Grandpa, Chen is late. Yang Tsangqiong finally regained his senses and said hurriedly, you're not late at all. But Chen, is this you? How can it not be me? How did you become so powerful? When he asked this question, Yang Tsangqiong still thought his eyes were playing tricks on him. Long Chen had just entered the Lingwu family for a month. There was no way he could easily defeat a mortal core warrior in such a short period of time. Yang Tsangqiong had personally experienced the red-robed man's strength. Even he couldn't do anything to him. How did Long Chen do it just now? At this moment, Yang Yintian walked in and looked at the scene in shock. Grandpa, if you have any questions, just ask second uncle. I'll interrogate this guy. Chapter 122. Yang Yintian had only heard about Long Chen's strength before, but he had not seen it with his own eyes. Now that Long Chen had easily subdued the red-robed man, he finally believed it. Father, seeing the old man's face filled with shock and excitement, Yang Yintian also felt the same. He silently stood beside the Yang family ancestor, watching how Long Chen dealt with the red-robed man. The Yang family ancestor had many questions in his heart, but he did not ask. He only wanted to see what level his grandson had reached. This was the sacred Scarlet Blood Church's territory, and this red-robed man had caused such a huge commotion. Long Chen knew that he could not stay here for long, so if he wanted to know anything, he had to end this quickly. The red-robed man was under his control, so he had no way of escaping. He knew that Long Chen had the status of a Lingwu family member, so if he did not handle this well, it could bring a lot of trouble to the sacred Scarlet Blood Church. Therefore, the red-robed man's heart was currently filled with fear. I won't talk nonsense with you. Answer all my questions honestly. If you lie, I'll cut off one arm at a time. I want to see how many arms you have. Long Chen stood in front of the red-robed man and coldly asked. I'll talk. Just ask. Seeing that although Long Chen was young, his words and eyes were filled with ruthlessness, the red-robed man anxiously said. Very good. Long Chen nodded his head in satisfaction and said, First question, when will the blood sacrifice ceremony be held? Long Chen had come this time specifically for the blood sacrifice ceremony, so the red-robed man was not surprised at all when he asked this question. However, even if he was not a member of the sacred Scarlet Blood Church, there were still many people who knew about this question from Long Chen. Therefore, the red-robed man directly said it. The blood sacrifice ceremony is tomorrow. What time tomorrow? This was what Long Chen wanted to know. Seeing the ice-cold look in Long Chen's eyes, the red-robed man quivered in fright. He hurriedly said, Tomorrow night, at midnight, the Yin Qi is the heaviest. It's the best time to hold the blood sacrifice ceremony. Third watch? From the looks of it, there really wasn't much time. Seeing that Long Chen did not question him immediately, the red-robed man asked pitifully, Sir, are you saying that as long as I tell you the truth, you will let me go? That will depend on whether or not your answer can satisfy me. If you stutter and try to cover things up and beat around the bush with me, you will die a horrible death if I find out. Although Long Chen's tone was calm, it was extremely terrifying to the red-robed man. The Yang clan patriarch and Yang Yuntian looked at Long Chen, who was growing more and more mature by the day, then exchanged glances and nodded. It seems that after Chen went to the Lingwu family, not only his strength but also his temperament has matured a lot. In this way, they were more confident that Long Chen could rescue Yang Lingqing. Perhaps he will succeed. At this time, Long Chen had already asked his second question. Where will the blood sacrifice ceremony be held in your Scarlet Blood Demon Palace? The Scarlet Blood Demon Palace was the main base of the Scarlet Blood Demon Church. Thinking of what Long Chen had said before, that as long as he answered honestly, he would be let go. The red-robed man saw the righteousness in Long Chen's eyes and concluded that Long Chen was a person who kept his promises and would do what he said. So he answered honestly, our Scarlet Blood Demon Palace has an underground city and the blood sacrifice ceremony will be held in this underground city. Normally, the underground city is closed and when the blood sacrifice ceremony is held, all the members will enter the underground city. To the red-robed man, the questions that Long Chen asked could be answered by any member of the Scarlet Blood Demon Church, so the red-robed man was not afraid. He would be punished by the Scarlet Blood Demon Church Patriarch. Underground city? As long as he was still in Yuanling City, then he would be able to make it in time. I'll ask you another question. You must answer this question honestly. Long Chen looked at the red dot between the red-robed man's eyebrows and said, what does your Scarlet Blood Demon Church rely on to identify members? You want to sneak into the Scarlet Blood Demon Church? The red-robed man said in shock. You don't want your hand anymore? Long Chen said coldly. I'll speak. The red-robed man knew that he should not speak nonsense. He thought to himself, if this brat wants to enter the Scarlet Blood Demon Church, naturally the sect leader and the 5 elders will take care of him. If I tell him this now, I can get rid of him and vent my anger. Thinking of this, he quickly said, our Scarlet Blood Demon Church members will have a cinnabar mark between their eyebrows called the Scarlet Blood Mark. I can see that you have a red dot between your eyebrows, so if you want to enter the Scarlet Blood Demon Church, you don't need the Scarlet Blood Mark. Other than that, we also have a Scarlet Blood Token to prove our identity. Scarlet Blood Token? Let me have a look. The red-robed man took out 2 blood red tokens from his universe bag. He first gave one of them to Long Chen. Long Chen took the token and found that there was a strange pattern on the front of the token. There was also a name carved on the back, Protector Zhou Tai. Your name is Zhou Tai. The red-robed man quickly nodded. He then gave the other token to Long Chen and said, Sir, the Scarlet Blood Demon Church has over 1,000 members. There are over 100 that I am in charge of. The owner of this token has already been secretly killed by me because he angered me. No one knows about this. If Sir wants to enter the Scarlet Blood Demon Church, you just need to use his identity to enter and no one will know. Long Chen took the token and saw that the back of the token was also engraved with a few words, Followers of Yellow Sky. Seeing that Long Chen did not say anything, the red-robed man anxiously looked at him and carefully said, Sir, I've said everything I need to say. Moreover, I've directly given you a token and helped you arrange an identity. Is Sir satisfied now? This little one promises that as long as I leave this room, I will immediately leave Yuanling City and never return. I will not care about the Scarlet Blood Demon Church. Is that so? Long Chen revealed a faint smile and put away the Scarlet Blood token. Then he looked at the red-robed man with a smile and said, Don't be anxious. I will release everything that needs to be released. However, I will ask you one last question. Where are the girls that the Scarlet Blood Demon Church has been capturing these days? Just give me a specific location and route and you can leave. Sir, this. I really don't know. In order to prevent everything from going to waste, our sect leader is very careful. Perhaps only he knows about this. Hearing this question, the red-robed man's face turned white and he anxiously said, You mean that you don't want your arm? Long Chen's face sank. No. I really don't know about this. I only know that it is somewhere in the underground city. However, the underground city is so big, so how would I know where it is? Seeing that Long Chen's eyes were already filled with ill intent, the red-robed man anxiously said. Long Chen smiled coldly. Without any warning, he attacked. However, his target was not the red-robed man's arm, but the top of his head. That palm strike directly killed the red-robed man, who had been subdued. Even in death, the red-robed man did not know that Long Chen would suddenly kill him for Long Chen. First, Long Chen said that if he did not answer well, he would break his arm. He did not say that he would take his life. Secondly, from the red-robed man's point of view, a rash young man like Long Chen should keep his promise. Chen, why did you kill him? The Yang family patriarch and Yang Yintian were both very shocked. At this time, Long Chen put the red-robed man's corpse into his cosmos sack. Then he cleaned up the scene and covered up all traces. Then he said, someone is coming this way. We can't stay here for long. Grandfather, let's go to a safe place first and then we can discuss. Under Long Chen's lead, the three of them came to a forest on the outskirts of Yuanling City. This place was not far from the Scarlet Blood sect and was very good for concealing themselves. Grandfather, second uncle, you should be clear about what I just asked. You should stay here. I will secretly capture a few people from the Scarlet Blood Holy Church and confirm the information I just received. Then I will sneak into the Scarlet Blood Demon Palace and save Ling Qing. No. Yang Yintian's expression was anxious. Chen, the Scarlet Blood Demon Palace is like a mountain of knives and a sea of fire. How can you go in alone? Ling Qing is my daughter, I will go with you. Long Chen shook his head and said, second uncle, let's forget about it. With my current strength, even if I face the Scarlet Blood Religion Master, I can still escape unscathed. As for you, if you enter, you will only cause more trouble. I hope you can believe me, even if I die, I will properly complete the things I said. Yang Yintian still wanted to say something, but he was stopped by the Yang family patriarch. The Yang family patriarch's eyes were filled with concern. He looked at Long Chen and said, Chen, do what you want to do. We really can't help you with this matter, but you are the future and hope of our Yang family. So grandfather warns you that you must be more careful. Also, your life is the most important. Don't give up your life so easily. It is not worth it for you. Long Chen nodded his head and left. His figure quickly disappeared from Yuanling City, leaving the Yang family patriarch and Yang Yintian looking at each other. Father, do you think he will succeed? The Yang family patriarch sighed and said helplessly, I don't know either. But right now, our Yang family can only leave it to fate. Throwing away the fourth corpse in his hand, Long Chen looked in the direction of the Scarlet Blood Demon Palace. With the confirmation of these four ordinary disciples, the red-robed man's words are not wrong. But I still don't know where Ling Qing is imprisoned. It seems that I need to enter the Scarlet Blood Demon Palace to find her. Looking at the Scarlet Blood token in his hand, Long Chen smiled. In order to live, this fellow has even prepared an identity for me. This is a smart choice. Firstly, it allows me to spare his life. Secondly, even if I don't spare him in the end, from his point of view, if I successfully enter the Scarlet Blood Demon Palace, I will still die. Long Chen had also asked the four disciples about the information of the person named Huang Tian in the token. But he knew that there were not many people who were familiar with each other in the Scarlet Blood Demon Palace. Therefore, as long as he was careful and did not meet Huang Tian's acquaintances when he entered, he would be able to successfully enter the Scarlet Blood Demon Palace. Lingxi, your senses are strong. When the time comes, help me search. I know. Ling Qing is also my sister. If something really happens to her, I won't forgive you. Since something had happened to young Ling Qing, Lingxi was also very anxious. Now that they were nearing the Scarlet Blood Demon Palace, she was also very nervous. That's good. But you have to promise me something. What is it? Because you stole the Thunder Flame Crystal, you don't have much spiritual energy left. Therefore, this time, you don't need to do anything. Otherwise, I won't let you off. Although Long Chen's words were cold, there was a deep concern in them. Lingxi nodded obediently. Scarlet Blood Demon Palace, I'm coming. Long Chen walked towards the Scarlet Blood Demon Palace. Chapter 123. The building in front of him was several times larger than the Green Willow House. Although it was called the Scarlet Blood Demon Palace, it was extremely beautiful. There were many pavilions, flowers, and trees everywhere. It was no different from the residence of a rich family or a scholar. Long Chen stood at the entrance and observed for a long time. With Lingxi's perception, he quickly figured out how to enter the Scarlet Blood Demon Palace. This method was very simple. He only needed to show his Scarlet Blood token and then report the name of the protector in charge. Huang Tian, under the jurisdiction of Protector Zhou. These 4 guards were all at the peak of the 9th Dragon Vein realm. Although Long Chen was several times stronger than them, he did not dare be negligent. He nodded and took the Scarlet Blood token from one of them before entering the Scarlet Blood Demon Palace. These guards should be rotated, so they don't recognize Huang Tian. However, in the Scarlet Blood Demon Church, there will definitely be people who recognize Huang Tian. I should be careful. Thinking of this, Long Chen casually walked around the huge Scarlet Blood Demon Palace. Of course, he did his best to disguise himself as a member of the Scarlet Blood Demon Church. Because the Scarlet Blood Demon Church was about to welcome an important blood sacrifice ceremony, the Scarlet Blood Demon Church members would return to the Scarlet Blood Demon Palace to witness this important moment. Thus, the Scarlet Blood Demon Palace was very lively. It could be seen that those who joined the Scarlet Blood Demon Church were all vicious and merciless people with dark hearts. Thus, even if it was very lively, there were no scenes of people putting their arms around each other's shoulders. This made things much more convenient for Long Chen. Long Chen calmly walked around the Scarlet Blood Demon Palace, wanting to find any information about the underground city, but he was unable to find anything. It seems like I have to be bold. Although the Scarlet Blood Demon Palace was large, it did not take long for Long Chen to walk around it. In the Scarlet Blood Hall of the Scarlet Blood Demon Palace, Long Chen came to a stop. At this time, a burly man came to his side and looked at him suspiciously. "Brat, you look unfamiliar. Are you new to the Scarlet Blood Demon Church?" Long Chen was already prepared for this situation. Huang Tian had not joined the Scarlet Blood sect for long, so Long Chen did not hesitate and said, "I joined the Scarlet Blood sect less than a month ago." The burly man chuckled and said, "I'm sure you haven't tasted the taste of blood, have you? Cultivating in a blood bath, that kind of feeling is really nostalgic. However, brat, you are really lucky. You just joined the Scarlet Blood sect and you already have the fortune to enjoy a blood bath." He heavily patted Long Chen's shoulder a few times. Seeing Long Chen's pained expression, the big man laughed and left. However, as soon as he left, Long Chen's pained expression disappeared. "There's basically no use for me wandering around here. There are fewer people at night, so I'll come out to investigate at night. That way, I'll be more effective. If I wander around now, I'll give him something to use against me." In the Crimson Blood Demon Palace, at least everyone had a place to stay. However, Long Chen could not return to Huang Tian's residence. Now that the sky was getting dark, he found a corner and hid himself. Night fell quickly, and there were fewer people on the streets. That Scarlet Blood sect leader is staying in the Blood Pavilion. I think that I have to enter the Blood Pavilion to find news about the underground city. If my guess is correct, the entrance to the underground city should be in the Blood Pavilion. After making up his mind, Long Chen headed towards the Blood Pavilion. The Blood Pavilion was in the center of the Scarlet Blood Demon Palace. It was a sealed courtyard. Long Chen had already heard that this Blood Pavilion could only be entered by the important figures of the Scarlet Blood sect. Therefore, the closer he got to the Blood Pavilion, the fewer people there were. Soon, Long Chen saw a completely red pavilion. Looking from afar, this blood pavilion was filled with a murderous aura. That Scarlet Blood sect leader has the strength of an Earth Core warrior. If I rush in now, not only will I not be able to escape unscathed, I might even harm Ling Qing. That's why I need to think of a way. Thinking up to this point, Long Chen stood in a corner and frowned as he stared at the blood-red pavilion without saying a word. There is indeed an Earth Core warrior in that pavilion. Besides that, there are also 5 Mortal Core warriors. Lingxi reminded him worriedly. Indeed, there was an Earth Core warrior and 5 Mortal Core warriors. Long Chen was only a Mortal Core warrior, and he also had to rescue young Ling Qing. Therefore, this was a very troublesome situation. Damn it. These sons of bitches, if I, your father, defeat them, I'll definitely teach them a lesson. Long Chen said with a gloomy expression. Someone's coming. Under Lingxi's gentle reminder, Long Chen quickly hid himself. Soon, another 3 black shadows sneaked into the blood pavilion. Looking at their shapes, it seemed like they were a woman and 2 men. Long Chen, they must have sneaked in as well. There was no need for Lingxi to tell him, Long Chen already knew. Besides, the Scarlet Blood sect had caused a huge commotion this time, and they had kidnapped a lot of girls. They must have made a lot of enemies. Among the 3 of them, 2 of the men were at the early Mortal Core realm, and the woman was at the late Mortal Core realm. Soon, they arrived at a place not far from Long Chen. Secretly looking at the blood pavilion, the woman said, Brothers, the entrance to the underground city is in this blood pavilion, but the Scarlet Blood sect's leader, that demon, is also in this blood pavilion. I'm no match for him. Do you 2 have any plans? One of the men said, How about us 2 brothers lure away the Scarlet Blood sect's leader, and Big Sisterly, you enter the underground city and rescue your sister? Big Sisterly shook her head and said, No, if we do that, you'll definitely die. Besides, the Scarlet Blood sect has 5 Grand Elders, a total of 6 of them, and they're all stronger than us. How many of them can you lure away? Thinking up to here, the 3 of them frowned. Big Sisterly, I don't care about that. The Scarlet Blood sect has harmed so many people over the years, I've seen it all. This time, they've even extended their evil claws to your sister. Even if I have to pay with my life, I won't let them have an easy time. Shut up. We're not strong enough, so we can only think of other ways. Don't act recklessly and end up harming everyone. Being reprimanded by the woman, the other 2 men calmed down. These 3 people have some strength. If I come into contact with them, perhaps they'll be of help. While the 3 of them were at their wits' end, Long Chen appeared. In order to avoid any misunderstandings and fights, he immediately revealed his identity. The 3 of you, I am not a member of the Scarlet Blood sect and my goal is the same as yours. I wonder if I can speak with you privately. When the 3 of them saw Long Chen appear, they were shocked. They were just about to make a move, but hearing Long Chen reveal his identity, they let out a sigh of relief. Looking at Long Chen, seeing how young Long Chen was, they were speechless. This brat is so young, but his courage isn't small. He actually dares to charge into the Scarlet Blood sect alone. That's fine, I can't think of anything even if I stay here. It's better to find a place and have a proper discussion. Thinking of that, the woman called Big Sister Lee nodded and said, Then we'll do as little brother says. We'll talk privately. Following this woman, Long Chen circled around the Scarlet Blood Demon Palace a few times before arriving at a small room. The 3 of them actually had rooms in the Scarlet Blood Demon Palace without being suspected. This caused Long Chen to be somewhat shocked. Little brother, there's no need to be shocked. The 3 of us have been trying to eradicate the Scarlet Blood Demon Palace since a few years ago. Nothing ventured, nothing gained. Over a month ago, we joined the Scarlet Blood Demon Palace, so no one will suspect us when we move around here. So it was like that. No wonder the 3 of them were so familiar with the Scarlet Blood Demon Palace. The 4 of them were like-minded and sat down at a square table. Long Chen looked at the tall and sturdy woman and the 2 middle-aged men who looked similar. He introduced himself and said, My name is Long Chen. How should I address the 3 of you? The woman directly said, I am Li Jing and these two are Li Cheng. Little friend Long Chen, why did you sneak into the Scarlet Blood Demon Palace this time? Just like you, my little sister was captured by the Scarlet Blood Demon Palace. Our goal this time is naturally to rescue her. The three of them looked at each other in dismay. Then Li Jing said, my little sister was also killed by them. However, little brother is so young, yet you are so daring. This really makes us admire you. It's just that the Scarlet Blood Demon Palace is like a mountain of knives or a sea of flames. Moving around here is like walking on thin ice. Everyone, do you have any news regarding the underground city? Long Chen ignored Li Jing's sigh and went straight to the point. Li Jing was startled and said, there are a total of 10 passages to the underground city and they are all distributed in the blood pavilions. However, entering is hard and leaving is even harder. The Scarlet Blood Demon Palace's leader and the 5 great elders are all in the blood pavilions. Even if we can enter the underground city, we won't be able to leave. Is that so? Long Chen's brows tightly knit together. Li Cheng also sighed. Looking at Long Chen's young face, one of them said with a sigh, little brother is so young, yet you are so loyal. This really makes us admire you. However, the strength of the Scarlet Blood Demon Palace far surpasses your imagination. That's right. I think you should go back earlier. Once your cultivation is complete, you can come back to take revenge on the Scarlet Blood Demon Palace. This time, you can't sacrifice yourself here in vain. Us brothers and Big Sister Li are not afraid of death this time. Even if we can't save Big Sister Li's little sister, we will make these demons pay the price. The other side saw that Long Chen was young and his future was limitless. This advice was out of good intentions. Long Chen understood them. However, this did not mean that he agreed with them. The three of you, my little sister is very important to me. This time, no matter what, even if I have to sacrifice my life, I will definitely save her. Seeing Long Chen being so stubborn, Li Jing and the other two looked at each other and sighed. They were about to say something, but at this time, an explosion suddenly came from outside. There's a spy. Chapter 124. Hearing the commotion outside, as well as people shouting that they were spies, Long Chen and the other three were shocked. However, there was still no movement from inside the room. Only now did they know that they weren't the ones who were exposed. Only then did they relax. Let's go and have a look. Li Jing, who had a gentle name but a fiery and tough personality, took the lead and quickly rushed out of the room. Long Chen and the others had no choice but to follow. In the Scarlet Blood Hall, you have to be careful. No matter what, you can't expose yourselves and harm others. Li Jing's words were mostly directed at Long Chen. After all, Long Chen was still young and inexperienced, so it was easy for him to be scared by others. If they were exposed at this time, then it wouldn't be worth it. Soon, everyone arrived at the Scarlet Blood Hall. There were already many people gathered here. Most of them were gathered around the railings on the second floor. Looking down, the Scarlet Blood Holy Church had more than 1,000 members, but there were already a few hundred people gathered here. Most of them were just standing around. Following their gazes, Long Chen looked down. Right now, there were also many people gathered here. In the middle of the crowd, there was a burly man with a crazed expression. He was fighting with 2 other men in red robes. Isn't this the one who talked to me before? He actually snuck in. This burly man was the one who had slapped Long Chen in the Scarlet Blood Hall. This fierce look, he really disguised himself well. I thought he was a real member of the Scarlet Blood Holy Church, but who would have thought that he would be exposed in the end? The ones fighting with the burly man were naturally the 2 guardians of the Scarlet Blood Holy Church. The burly man was only at the 9th level of the Dragon Vein realm, so how could he be a match for a mortal core warrior? Therefore, under the fight of the 2 guardians, he was severely injured and was not far from death. Scarlet Blood Holy Church. You guys should be called the Scarlet Blood Holy Church. You bunch of devils, you'll suffer the wrath of the heavens for doing such heartless things. The burly man's eyes were already dyed red, blood covered his upper body. A baleful aura erupted from his body. Even though he was injured, he was still crazily fighting. That was why even though the two protectors were stronger than him, they were still unable to kill him in a short period of time. Heaven's wrath? In this world, the strong preys on the weak. Humans and beasts are the same. How can there be such a thing as divine punishment? One of the protectors sneered. Before the blood sacrifice ceremony, you actually dared to cause trouble in my Scarlet Blood Holy Church. Kid, your guts aren't small. Today, I'll dig out your guts and see just how big they are. If you want to kill me, you'll have to die with me. Fresh blood sprinkled over the entire Scarlet Blood Hall. Sect leader is here. Suddenly, someone said, and the crowd suddenly parted to make a path. A young man, who looked to be no more than 20 years old, walked to the front of the three people who were fighting, surrounded by the crowd, with a wicked smile on his face. He was dressed in a luxurious, blood-red brocade robe with alternating white and red eyebrows. Greetings, sect leader. Other than the two protectors fighting, everyone else deeply knelt down. When the Scarlet Blood Holy Church leader arrived, Li Jing's expression had already changed. When everyone knelt down, she quickly pulled Long Chen up. According to her estimation, a young boy like Long Chen should be a hothead and wouldn't kneel down. However, she never thought that Long Chen would kneel even faster than her. That pious look on his face made it seem like the Scarlet Blood Holy Church leader was his father. Long Chen put on an act while secretly staring at the Scarlet Blood Holy Church leader. He's young, but his aura is strong, his eyes are sharp, and his gaze is evil. This kind of person obviously has a great background. Lu Lan said that he's Emperor Yuan's grandson, so it shouldn't be wrong. Feeling how terrifying the Scarlet Blood Holy Church leader was, Long Chen knew that the Earth Core realm wasn't easy to deal with. I also have the blood of a profound level 4 demon beast, the heart-devouring demon beast. I wonder if it can help me reach the mortal core realm. As long as I reach the mortal core realm, then I'll have a chance to deal with him. After thinking about this, Long Chen calmed down. At this moment, the Scarlet Blood Holy Church leader's expression didn't change. He looked around, and his eyes finally stopped on the three people fighting. From his eyes, Long Chen could see a trace of impatience. 2 pieces of trash. The Scarlet Blood Holy Church leader's indifferent voice sounded out in the Scarlet Blood Hall. Everyone could only see a red shadow flying by, and then, 2 shadows spat out blood and fell to the ground. In the hall, there was only the Scarlet Blood Holy Church leader who still had a faint smile on his face, and the burly man. At this moment, the burly man was covered in blood, and his aura was weak. The Scarlet Blood Holy Church leader was holding him by the neck, and he couldn't move at all. Looking at his appearance, although his eyes were still filled with hatred, he wasn't far from death. Seeing this scene, no one dared to make a sound, especially Li Jing and the others. They all sucked in a cold breath, and their hearts were filled with fear. Long Chen squinted his eyes. This guy is really hard to deal with. How should I save Ling Qing? Thinking about this, Long Chen felt a lot of pressure in his heart. The ones who had been sent flying with blood were the 2 protectors of the Scarlet Blood Holy Church. They did not care about their injuries as they knelt down in front of the Scarlet Blood Holy Church leader, begging for mercy. This subordinate is useless, I can't even deal with a dragon vein realm, but I hope that the Holy Church leader will consider this subordinate's loyalty to the Scarlet Blood Holy Church and that we have been together for many years. I hope that the Holy Church leader will spare our lives. The Scarlet Blood Holy Church leader glanced at them and told them to scram. The 2 of them quickly crawled out of the crowd. The might of the Scarlet Blood Holy Church leader was enough to make his protectors fear him, so it could be seen that he was a terrifying person. Big sisterly, the Scarlet Blood Holy Church leader is here, should we take this chance to go to the Blood Pavilion? At this important moment, Longchen suddenly asked. Li Jing was shocked, and she quickly said in a small voice, "Don't say anything, the Blood Pavilion has 5 other great elders, it is useless for us to go now." As soon as Li Jing finished speaking, there was another change in the hall. At this time, the Scarlet Blood Holy Church leader dragged the sturdy man and raised him in front of him. Although the Scarlet Blood Holy Church leader was not as tall as the other side's legs were powerless and he was dragged on the ground, unable to support his body. You actually dared to sneak into my Scarlet Blood Holy Church." With a playful smile on his face, the Scarlet Blood Holy Church leader said. "Demon, sooner or later. You will die without a burial." Gritting his teeth, the dying sturdy man said. "Is that so?" The Scarlet Blood Holy Church leader revealed an indifferent attitude as he said with a smile, "In this world, the most important thing is strength. If there was someone here who was stronger than me, I wouldn't be able to say anything. But there clearly isn't anyone here, so in this territory, I can do whatever I want. You won't die a good death." The sturdy man spat out a mouthful of blood as he spoke in a cold voice. "I won't die a good death? You still dare curse me? Fine, I'll let you die a bad death." Before he finished speaking, in front of everyone's shocked eyes, the Scarlet Blood Holy Church leader suddenly grabbed the large man's arm. With a sudden pull, fresh blood sprayed out and blood poured out. The large man's entire arm had been torn off by him. One hand was grabbing the large man who was letting out a heart-tearing scream and the other hand was grabbing his broken arm. He allowed the blood to splatter on his body and face, but the Scarlet Blood Religion leader still did not change that evil smile of his. "See." Throwing the arm in his hand to the ground, the Scarlet Blood Holy Church leader tore off the other arm. His face was already covered in blood and the others were already scared stiff by the large man's pitiful cry. Long Chen and the others tightly clenched their fists as they watched this scene. The burly man was already seriously injured, and after suffering such a heavy injury, the intense pain affected the injuries of his internal organs, which finally took his life. Otherwise, he would have been tortured to death. Throwing the large man's corpse to the ground, the Scarlet Blood Holy Church leader licked the blood on his lips and muttered, "This man's blood, it really isn't as delicious as a woman's. Especially a young girl's blood." He muttered to himself, but everyone was so scared that they were as quiet as cicadas in winter. That damn pervert. If it wasn't for Long Chen's warning, the indignant Lingxi would have already charged out to fight with the Scarlet Blood Holy Church leader. "I've lived for so long, but this is the first time I've seen such a disgusting fellow. Long Chen, you have to promise me that you will kill him no matter what. You can't let him harm people anymore." "I know." Towards the Scarlet Blood Holy Church leader's killing intent, Long Chen's wasn't any less than Lingxi's. However, they hadn't found Yang Lingxin yet and they still had evidence in their hands, so Long Chen didn't dare make a move. Looking around, the Scarlet Blood Holy Church leader gave a few dry laughs and his evil voice rang out. "The blood sacrifice ceremony is about to begin. Since everyone is gathered here today, I'll say something." "Yes, Holy Church leader." Looking at his followers, although they were covered in blood, the Scarlet Blood Holy Church leader didn't seem to feel it at all as he continued, "This time's blood sacrifice ceremony, because of the existence of a certain person, has become even more grand than before. So, everyone must work harder. Even if you have to pay with your lives, you must make this blood sacrifice ceremony a success. We will do our best. Even if we have to go through fire and water, we won't hesitate." "Very good, very good." In front of everyone's excited gazes, the Scarlet Blood Holy Church leader clapped his hands a few times. His eyes gradually became cold as he looked around and said in a cold voice, "I know that there are still spies in your group, but you have to look carefully. The Scarlet Blood Holy Church, this is my territory. This person might be you in an hour or a day. The place where they are imprisoned is in my Blood Pavilion. If you are interested, spies, you can go to the Blood Pavilion. I will wait for you there." His eyes seemed to pierce into everyone's hearts. Even if they weren't spies, their hearts still felt a bit numb. My words have ended here. Everyone can disperse and let us look forward to tomorrow night. Scarlet blood, invincible. Scarlet blood, invincible. Under everyone's cheers, the Scarlet Blood Holy Church leader who was covered in blood left, leaving behind the corpse in the Scarlet Blood Hall. Long Chen and the others also left and returned to their small rooms. In an instant, the four of them had heavy expressions. With the Scarlet Blood Holy Church leader here, it is impossible for us to enter the underground city ahead of time. It seems like we can only make a move during the blood sacrifice ceremony. Chapter 125. Long Chen, what do you plan to do now? The three of them decided to do it during the blood sacrifice ceremony. If you listen to my advice, don't make a move this time. Where there's life, there's hope. The three of us have reached the peak of our lives, but you're different. If it's possible, please avenge us. Big Sister Li. Long Chen was a bit depressed. You see, you're calling me Big Sister, so you'll definitely help me, right? I won't stand on ceremony, I'll call you Little Chen. Little Chen, this time, the three of us will risk our lives. If we fail, remember to avenge us. Seeing Li Jing's insistence, Long Chen had no choice but to say, of course I'll kill this red blood religion chief. I promise you, I won't do it before the blood sacrifice ceremony. During the ceremony, as long as it's not a life or death situation, I won't reveal my identity. What do you think? Even if they died now, there would be people who would avenge them in the future. For the three of them, this was more than enough. At his age, Long Chen already had the strength of a mortal core warrior. Although he was still a bit weaker than the red blood religion chief, as long as he persevered, he might still have a chance. Come, let's discuss about the blood sacrifice ceremony. Little Chen, I'm afraid you don't know anything about this, right? Li Jing asked. Long Chen nodded his head. Yes, you can tell him. Li Jing was the leader here, so she ordered the three of them to sit together and start talking. The blood sacrifice ceremony is divided into three parts. The blood sacrifice ceremony is divided into three parts. The first part is for all the members to enter the underground city and worship the Scarlet Blood religion leader as well as offering sacrifices to the spiritual god. The second part is to slaughter the young girls and pour their blood into the blood pond until the blood pond is full. The third part is the blood bath. At that time, the Scarlet Blood religion leader will undergo the blood bath first, followed by the 5 elders and protectors, and finally the members. Like this, the entire blood sacrifice ceremony will be complete. In other words, we have to make our move when they are offering sacrifices to the gods. Otherwise, when they start killing, it will really be a sin. Hundreds of lives, and all of them are young girls. My little sister is among them. At this point, Li Jing's voice was extremely cold. This group of beasts. The two brothers, Li Cheng and Li Li, also coldly sighed. Indeed, they're worse than beasts. Long Chen's heart was also filled with killing intent. He had used blood refinement qi before, but it had always been against demonic beasts. Bai Zhanxiong had used it because of hatred, and Master Blood Essence had also used it because of hatred. Moreover, they were all Long Chen's opponents, while the Scarlet Blood Holy Church was attacking hundreds and thousands of innocent girls without the strength to even truss a chicken. There are basically no good people in the Scarlet Blood Holy Church. This time, I will go all out and kill. As he thought about this crazy massacre, the countless blood-colored dragon images in Long Chen's body roared furiously. A bloody and murderous aura slowly erupted from his body. The next day arrived and the four of them patiently waited. Nightfall quickly arrived, and before the sky darkened, Long Chen's group had already gathered with the thousands of other members of the Scarlet Blood Holy Church and headed towards the Blood Pavilion. The members of the Scarlet Blood Holy Church were all at least at the 5th Dragon Vein stage. With over 1,000 of them gathered together, in a small place like Biyao village, it was an unstoppable force. Under the influence of the Scarlet Blood Holy Church's leader, the entire Scarlet Blood Holy Church had a vicious and ruthless atmosphere. With a glance, Long Chen could see that there were not many people with fiendish expressions on their faces. This group of beasts, who knows how many innocent people have died at their hands, following the large group, under the guidance of the remaining protectors, Long Chen and the others finally entered the Blood Pavilion and saw the passageway to the underground city. It was a narrow passageway with a flight of stairs leading downwards. It was only wide enough for 2 people to pass. Long Chen was at the back of the group. When he entered the underground city, he walked down a passage for a long time before the front suddenly opened up. This was a huge underground space that was artificially excavated. It was called the Underground City, and it was basically built to look like a city. However, the difference was that the walls here were all red, and there were all kinds of strange patterns on the walls. It looked very scary. "It's best to be careful," Li Jing ordered. Then the 3 of them separated from Long Chen. They wanted to openly resist the Scarlet Blood Holy Church, while Long Chen was only here to watch. Of course, this was only what Li Jing and the others thought. After walking for a long time in the underground city, everyone gathered in one direction. Finally, Long Chen saw the center of the underground city from afar. In front of him was a large pool that could fit over 1,000 people. At this time, the pool was dry, but from the bloodstains on it, one could guess that this was the blood pool that they were talking about. The Scarlet Blood Holy Church's members were all lined up on one side of the blood pool. They were neatly lined up, and on the other side of the blood pool, there was a huge blood-red altar. 3 large incense sticks were burning and the green smoke was rising towards the top of the underground city. Under the altar, the Scarlet Blood Holy Church's leader and 5 old men of different genders were standing. These 5 old men were all wearing golden red robes. They were the Scarlet Blood Holy Church's 5 great sect elders. None of them were weak at all. Long Chen's gaze fell on them. These 5 old ghosts, you can tell with a single glance that they aren't good people. Since the Scarlet Blood Holy Church's leader is so heartless, they should have a share of the profits. Looking at the bloody aura around them, they must have killed a lot of people. Sensing the strength in his body, Long Chen frowned. The blood essence of the heart-devouring demon beast, a profound rank 4 demon beast, is still not enough for me to break through to the late mortal core realm. This time, I must break through to the late mortal core realm before my fight with the Scarlet Blood Holy Church's leader. Looks like I'll have to turn their blood into qi. Long Chen was still a bit unwilling to turn his blood into qi on a human. Don't think too much about it. If I don't do this and something happens to Ling Qing, you'll regret it for the rest of your life. Lingxi comforted him sensibly. Thinking about that girl, Long Chen helplessly nodded his head and said, "Fine, for her, I'll make an exception again." Long Chen, turning blood into qi is indeed a heaven-defying ability. At least, I've never seen anything more miraculous than it. It represents endless power, and anyone would go crazy for it. But you're still able to control yourself. To be able to control yourself like this at your age is already very good. Lingxi's praise came from the bottom of her heart, and it made Long Chen feel good. Of course, I, your father, have always been the most powerful existence, shameless. With Lingxi's laughter, Long Chen's depressed heart eased up a bit. After all, the Scarlet Blood Holy Church's leader had given him a lot of pressure. The blood sacrifice ceremony begins now. Everyone, kneel down. There were 4 men and 1 woman among the 4 great sect elders. At this moment, an ugly old witch's sharp voice pierced through everyone's ears. Long Chen also felt his ears were very uncomfortable. He followed the others and knelt down. The old witch gave a roar before turning around. She said a few words to the Scarlet Blood Holy Church's leader before standing to the side. Long Chen kneeled on the ground. While everyone was filled with fear and trepidation, his eyes were looking all around. "Little Shi, can you feel Ling Qing's existence?" Inside Lingxi's sword, Lingxi tilted her head and said with a frown, "On the left side of the blood pool, there are several mechanical doors that are at least 100 meters away from the blood pool. There are several hundred young girls inside, but there doesn't seem to be Ling Qing's aura, I'll look around. Without confirming Yang Lingqing's position, Long Chen did not dare make a move. At this time, the Scarlet Blood Holy Church's leader announced the start of the blood sacrifice. He first lit 3 incense sticks in the large cauldron on the altar, followed by the 5 elders with pious expressions. Above the blood pool, there was a bridge that led to the altar. After the Scarlet Blood Holy Church's leader, the others crossed the stone bridge and lit the incense sticks one by one. Next to the altar, they received a bowl of blood-red liquid. This was blood. After the incense sticks were lit, everyone returned to their original places with a bowl of blood in their hands. Even the Scarlet Blood Holy Church's leader was not an exception. Everyone, for us, the most important moment is about to arrive. Now, hold the blood in your hands and invite the Holy Church's leader. The old witch's sharp voice rang out again as she looked at the Scarlet Blood Holy Church's leader with a serious expression. The Scarlet Blood Holy Church's leader laughed and said, "Everyone, let's do it. Do it. All right." The Scarlet Blood Holy Church's leader took the lead and drank the bowl of blood. With a ping sound, the bowl was thrown into the blood pool by him and turned into fragments. Following that, the other bowls were thrown into the blood pool and the blood pool was covered in fragments. Because they were covered in blood, the fragments on the ground were all blood red. "Open the door and bring in the blood yuan." The Scarlet Blood Holy Church's leader gave an order, and on the left side of the blood pool, large mechanical doors began to open. There were a total of 4 doors and each one was thicker than the last. Even with Long Chen's current strength, without half a day, it would be hard for him to destroy these stone doors. It could be seen that in order to prevent others from making a move, the Scarlet Blood Holy Church's leader had made many preparations. When the stone doors opened, a wave of screams and cries rang out. Hearing the sounds of collapse, every Scarlet Blood Holy Church member began to wildly laugh. "Cry, cry, this is your last few minutes in this world, cry as much as you want. Using your blood to make me stronger, you should feel honored." The Scarlet Blood Holy Church's leader's wild laughter echoed throughout the underground city. In the middle of the crowd, Long Chen tightly clenched his fists. "Long Chen, I found Ling Qing, she's under the altar." Chapter 126. Altar? Long Chen's eyes were originally on the large doors. When the crying young girls saw the doors open, their legs turned soft from fright. They knew that there was a group of beasts gathered outside, so they did not dare come out. But just by listening to the cries, Long Chen could guess that there were at least 500 people. It had to be said that killing 500 beautiful young girls like this, the Scarlet Blood religion leader's methods and heart had reached a point where even Long Chen could prostrate himself in admiration. "Why is Ling Qing under the altar?" Long Chen anxiously asked. "I didn't think of it before, I thought she was with those young girls. I never thought that there would be another mechanism under the altar. Now Ling Qing is tied to an iron pillar and it seems like she has already fainted. But her body is fine." Hearing Lingxi say this, Long Chen let out a sigh of relief. But, he looked at the Scarlet Blood religion leader who was smiling in satisfaction. The anger and killing intent in his heart had already reached its peak. At this time, the Scarlet Blood religion leader didn't care about the cries of the young girls as he said to everyone, "Perhaps there are many people who don't know why this blood sacrifice ceremony is so special. Now, let me tell you." After saying this, the Scarlet Blood religion leader faced a protruding stone on the altar and suddenly pressed it in. Instantly, a stone tile in front of the altar moved and an iron pillar slowly rose from inside. Everyone could see that on top of this iron pillar, there was a beautiful girl tied to it by an iron chain. Feeling the shaking of the iron pillar, the pale young Ling Qing woke up. Seeing this unfamiliar environment and the thousands of Scarlet Blood religion disciples in front of her that were like hungry wolves, she sucked in a cold breath of air. "She is my biggest surprise. Do you know why?" "Because." Using an admiring gaze, as if he was admiring a work of art, the Scarlet Blood religion leader paced in front of young Ling Qing and crazily said, because she has the mysterious Een body. Mysterious Een body? What is the mysterious Een body? What does it do? The Scarlet Blood Religion disciples were all in the Dragon Vein realm, so their knowledge was not high. Of course they did not know what the mysterious Een body was. All of you don't need to know what the mysterious Een body is. All you need to know is that the blood of such a beautiful woman is comparable to that of thousands of young girls, or perhaps even more. After saying this, the Scarlet Blood Religion leader began to chuckle. When the other Scarlet Blood Religion members heard this, they all looked at Yang Lingqing with fiery eyes. Their faces were filled with excitement. With her, after this blood bath, as long as we put in a bit of effort, anyone can break through to the next level. Warriors at the 9th level of the Dragon Vein realm can definitely use this blood bath to form their god core. At that time, our Holy Red Blood Church will have at least 30 mortal core warriors. This is a big moment for the rise of our Holy Red Blood Church. Everyone, look forward to it. Hearing the Scarlet Blood Religion leader's words, all the Scarlet Blood Religion members cheered. Especially the warriors at the 9th level of the Dragon Vein realm. As long as they could form their mortal core, they would definitely reach the heavens in one step. At this moment, the Scarlet Blood Religion leader turned to the 5 Grand Elders and said with a smile, "Grand Elders, I also want to see how many of you will reach the Earth Core realm." The 5 Grand Elders kneeled down in excitement and said gratefully, "Everything is because of the religion leader's cultivation. If we can become even stronger, we will follow the religion leader's footsteps to the death. We will go through fire and water for the religion leader, climb a mountain of blades and dive into a sea of flames. Our lives are the religion leaders." With the 5 Grand Elders taking the lead, the other disciples all kneeled down in excitement. At this important moment, all of them were going crazy. Yang Lingqing watched the scene unfold in silence. Originally, she thought that after the Bai family disappeared, she would finally be able to live a peaceful life. She never expected that she would face such a dangerous situation again. Last time, Long Chen was not far from her and could have saved her. But this time, everything was different. She was trapped here alone, and the people around her were all extremely powerful existences to her. Just these few people around her, any one of them could easily destroy the Yang family's old ancestor. Under such a force, even a god wouldn't be able to save her. Therefore, in Yang Lingqing's heart, she had already lost all hope. It would be a lie to say that she was not afraid. However, at the moment of death, figures kept flashing past her eyes. Especially when she thought of the last person, she suddenly felt that everything was not that terrifying anymore. Her slender body seemed to be filled with strength. I hope that when I leave, the Scarlet Blood Religion will let the Yang family go. Brother, you must cultivate in peace. Wait until you become a true expert, then you can take revenge for your sister. I know that you will. As long as you are here, no one can bully me. Only, reality is too cruel. No matter how strong you are, in this world, there will always be someone who can suppress you. Biting her lips, Yang Lingqing forced herself to be strong. She raised her head and looked at the group of beasts in front of her with arrogant eyes. Perhaps this is the only way I won't lose face for you, brother. This underground city was already sealed. Yang Lingqing looked at the crowd and helplessly smiled. She was speechless at her own actions. At this time, with the Scarlet Blood Religion leader's stirring speech, the hearts of all the Scarlet Blood Religion members were boiling. Before, they still had fear and resentment towards the Scarlet Blood Religion leader, but now they had completely disappeared. Long Chen coldly looked at this scene. Yang Lingqing was in front of him, but she was also next to the Scarlet Blood Religion leader, so he did not act impulsively. When he saw Yang Lingqing's appearance, Long Chen's killing intent filled his entire body. Long Chen, endure a bit more, now is not a good time. With Lingxi's constant advice, Long Chen's heart became a bit more sober. When the Scarlet Blood Religion members were cheering, suddenly, a series of explosions rang out. Pitiful cries rang out and blood splashed everywhere. Yang Lingqing looked up in pleasant surprise and shouted, "Brother." However, Her face quickly froze because she did not see that familiar figure, but rather 3 people that she had never seen before. Although they were fighting, Yang Lingqing could not feel happy at all. At that moment, she almost thought that Long Chen had come, but when she saw that it was not Long Chen, she couldn't help feeling disappointed. What am I thinking? If he comes to save me, he will only harm himself. Thinking of this, Yang Lingqing could only shake her head with a bitter smile. Beside Yang Lingqing, the Scarlet Blood religion leader saw this scene, but his expression did not change. A cold smile appeared on his face as he softly said, "Old Yan, if they can't deal with it, then he will make a move." The old man beside him quickly nodded and walked towards the bridge above the blood pond. Long Chen had already calculated that the 3 people who were unafraid of death would make a move at this time. Just now, all the Scarlet Blood religion members were immersed in joy, so how could they have thought that someone would make a move at this time? So when Li Jing's group of 3 made a move, several dozen people around them were instantly killed. Long Chen did not know that Li Jing was actually using throwing knives. With the infusion of true qi, each throwing knife was filled with the strength of a giant rock. When it suddenly pierced into a human body, it would definitely have the effect of piercing through it. So, from the beginning, Li Jing and the Li Qing brothers were protecting her as she suddenly exploded and began a crazy slaughter. Scarlet Blood Church, all of you must die. Under Li Jing's shrill voice and fast movements, these Dragon Vein Realm disciples were all chopped up like melons and vegetables. In just an instant, a large number of them were killed. Only then did the rest of the people finally react and ran away in panic. Only a few guardians were left, and with a loud shout, they dashed towards the 3 men. The remaining guardians were all at the early mortal core realm, so they could not be underestimated. Li Jing's group of 3 looked at each other and ran towards the place where there were many people. Not only would they be able to hide themselves, they would also be able to kill more people. Big Sister Li, I'll deal with these guardians, you find a chance to save the others. No. You guys can't deal with them. Today, I'm going all out. If we're going to die, we'll all die together. While Li Jing and the other 2 were crazily slaughtering, the people from the Scarlet Blood Church were crying and screaming. One of them was a late mortal core warrior, and 2 were at the early mortal core realm. They were not people these people could fight against. The only ones who could fight them were the guardians. When the Scarlet Blood Church's leader saw Li Jing in the crowd, he sneered and said, "So there's someone at the late mortal core realm. Old Yan, Old Chen, you guys go deal with them quickly, don't cause any more trouble." After giving his orders, the Scarlet Blood religion leader clicked his tongue as he looked at Yang Lingqing. Looking at her smooth skin, he let out a sound of praise. Especially when he saw Yang Lingqing's cold eyes, he suddenly clapped his hands and said with a sigh, "That's right, it's this kind of gaze. I like tough girls like you the most, it's a pity you have the mysterious Yin body, so you are my food. I won't be polite to you. Don't be so proud of yourself. A beast like you will die a horrible death sooner or later. It's best if King Yama takes your life right now," Yang Lingqing said in a calm tone. The Scarlet Blood Church's leader laughed out loud. He laughed until he couldn't stand straight. Then, he pointed at Li Jing and the others, but his eyes were focused on Yang Lingqing. He said, "What you're saying is that these 3 clowns can take my life? My Scarlet Blood Church's 2 elders are enough to skin them alive and pull out their tendons." Yang Lingqing sneered. She closed her eyes and didn't reply. The Scarlet Blood Church's leader was furious. Just as he was about to explode, a loud noise came from the other side of the blood pool. What's going on? The Scarlet Blood Church's leader looked over in shock. Previously, when he saw the 2 elders of the Scarlet Blood Church charging towards them, Li Jing and the others knew that they were finished. At this time, Li Jing couldn't care about her little sister. In this situation, saving her little sister was an impossible matter. So, the only thing she could do was kill more Scarlet Blood Church members before she died, interrupting their blood sacrifice ceremony. Brothers. Kill. The 3 of them had turned into wild beasts. Li Jing charged forward alone and faced the two elders while she and Li Qing attacked the other protectors. Kill one. It's worth it. Killing a pair is a great profit. Facing the enemy's desperate attacks, the two elders were not panicked at all. They sneered and said, "A grain of rice dares to show off in front of us?" As soon as they attacked, they unleashed a torrential barrage of attacks, causing Li Jing to spit out blood and fly backwards. Two late mortal core realm warriors against this person. Li Jing had only lost to them in terms of numbers. No, even if I die, I want one of them to die. Thinking up to here, Li Jing didn't care about his injuries. He gritted his teeth and continued to attack. But at this moment, a burning hot energy pulled him backwards. A blood-red light suddenly appeared in front of him, causing Li Jing's eyes to open wide. Who is this? Chapter 127. Who is it? Li Jing subconsciously shouted out, but she was immediately pulled back by the strange man behind her. This caused her to be startled. But right at this moment, she suddenly saw a violent flame explode out and turn into a flaming fist, fighting with the two sect elders in front of her. What shocked Li Jing was that under the mysterious man's attack, the two sect elders were being pushed back, and in less than 2 breaths of time, they had turned into corpses. How is this possible? It's a beast warrior. Li Jing and the two brothers from the Li family had completely stopped what they were doing. They stared blankly at the beast warrior who had attacked the two sect elders and killed them in such a short amount of time. This beast warrior was Long Chen. The reason why Long Chen had been hiding here was because he was waiting for the 5 sect elders to leave the Red Blood Religion chief's side. Now that the opportunity had presented itself, how could he not make a move? Long Chen had reached the initial mortal core realm, and he had also cultivated the Thunder Flame combat body, which was equivalent to a mid-mystic rank combat skill. Not only that, he was also using a mid-mystic rank combat skill, the Burning Devil Fist. With this kind of attack, even Feng Wutian, who was at the peak of the mortal core realm, could deal with him, let alone the 2 sect elders from the Red Blood Religion. After subduing the 2 sect elders, Long Chen immediately activated his current goal. Dragon 9 Heavens Roaming Steps, activate. Using the Dragon 9 Heavens Roaming Steps, Long Chen grabbed the 2 corpses and jumped into the crowd. Right now, he had already transformed into his dragon soul form. Under this state, he activated his heaven-defying ability, refining his blood into qi. In less than 2 breaths of time, the 2 mortal core warriors had been absorbed into his body. For the current Long Chen, a mortal core warrior who had reached the mortal core realm was barely equivalent to a 3rd rank mystic rank demon beast. Long Chen didn't waste any energy when absorbing and refining their blood. I can't deal with the Scarlet Blood Temple's chief right now. I can only lure these sect masters here and see if I can reach the late mortal core realm by absorbing their blood essence. This was Long Chen's plan. At this time, he was using the 9 Heavens Roaming Dragon Steps to quickly move through the crowd. The only person who could see his figure was the Scarlet Blood Religion leader, but he was currently talking to Yang Lingqing. 2 dried corpses were tossed in front of everyone. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. By the time they reacted, Long Chen had already disappeared. Or rather, he had already blended in with them. What happened? Li Jing and the other 2 quickly scanned the crowd, but that person seemed to have disappeared. Senior. These people from the Scarlet Blood sect should all be killed. Senior, please help us. Li Jing and Li Cheng looked at each other. They both felt that someone who could easily kill 2 mortal core warriors should be at the Earth Core realm. He should have a way to deal with the Scarlet Blood Religion leader. However, as soon as their voices faded, there was no response at all. Everyone was puzzled as they searched the crowd for the beast warrior just now, but to no avail. Li Jing also saw Long Chen. She was very gratified to see that the boy was obediently standing there. That strong warrior just now, who was he? While everyone was still confused, the Scarlet Blood religion leader had already figured out what had happened after listening to the 3 sect masters. Stop acting mysterious. You too, go and deal with those 3 small fries. As soon as someone else appears, I'll be there immediately. I'll deal with them. This time, the Scarlet Blood religion leader didn't dare be careless. Someone who could kill 2 sect masters like this was definitely not an ordinary person. But, he's hiding instead of fighting openly. It's obvious that he's afraid of me. Looks like he's still not my match. Just now, he only won because of a sneak attack. Thinking up to here, the Scarlet Blood religion leader had already walked to the side of the bridge and was staring at the opposite side. He hadn't walked over yet. He wanted to find the person just now and kill him because he was afraid that the most important person, Ong Lingqing, would be rescued. Granny Huang, watch this little girl for me. I'll deal with this guy who's trying to act mysterious. After giving his orders, the Scarlet Blood religion leader looked at Yang Lingqing with a threatening gaze. Then, he stood in the middle of the blood pool and scanned the crowd. He knew that there was definitely a person mixed in here. As for Yang Lingqing, she was staring at the 2 dried corpses in a daze. She more or less knew about Long Chen's situation. The most important thing was that Bai Zhanxiong had died like this. Brother, did you come? Yang Lingqing's originally ashen face gradually brightened. But thinking of how strong the other 2 elders were and how Long Chen was only in the 8th dragon vein layer when he left Baiyang village, he was far from the realm of the red shadow that had just appeared. So, Yang Lingqing did not have any confidence. Although I didn't see it clearly, the red shadow should be him. Only, how could he be this strong? Thinking of this, Yang Lingqing shook her head. It seems like I've thought too much and am seeing things. Bitterly laughing in her heart, Yang Lingqing bit her lips and continued to watch the Scarlet Blood religion leader who was being played like a monkey. It could be seen that Long Chen had saved Li Jing once before. The Scarlet Blood religion leader had the other 2 elders make a move, so he could force Long Chen out again. This was a very useful move. If you're a man, then fight me fair and square. If you're afraid of the slightest thing, what kind of hero are you? The Scarlet Blood religion leader looked around with cold eyes. Seeing that there was still no movement, he signaled the other 2 elders with his eyes. Only then did the 2 elders start attacking Li Jing and the other 2. Li Jing could still handle one of them, but she and Li Cheng were soon in a dangerous situation. At this moment, Long Chen, who was hiding in the dark, was furious when he saw that he and Li Cheng were in danger. I can vaguely feel that I'm about to break through to the late mortal core realm. Looks like I'll have to fight one last time. Thinking up to here, when he and Li Cheng were about to be forced into a dead end, Long Chen suddenly transformed into his dragon soul. Then, like a blood arrow, he dashed towards the 2 elders. Burning Demon Sun Fist, Burning Sky Red Flames. 2 consecutive Burning Sky Red Flames were unleashed by Long Chen's left and right hands respectively. Such a powerful attack immediately made the 2 late mortal core elders' faces turn pale. They immediately unleashed their most powerful skills to protect themselves. As for the Scarlet Blood religion leader, when he sensed Long Chen's position, he also dashed towards Long Chen with his fastest speed. Little bastard. Die. However, he had still underestimated Long Chen. Long Chen was much closer to the 2 elders. That's why when he suddenly dashed forward, he was like a flaming tornado that swept past the 2 elders. When the tornado passed by, what was left behind were 2 corpses. This made the Scarlet Blood religion leader extremely angry. However, this wasn't enough. When Long Chen killed the 2 elders, he didn't waste their blood essence. These 2 old men helped the wicked, they deserved to die. Also, after absorbing their blood essence, I will have a chance to reach the late mortal core realm. Success or failure will depend on this one move. After capturing the 2 corpses, Long Chen used the same trick again. He used the Dragon 9 Heavens roaming steps and dashed into the crowd. After that, he used the blood refining chi skill. Blood that could be seen with the naked eye flowed into Long Chen's body. It was forcefully refined into blood-red true qi, which flowed into the mortal core in his dantian. Who are you? You killed my scarlet blood religion's elders, you will die a horrible death. When the other disciples died, the scarlet blood religion leader didn't even frown. However, these 5 elders had followed him for many years and were loyal to him. Now that 4 of them had been killed by Long Chen, the scarlet blood religion leader had gone crazy. This scarlet blood religion leader is indeed an earth core warrior, his speed is so fast. Feeling that even in the crowd, the enemy was still rushing towards him, Long Chen furrowed his brows. But, I still have time to refine this blood essence. After absorbing all the blood essence, Long Chen suddenly threw the corpse towards the scarlet blood religion leader. At this moment, the scarlet blood religion leader had a ferocious expression on his face. Killing intent was constantly bursting out from his body. Long Chen seized the time and completely refined the blood he had absorbed into true qi. But what disappointed him was that although his mortal core had moved a few times, it still hadn't reached the high success of the mortal core realm. I'm still a little bit away. This time, I really have to face this scarlet blood religion leader head on. The scarlet blood religion leader's strength was without a doubt. Long Chen didn't know how far he could go. This was something he wasn't confident in, so he didn't want to do it. But for Yang Lingqing, this battle was unavoidable. Right now, Yang Lingqing's eyes were wet. When Long Chen stopped and revealed his eye-catching dragon soul transformation, how could Yang Lingqing not know who was coming? At this time, she didn't care about why Long Chen was so strong. She only knew that Long Chen would still come to save her. No matter what the situation was, this was enough. Brother, subconsciously, Yang Lingqing shouted out. She couldn't control her tears anymore as they flowed down. Her white face was wet with sweat. This shout was heard by Grandma Huang, who was next to her. Grandma Huang thought for a while, then her eyes revealed a shocked expression. She immediately shouted towards the scarlet blood religion leader, this brat is Long Chen from the Lingwu family. He's from the Yang family who killed Master Shuiyuan, Protector Qin, and Protector Shi. Grandma Huang's shout made the scarlet blood religion leader stop what he was doing. At this moment, he had already forced Long Chen out of the crowd and was about to attack. Grandma Huang's shout startled him. He tried to recall this person's information. Indeed, everything could be explained, but Long Chen's strength wasn't as described. You're Long Chen? The scarlet blood religion leader calmly asked after knowing that he was going to be defeated. He's Long Chen. Li Jing and the others looked over in shock. Their eyes and mouths were wide open, and their jaws almost dropped to the ground. Chapter 128. After being recognized, Long Chen didn't want to hide anymore. For the Red Blood Church's disciples, Long Chen was like a plague. Wherever he went, people would die. When Long Chen was finally controlled by the Red Blood Religion chief, they all retreated in fear and hid to the side. After that, everyone looked at Long Chen and the Red Blood Religion chief. The ones who were the most shocked were Li Jing, Li Cheng, and Li Jing. Big Sister Li, didn't you say that Long Chen is just an early mortal core warrior? How can he have such powerful combat strength? I don't know either. In Li Jing's heart, there was a huge wave of shock. We must have underestimated him. Long Chen's talent is extraordinary, he's way better than us. What we said before was a bit embarrassing. Before, they had asked Long Chen not to attack. Oh right, I heard that Long Chen is from the Lingwu family. Li Jing nodded her head and said, that's right, only someone from the Lingwu family would have such incredible talent. But looking at his surname, he should be an outsider. An outsider doesn't seem to have a high status in the Lingwu family. No wonder he came here alone. They were filled with emotions towards Long Chen. Before, they thought that Long Chen was the weakest among them, but it was the opposite. He can even kill a late mortal core warrior with ease. Although Long Chen's combat strength hasn't reached the Earth Core realm, it's not far from it. To have such combat strength at the early Mortal Core realm, Li Jing felt it was unbelievable. The Red Blood Religion chief was also very interested in Long Chen. He looked at Long Chen in amazement and said, "I heard that when you left your family, you were only at the 8th level of the Dragon Vein realm. But in just a month, you have reached the early Mortal Core realm, and you even have the combat strength of a peak Mortal Core warrior. Young man, I didn't expect you to be such a genius." At this point, the only solution was to brace himself and fight with all his might. Towards the Scarlet Blood Religion leader, Long Chen had to kill him. Sect Master has such achievements at such a young age. Compared to me, you are an even more amazing genius. Really? The Scarlet Blood Religion leader said with a grin, "You are a member of the Lingwu family, but you came here alone. It seems like you know my true identity, interrupting my blood sacrifice ceremony and affecting my mood. I will take your life now. Bring it on." In this intense atmosphere, the two men's auras continued to rise, becoming the focus of the crowd. "Die!" The Scarlet Blood Religion leader shouted. Under his pressure, Long Chen didn't give up. This aroused his anger. Suddenly, the aura of an Earth Core realm crazily pressed down on Long Chen. His whole body turned into a phantom. An Earth Core realm warrior is indeed much stronger than a Mortal Core realm warrior. Long Chen frowned. He used the Dragon 9 Heavens roaming steps. Although it was a beginner mystic level movement skill, if he used it well, it was enough to deal with his opponent. "You even know a movement skill. But, I have it too, and it's even stronger than you. Blood Shadow Steps, activate." The Scarlet Blood Religion leader used this movement skill. He suddenly turned into many blood shadows. His speed was much faster than Long Chen's. Long Chen immediately felt a huge pressure. This Scarlet Blood Religion leader is actually this strong? But it was no wonder. He was Emperor Yuan's grandson. Although he wasn't well received, how could a small place like Long Chen compare with his own resources? The Dragon 9 Heavens roaming steps had been completely suppressed by the Blood Shadow Steps. No matter how you looked at it, the Blood Shadow Steps was still a middle mystic level movement skill. Attack, body tempering, and healing, I'm a middle mystic level in these three areas. I should be able to use these areas to my full potential. Attack and body tempering could actually be put together. The stronger one, the greater the attack, defense, and speed. Therefore, Long Chen understood what he had to do. "Kid, you're indeed a bit strong, but you're far from being my opponent." The Blood Shadow Steps had forced Long Chen into a corner. In this battle, although both sides hadn't made a move yet, the Scarlet Blood Religion leader had firmly grasped the initiative. The blood sacrifice ceremony can't be interrupted for too long. "So, Long Chen, I'll end you in one move. To be able to die from this move, consider it your honor." A playful laughter sounded in Long Chen's ears. "In your dreams." At this moment, Yang Lingqing was staring at this side. At the beginning, she was confident in Long Chen's ability to kill a late Mortal Core warrior. However, the reality was that Long Chen was still not a match for the Scarlet Blood Religion leader. When she saw Long Chen being forced into a corner by the Scarlet Blood Religion leader, Yang Lingqing's face was filled with worry and panic. She knew that she would definitely die after coming to the Scarlet Blood Demon Palace, but she couldn't accept that Long Chen's life would be involved in her death. "Brother Chen, hurry up and leave. Don't worry about me." She screamed her lungs out, but it seemed like Long Chen didn't hear her at all. In the next moment, Yang Lingqing saw the Scarlet Blood Religion leader unleash a devastating attack on Long Chen. With this attack, that brat will die for sure. Beside Yang Lingqing, Grandma Huang, who was guarding her, laughed evilly. The wrinkles on her face made her look like a ghost that had just walked out from hell. The energy of heaven and earth was crazily gathering in the Scarlet Blood Religion leader's hands. Both of his palms were quickly forming seals, and faint red true chi was spinning around his hands. "Do you know why the red dot between our eyebrows is called the Scarlet Blood Seal?" Facing his opponent's powerful attack, Long Chen took a deep breath. He used the Dragon Nine Heavens roaming steps and flew towards his opponent. At the same time, he had already unleashed his most powerful attack. Not hearing Long Chen's reply, the Scarlet Blood Religion leader said, "That's because this attack of mine is called Scarlet Blood Seal." With a loud explosion, under the Scarlet Blood Religion leader's control, True Qi exploded and formed into a huge blood palm that flew towards Long Chen. And on Long Chen's side, a burning hot energy had already formed. It was like a black sun that flew towards the blood palm. Burning Heaven Demon Sun Fist, Demon Sun Penetrating Earth. It's actually a middle-level profound level battle skill. Brat, not bad. Under the Scarlet Blood Religion leader's laughter, Long Chen and him began a powerful collision. Li Jing and the others couldn't believe their eyes when they saw such a grand competition. "Big Sister Li, do you think he can succeed?" Li Cheng muttered. Facing an Earth Core realm, Long Chen is already an arrow at the end of its flight. If he wants to succeed, it will be very, very, very difficult. After saying the word difficult 3 times, Long Chen and the Scarlet Blood Religion leader finally had a direct confrontation. Under this kind of condition, using the Demon Sun Penetrating Earth was Long Chen's strongest move. Even if it was Feng Wutian, he would still be heavily injured by this move. However, the Scarlet Blood Religion leader was clearly much stronger than Feng Wutian. That strange Scarlet Blood Seal had a might that even the Demon Sun Penetrating Earth could not resist. To be more accurate, Long Chen's True Qi was not enough to support the true power of the Burning Heaven Demon Sun Fist. This was the first time seeing the Burning Heaven Demon Sun Penetrating Earth's Demon Sun Penetrating Earth explode in the middle of someone else's attack. Then, that surging wave was like a giant wave of the sea as it slammed into Long Chen's body. Although he had already tried his best to dodge, the Scarlet Blood Seal's powerful attack still made Long Chen spit out a mouthful of blood. It had been a long time since he had been injured. This kind of burning pain made Long Chen feel very uncomfortable. In an instant, his battle strength was greatly reduced. One more time and father will definitely die here. Long Chen, Origin Returning Technique. With Lingxi's reminder, Long Chen stabilized his body in the shortest amount of time. At the same time, he used the middle grade profound grade life skill, Origin Returning Technique. Immediately, a white fluorescent light swept through his body, repairing the damage to his internal organs and muscles bit by bit. Although the Scarlet Blood Religion leader's attack was strong, Long Chen had the Thunder Flame battle body and his Dragon Scale's defensive power was not bad. Adding in his dodging, the injuries he received this time were not that serious. However, in the eyes of the Scarlet Blood Religion leader and everyone else, this move was enough to take Long Chen's life. Yang Lingqing was already crying out in nervousness. Li Jing's group of 3 also had faces filled with anger. They were about to impulsively go all out against the Scarlet Blood Religion leader. It's a pity, all these geniuses want to go against me. Even if they die, they deserve it. Holding this kind of thought, the Scarlet Blood Religion leader was about to take care of Li Jing's group of 3. Your imagination is just too good. You want to kill me with just this? His injuries were not serious, and with the help of the Origin Returning Technique, while Long Chen was talking, he had almost recovered. How is this possible? When the Scarlet Blood Religion leader saw the unharmed Long Chen, his eyes widened and his face filled with shock. He knew very well how powerful his Scarlet Blood Seal was. He had even killed an Earth Core warrior before, but today, when facing a warrior at the initial Mortal Core realm, it actually lost its effect? Impossible, Long Chen, take another attack from me. Seeing that Long Chen was fine, Yang Lingqing finally recovered from her sadness. However, the Scarlet Blood Religion leader attacking again made her heart beat faster. There was a heavy stone on top of her heart. Brother, you must be fine. Being able to escape from the Scarlet Blood Religion leader's hands once, Long Chen was not worried at all. I used the Burning Heaven Demon Sun Fist, the Thunder Flame battle body, and the Origin Returning Technique. With this, it will be hard for the Scarlet Blood religion leader to kill me. His eyes glanced at Yang Lingqing. When he saw the little lass looking at him with tears in her eyes, he felt a stab of pain in his eyes. He thought to himself, but all I can do is delay. There's nothing I can do to save Lingqing. Thinking about this, Longchen couldn't help but feel a headache. But time did not allow him to think. The Scarlet Blood religion leader attacked again, this time with the Scarlet Blood seal. This attack was something that Longchen was afraid of. You want to kill me? It's not that easy. Demon's Sun penetrates the earth. Relying on the previous method, Longchen once again dodged this attack. This time, the Scarlet Blood religion leader finally lost his patience. Everyone, listen to my orders, kill Shui Yuan. Granny Huang, I'll leave the mysterious Yin body to you. On the 12th of this month, next Monday, it will be Feng Zi's 21st birthday. If you see this, go and leave your blessings in the comments section. I want to see how many people are reading this book, and how many people like it. I hope you can give me the strength to carry on. Forget about being a VIP, just leave your blessings. If you love this book, leave at least 10 comments. Living in this world, sometimes I feel lonely. I want to see warmth that can move me. Will you give me that? Chapter 129. Hearing the Scarlet Blood religion leader's words, Longchen was shocked. All he could do before was stall for time, but it was clear that the Scarlet Blood religion leader didn't have much patience. Although 4 elders had died, to him, the blood sacrifice ceremony couldn't be stopped. As long as the blood bath is completed, I will be able to step into the early Earth Core realm. With such talent, even if I return to Yuan Emperor City, I will be treated normally. Thinking up to here, the Scarlet Blood religion leader started laughing crazily. Everyone, kill them. Protectors, listen to my orders, stop these 3 clowns. Out of the 8 protectors of the Scarlet Blood religion, 4 had died, and the remaining 4 were all early Mortal Core realm warriors. 2 of them were blocking Li Cheng, and the other 2 were restraining Li Jing. As for the rest of the religion leader, they all started attacking the defenseless girls. For this group of tigers and wolves, it would only take a short while for hundreds of girls to die. At that time, even if Li Jing and the other 2 managed to escape, it would be useless. For Longchen, the most important thing was that the elder called Huangpe had already taken out a sharp dagger and was about to slash Yang Lingqing's goose feather-like neck. You're very anxious and angry, right? But Longchen, do you think you can escape from my palm? The Scarlet Blood religion leader chuckled as he stood in front of Longchen. Although he was standing there casually, he could still attack at any time. No matter how strong Longchen was, it was impossible for him to save Yang Lingqing at this moment. As for the others, they were already charging towards the girls. Brothers, kill. As long as we kill these girls, we will become even stronger. Kill. After tonight, us brothers will be able to eat and drink well. Once we kill these girls, won't we be able to get more girls? A series of ghostly cries and wolf howls could be heard. When the girls heard that they didn't have long to live, they cried even louder. Some of them turned pale and fainted. Bastard. Right now, Longchen's eyes were completely blood red. He clenched his fists tightly, and his whole body was trembling. I promised grandfather and second uncle that I would bring Lingqing back in one piece. However, there's nothing I can do now. Power. Power. I want power. Longchen lowered his head and his body began to violently tremble. An ancient and bloody aura suddenly erupted from his body. The Scarlet Blood religion leader was still laughing, but his smile froze at this moment. What is this? Just as he was feeling puzzled, Longchen let out a loud roar. This roar shook the entire underground city. The Scarlet Blood religion leader who was standing in front of Longchen suddenly saw 2 blood-red lights erupt from Longchen's eyes. Deep red dragon tattoos began to appear on Longchen's dragon scales, from his face all the way to his feet, Roar. This dragon roar was enough to shake the world. It made all the excited people who were about to make a move stop what they were doing and look at Long Chen in a daze. Within Long Chen's body, countless blood dragons were roaring and surging. A powerful spiritual energy swept into Long Chen's mind. This is refining blood into qi. Actually, when young Lingqing was in danger, Lingxi was preparing to save her. Although she didn't know how weak she would be, she didn't consider this point. At this time, the angry and powerless Long Chen had an endless thirst for power. The change in his body seemed to satisfy this need of his. The current Long Chen's body was like a blood-red whirlpool. When the whirlpool's power erupted, as long as it was someone from the Scarlet Blood religion, they were all shocked. What's going on? Even the Scarlet Blood religion leader felt the blood in his body surge, let alone the others. Under the powerful devouring power of Long Chen's blood-red whirlpool, several people let out pitiful cries. These people were all weak, they hadn't even reached the 5th dragon vein realm. What happened to Bai Zhanxiong was happening to each of them. First it was the 5th dragon vein realm, then it kept going up. As long as it was someone from the Scarlet Blood religion, they all felt this move. Endless amounts of blood burst out of their bodies and surged excitedly towards Long Chen. Under the powerful suction and filtration ability of the vortex, the blood was forcibly converted into blood-red true energy, which was then absorbed by Long Chen. Bloodline, this is the most basic power of any living being. It is the continuation and inheritance of life. This was the reason why there was a technique called refining blood into qi. It was because the hidden power contained in the bloodline was too strong. What's going on? Looking at the people from the Scarlet Blood religion, as long as they were weak, they all fell to the ground in pain. They were spitting out blood, and the others weren't any better. Even the late mortal core Granny Huang's face was filled with pain. The dagger in her hand fell to the ground. Li Jing and the other two were completely startled. Although their current opponents were early mortal core warriors, they couldn't control their own bodies, and their faces were twisting. Li Jing's eyes turned cold. She threw out 3 flying daggers and pierced the hearts of the 4 men. At this moment it was as if a dam had opened up, and all the blood in their bodies started flowing towards Long Chen. Although they were shocked, and although they didn't know what was going on, Li Jing, Li Cheng and the other 2 looked at each other and understood each other's intentions. Therefore, they roared out angrily and charged towards those who hadn't fallen to the ground. As for Li Jing, he charged towards Granny Huang. What kind of monster are you? Although his men were being slaughtered, the Scarlet Blood religion's leader didn't move. He was still resisting the powerful devouring ability from Long Chen's body. This caused his blood to boil, and he even guessed that if he attacked with too much force, he would end up like the others, and his blood would explode. At this moment, Long Chen's devouring ability had reached its limit. With the help of Li Jing and the other 2, the disciples of the Scarlet Blood religion were all turned into dried corpses. When the maidens saw this terrifying scene, they didn't faint from fright. To them, the people who had died were all animals. Seeing how these animals died, they felt a sense of relief in their hearts. Everyone's gaze shifted to the source of the devouring blood. Those who hadn't seen Long Chen before were all guessing what it was. These animals wanted our blood to cultivate, but he sucked their blood instead. This must be their retribution from the heavens. Yang Lingqing looked at this scene in a daze. She looked at the man. This wasn't the first time he had turned the tide like this. Long Chen's body was filled with secrets, and it was these secrets that made him so strong. Seeing his own followers die one by one, it was obvious that he would soon become a general without an army. The Scarlet Blood religion leader looked at Long Chen with eyes that were about to spit out flames. Granny Huang, kill this mysterious body for me. The Scarlet Blood religion leader roared out. He turned around and saw that Li Jing and Granny Huang were already fighting. Both of them were at the late mortal core realm, but Granny Huang was restricted by Long Chen's blood-refining qi. In just a few moves, she was stabbed by Li Jing's throwing knives. At this moment, the blood on her body started to pour out and gather towards Long Chen. Ah! Granny Huang let out a miserable cry. Her withered body became even more shriveled. In just a few moves, she had turned into dried corpses just like the other Scarlet Blood Religion disciples. The people of the Scarlet Blood Religion fell down one by one and turned into dried corpses. This was a magnificent scene. After Granny Huang died, the other Dragon Vein Realm followers couldn't hold on any longer and fell down one by one. The Scarlet Blood Religion leader was stunned. This time, he had really become a general without an army. As long as it was someone from the Scarlet Blood Religion, not a single one of them was left alive. As long as it was a Dragon Vein Realm warrior, they were all killed by Long Chen's blood-refining qi. Those who weren't Dragon Vein Realm were also killed with the help of Li Jing and the other two. This time, Long Chen had killed more than 1,000 people. He had never thought that one day he would become such a murderous maniac. But, now wasn't the time to worry about it. When he reached the late mortal core realm, and Granny Huang's blood essence had entered his body and turned into his blood-red true qi, the boundary between the early mortal core realm and the late mortal core realm had finally loosened. An endless amount of blood-red true energy surged within his dantian. The mortal core within his dantian spun violently as it endured the influx of true energy. As it spun, it shrank rapidly until the mortal core's volume shrank from 8 to 7. Is this the strength of a late mortal core warrior? Late mortal core warrior, this is the true mortal core warrior. After dispersing the blood-refining qi skill, the underground city finally returned to its original state. However, the current situation was that besides the leader, everyone from the Scarlet Blood Religion was dead. The ground was filled with dried corpses. This kind of scene was really terrifying. Long Chen and the Scarlet Blood Religion leader stood on one side of the blood pool. On the other side, he and Li Cheng went to save the girls, while Li Jing saved Yang Lingqing from the iron pillar and regrouped with the others. Although such a huge change had occurred, everyone's hearts were still heavy. Because, the Scarlet Blood Religion leader, who was the strongest among them, was still unharmed. Long Chen's skill, blood-refining qi, could only be used against Dragon Vein warriors. As for mortal core warriors like Granny Huang, without Li Jing's attack, they would be able to withstand it easily. As for the Scarlet Blood Religion leader, although it would restrict his movements, it wouldn't be able to hurt him. This blood-refining qi skill was different from the previous ones. Long Chen had only used it at a critical moment. Different from the previous blood-refining qi skill, this skill was used in a large area. Although this move was still essentially refining blood into qi, it had a new name, Devouring World of Blood. At this moment, the Scarlet Blood Religion leader's eyes were filled with blood as he looked at Long Chen. This time, all of you will die. Chapter 130. The people of the Sacred Red Blood Church were all dead, but none of them felt relaxed because of this. Because the Scarlet Blood Religion leader was still alive, he was the root of the Sacred Red Blood Church. Only by killing him could the Sacred Red Blood Church be truly destroyed. However, killing the Scarlet Blood Religion leader, how difficult was that? After Li Jing handed over Yang Lingqing to Li Qinghe, she walked towards Long Chen. Right now, Long Chen was facing the Scarlet Blood Religion leader alone, so he was definitely under a lot of pressure. Long Chen, I'll help you. Seeing that Li Jing was about to enter the confrontation between Long Chen and the Scarlet Blood Religion leader, Long Chen suddenly said, "Big sisterly, you should go back. I want to deal with this thief myself." What? Li Jing was startled, but Long Chen's resolute gaze was filled with an irresistible feeling, causing Li Jing to stop in her tracks. He's an Earth Core warrior, you're not his opponent. Li Jing's anxious words didn't change Long Chen's mind at all. Seeing Long Chen wave his hand at her, Li Jing could only step back helplessly. At this moment, the Scarlet Blood Religion leader turned around and looked at her. What's the rush? When it's your turn, I'll naturally grant you death. After that, his cold and bloodthirsty gaze landed on Long Chen. I don't care what kind of evil skill you used just now, but since you've destroyed the sacred red blood church that I, Yan Qi Shui, had spent so much effort to build, I'll drink your blood. Right now, Long Chen had reached his strongest state, the late mortal core realm. This was the true mortal core realm, and the strength he possessed was more than 10 times stronger than before. Before, he could still deal with the enemy, but now, he was full of confidence. Looking at the excited Yang Lingqing, he gave her a confident look. Only now did Long Chen face the Scarlet Blood religion leader. Stop talking nonsense, let's see who's the real deal. He still doesn't seem to be afraid of death. A ferocious bloody light appeared in the eyes of the Scarlet Blood religion leader Yan Qi Xie. Compared to before, an even more ferocious aura erupted from his body. It could be seen that the current him was much angrier than before. From the very beginning, he wanted to kill Long Chen. I've said it before. Today, none of you will leave this place alive. With a roar, Yan Qishui transformed into a blood arrow that pierced towards Long Chen. The only one who deserves to die is you. Long Chen's speed suddenly increased tenfold as he sensed the immense power within him. Dragon 9 Heavens Roaming Steps, activate. Agility combat skill? How can this beginner-level mystic class skill compare to my middle-level mystic class blood shadow steps? The two of them unleashed their movement techniques and soared rapidly. What was too much for the others to take in was that the two figures were like a whirlwind, fighting fiercely in the midst of the howling of the wind. What? How did your speed become so fast? Yan Qishui's surprised voice came from within. Both of them had just exchanged a blow, and both of them were knocked back. The enormous power that came from Long Chen's fist made Yan Qishui's expression change slightly. So you've reached the advanced mortal core realm? But, you're only at the advanced mortal core realm. Compared to an earth core warrior, there's still a huge gap. From this fierce battle, Long Chen could feel the difference between his current strength and Yan Qishui's. He had a plan in his mind. After reaching the advanced mortal core realm, it's really different. Long Chen knew that besides Yan Qishui, everyone else was looking at him nervously. After all, if Long Chen lost, none of them would be able to escape the fate of death. This battle was the most crucial one. So what if you're fast? Don't run away if you have the guts. At this realm, when Long Chen used the Dragon 9 Heavens Roaming Steps, Yan Qishui actually felt like he couldn't catch up with him. This made him want to vomit blood. Right now, Long Chen was like a loach, he couldn't catch him at all. All of his attacks missed, and this made Yan Qishui even angrier. The mentality that he had cultivated for more than 10 years had been completely destroyed by Long Chen today. As you wish. Right at this moment, Long Chen suddenly turned around. Seeing that Long Chen was no longer dodging, Yan Qishui sneered. He once again used the scarlet blood seal he had used before. However, the scarlet blood seal this time was much stronger than the previous ones. It was obvious that the anger in Yan Qishui's heart had pushed him to use his most powerful attack. Long Chen, die. Scarlet blood seal. The moment he turned around, Long Chen also used his most powerful attack. After reaching the advanced mortal core realm, he had become even more proficient in using this mid-mystic combat skill. He could basically unleash the full power of the Devil's Sun Burning Fist. So that's how it is. Devil's Sun Burning Fist, Devil's Sun penetrates the earth. The amount of true energy of an advanced mortal core warrior had increased by 10 times. Right now, Long Chen's true energy was almost on par with an earth core warrior. Together with the Thunderflame combat body, Long Chen knew that Yan Qishui was no match for him. Once again, he used the Devil's Sun penetrates the earth. This time, it was much more powerful than before. When Yan Qishui used the Scarlet Blood Seal, he suddenly saw the Black Devil's Sun above his head, which was at least 10 times bigger than before. Instantly, his expression changed. How is this possible? He is still a mortal core warrior. While Yan Qishui was still in shock, the two of them once again clashed. However, this time, the situation was completely different from before. Last time, Long Chen was no match for Yan Qixue. But this time, under Long Chen's Devil's Sun burning fist, the Scarlet Blood Seal was completely incinerated and shattered. A large part of the force, under Yan Qixue's shocked, unwilling, and desperate eyes, had completely engulfed him, turning him into a piece of black charcoal. Yan Qixue, who was originally in perfect condition, had completely turned into a piece of black charcoal in just an instant. He stood still on the spot. As for Long Chen, it was as if nothing had happened. He recovered from the dragon's soul transformation, then he looked at Yang Lingqing with a smile on his face. "It's done, my dear sister. Why don't you show us something?" However, no one moved. Everything was dead silent. When Yan Qixue's body turned into ashes and fell to the ground, only then did everyone come back to their senses. Regarding Long Chen's strength, of course, these girls had no idea. They only knew that Long Chen had won, and that meant they were saved. Of course, they cheered. Li Jing and the other two knew Long Chen's strength, but Long Chen had killed Yan Qixue at this moment, resolving the crisis. This made them unable to wrap their heads around this. Long Chen, did he really kill the Scarlet Blood Religion's leader? Li Jing's teeth were trembling as she asked the two brothers next to her for confirmation. Looking at the pile of black dust, she nodded her head with difficulty and said, "I think so." Looking at Long Chen's indifferent face and smirk, Li Jing finally believed it. This kid, I guess he is not a simple character in the Lingwu family. If he works a bit harder, he might even be accepted into the inner family. With a sigh in her heart, Li Jing sent Yang Lingqing to Long Chen's side. When Long Chen used the devouring blood world, Yang Lingqing knew that the turning point had arrived. She also guessed that Long Chen would try his best to turn the tide. This was not the first time, but because it was not the first time, Yang Lingqing was especially touched. "Brother," walking a bit bumpy, Yang Lingqing arrived in front of Long Chen. "Give me a hug. We are brother and sister, don't be shy." Long Chen opened his arms, looking like a gentleman. "No." Originally, Yang Lingqing was a bit restrained, but she was quickly amused by Long Chen. "I saved you, but you don't even give me a hug? Sigh, this is really a big loss. If I had known earlier, I would have let you bleed that guy and turn you into those people." As he spoke, Long Chen pointed at the people he had turned into dried corpses. Seeing those people, Yang Lingqing frowned and asked doubtfully, "Is it okay to kill so many people?" Long Chen was also stunned. Only then did he remember that he had killed so many people this time. This made him feel a little uncomfortable. "Long Chen, don't think too much. Those who deserve to be killed still have to be killed," Lingxi said suddenly. Long Chen was not a person who would take things too hard. He could only keep this matter in his heart for now. He turned to look at Yang Lingqing with a roguish smile and said, "Grandpa and your father are waiting for you. I will bring you home." Home. The word home made Yang Lingqing suddenly burst into tears. She remembered that if it were not for this young man in front of her, she would never be able to go home and see those people she wanted to see. "All right, let's go home." Silently walking to Long Chen's side, Yang Lingqing wiped away her tears and playfully pulled on Long Chen's arm. Feeling the warmth from her body, Long Chen was surprised and his face was filled with pride. "Your expression is disgusting," Lingxi said with jealousy from within Lingxi's sword. Long Chen pretended not to hear it and brought Yang Lingqing out of the underground city. On the way, he turned his head and said in a clear voice, "Big sisterly, I still have things to do, so I will be leaving first. Now that the Scarlet Blood sect is gone, you can help me send these girls home one by one. If there is any trouble, you can go to the Qingyang Hall of the Lingwu family's Qingyang clan." Long Chen had already completed the most difficult part, so the three of them were willing to do the rest. "Little friend Long Chen, goodbye." These beautiful girls clearly remembered Long Chen's name. They had just obtained hope from despair, so all of them were in a daze. However, this young man named Long Chen was enough for them to remember for a lifetime. I hope we can meet again. Seeing them leave, Li Jing shook her head and helplessly smiled. Long Chen still remembered the exit of the underground city. He was about to leave when two people suddenly walked in from the entrance. That kind of strength made Long Chen's hair stand on end. Chapter 131. Long Chen was taken aback. However, he heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that one of the people walking down was someone he knew. Of the two people who came, one was the extremely flirtatious Lu Lan. Right now, Lu Lan was walking behind a man. Her expression was filled with respect. The lazy and seductive look on her face was gone, replaced by a solemn and serious look. Lu Lan's performance gave Long Chen a signal. That was, the person walking with him, whether it was in terms of status or strength, was definitely not a simple person. Long Chen looked at the man, and he estimated that he was in his 20s. His face looked ordinary, but his eyes were like two deep and quiet ponds, without any ripples. His eyes gave off a profound feeling. The strongest young man Long Chen had seen before was ranked just below Mo Shaolang, and it was Dongfang Tianyu who had appeared in the heavenly martial realm. However, although Dongfang Tianyu looked more majestic than this young man, Long Chen knew that Dongfang Tianyu was no match for this young man. Long Chen, this young man is a heavenly core warrior. Compared to Mo Shaolang, he is just slightly weaker. Lingxi's weak voice sounded out in Long Chen's ears. Such a strong man, and someone who could make Lu Lan treat him with such respect, he must be someone from the Lingwu family. Long Chen had a plan in his mind. The young man and Lu Lan walked into the underground city. When they saw the scene before them, even they were startled. In their field of vision, none of the girls that had been taken away had died. As for the thousands of Scarlet Blood religion disciples, they had all turned into dried corpses. This was far too different from what they had expected. The scene in front of them was really spectacular. Long Chen brought Yang Lingqing and stood in front of Lu Lan. Lu Lan quickly turned her gaze to Long Chen. Her eyes were filled with shock. Long Chen, did you do all this? Long Chen could only helplessly nod his head when he sensed that the young man's calm gaze had landed on him. Lu Lan froze for a long time before letting out a sigh of relief. Looking at this scene, it was clear that Long Chen had already solved the problem. Lu Lan and the young man looked at each other before saying to Long Chen, "Where is the Scarlet Blood religion leader?" Long Chen was calm. He pointed at the pile of black dust and said, "This is him." Not bad, right? When she asked this question, Lu Lan had already expected it. However, when she saw the Earth Core warrior Yan Qixue turn into ashes, she still found it hard to accept. When she first saw Long Chen was still a little guy at the 8th level of the Dragon Vein realm. Lu Lan didn't pay much attention to him. She didn't expect that Long Chen would kill Huang Feiyang, defeat Feng Wutian, and now, kill the Earth Core warrior Yan Qixue. A late mortal core warrior can kill an Earth Core warrior, not bad. An indifferent voice came out from the young man's mouth. Whether it was the man's tone or his actions, he was extremely calm. However, it was this calmness that made Long Chen's heart palpitate. It was as if his thoughts couldn't escape from this man's grasp. When the young man spoke, Lu Lan had no choice but to believe him. She then introduced him to the man next to her, "Young Master Mo, this is Long Chen from our Qingyang Hall. Yang Lingqing is his sister." After that, she turned to Long Chen and said, "Long Chen, this is young Master Bei Tang Mo from the Lingwu family's Beitang family. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and greet him." Long Chen greets young Master Mo. Although Long Chen didn't know why this man came looking for him, he knew that if he wasn't strong enough, he had to obey the rules. Even Lu Lan could easily take care of him, let alone this Bei Tang Mo. That's why he hurriedly greeted him. After taking another look at Long Chen, Bei Tang Mo shifted his gaze to Yang Lingqing, who was holding Long Chen's arm. His calm voice sounded out. "Yang Lingqing, are you willing to join the Lingwu family's Beitang family? This sudden sentence caused Long Chen and Yang Lingqing to be stunned. Li Jing and the other two were even more confused. Seeing that Long Chen and Long Chen had no idea what was going on, Lu Lan hurriedly signaled to Long Chen with her eyes and added, the Beitang Xuanwu family is based on the water and yin attributes. Most of the family's techniques are based on that. Long Chen, your sister has the mysterious yin body. As long as she joins the Beitang family and practices their techniques, she will definitely improve by leaps and bounds. Even surpassing you will be a piece of cake. Ever since Long Chen joined the Lingwu family, Ong Lingqing had also learned about the Lingwu family's power structure. She also knew that the family Long Chen joined was merely an outsider. As for the Lingwu family's inner family, they were the truly amazing ones. But now, someone had actually invited her to join the Lingwu family's inner family? Yang Lingqing had just escaped from death. At this moment, the people she wanted to see the most were her parents and family members. Hence, Beitang Mo's appearance made her a little worried. She didn't dare to say anything and directly hid beside Long Chen. Seeing that this little girl was a little flustered, Lu Lan felt a little crazy. This was a great opportunity that many people would fight for. Long Chen, you make the decision. Your sister has always been unable to find a suitable cultivation technique. Hence, she is still in the Dragon Vein realm. If she joins the Beitang family, she will definitely soar. If it wasn't for Gan Lin overhearing your conversation, I wouldn't have known that your sister has the mysterious yin body. To be honest, we came this time to help you deal with the Scarlet Blood sect. I didn't think that we would be too late. Right at this moment, Long Chen's mind was spinning rapidly. If she really has the mysterious yin body, she really needs a suitable cultivation technique. With that, she will be able to shine quickly, and in 1 or 2 years, she will be able to break through to the heavenly core realm. Long Chen, if your sister joins the Beitang family, it will be really good. Lingxi had seen a lot of things. With Lingxi's opinion, Long Chen's mind became much clearer. Right at this moment, Beitang Mo, who had been silent, spoke again. Think about it carefully. Whether you join the Lingwu family or not, your life will be completely different. If you don't want to be a nobody for the rest of your life, just follow me. You will have nothing to worry about, and your brother will be able to get more resources in the Lingwu family. Your family will be protected secretly by an Earth Core warrior. Everyone around you will be able to benefit from your decision. Although Beitang Mo's words were simple, they hit the nail on the head of Yang Lingqing. She raised her head and looked at him with her bright eyes. She said word by word, you mean, my brother will be able to get more training, and no one will be able to bully my family anymore? Unless the other party is stronger than the Lingwu family. Beitang Mo smiled faintly. His smile was filled with endless confidence. Everyone knew that in the Yuanling County, there was no force that was stronger than the Lingwu family. In other words, as long as the Yang family was still in the Yuanling County, they could do whatever they wanted. Brother, when Yang Lingqing looked at Long Chen could tell that she had made up her mind just by looking at her eyes. Your life, you decide for yourself. But no matter what, I will always stand by your side. I will protect you. Long Chen smiled helplessly. In his heart, he was quite happy for Yang Lingqing. After all, to be able to enter the inner family, even in the Lingwu family, was a difficult thing. No. Yang Lingqing smiled slyly. In the future, it will be my turn to protect you. Also, I will protect our family too. Hearing Yang Lingqing's words, Lu Lan heaved a sigh of relief. Because Yang Lingqing had agreed. Seeing that this girl was invited to join the Lingwu family, she did not seem to be overjoyed. All she wanted was to protect her family. Beitang Mo nodded at her. All right, I agree to join you. Yang Lingqing officially agreed. Beitang Mo faintly smiled and said, many years from now, you will definitely rejoice that you have made the correct choice today. Because, Beitang Xuanwu, this is the most suitable place for you. Long Chen could guess the uniqueness of the mysterious yin body. After all, one person's blood could be compared to thousands of young girls' blood. How could it be simple? Therefore, the Beitang family needed new blood like this. With more training, perhaps one day in the future, this person could become the trump card of the Beitang family. Since Yang Lingqing had agreed, Long Chen did not say anything else. He directly said to Beitang Mo, "Young Master Mo, my sister has just escaped from death. Her grandfather and father are waiting anxiously outside. I think we should go back to the family first and reorganize, then we will go to the Lingwu family. What do you think?" Beitang Mo nodded and said, "There is no rush. Lingqing, I will wait for you at the Beitang family. The Earth Core warriors I told you about will be sent to Biyao town by today. That's all for today, see you." After saying this, Beitang Mo did not stay any longer and directly left. Lu Lan looked at Long Chen and said, "You guys leave this place as soon as possible. I will help to send those girls home." Although Lu Lan had asked Beitang Mo to come a little late, she still showed her sincerity. Long Chen had originally fallen out with her, but now that she was talking to him politely, Long Chen did not want to argue with her anymore. After thanking Lu Lan, he brought Yang Lingqing and left the underground city. Long Chen, remember to return to the Qingyang Hall. You still have a chance to enter the inner family selection. Before Long Chen left, Lu Lan called out to him from behind. When Long Chen's silhouette disappeared from the underground city, Lu Lan shifted her gaze away. Her eyes were glowing brightly. If he is able to obtain a place in the inner family selection, he might be able to help me. But, it seems unfair to him. Of course, Long Chen did not know what Lu Lan was thinking. When Long Chen brought Yang Lingqing to the Yang family's ancestor and Yang Yintian, the old man and the middle-aged man's eyes were filled with tears. Looking at Yang Lingqing crying in Yang Yintian's arms, the ancestor's heart was filled with joy and pride. He looked at Long Chen and said while wiping his tears, "Chen, you are the biggest pride of my life." Long Chen smiled and said, "You are wrong. Your biggest pride is not me, but your precious granddaughter. She has been invited to join the Lingwu family. I wish you all a happy bachelorhood. I will start the 3rd chapter tomorrow. Also, tomorrow is my birthday. Please leave a message for me. A message is worth 10 fresh flowers." Thank you. You're tuning into the Biyao's Wuxia Chronicles YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.